The tension was thick in the air, still buzzing from Lynette's outburst and James's cold confession. But before the guards could fully take her away, Lynette suddenly jerked back, eyes blazing with raw, unfiltered emotion. Her voice cracked like thunder through the night. "So you expect me to just stand here and watch you parade your fake affection?" she spat, her chest rising and falling rapidly, and that baby growing inside of her. Gasps echoed all around. The words cut deeper than knives. Rita stiffened, instinctively placing a protective hand on her belly. The hush among the crowd broke into chaotic murmurs as heads turned, whispers igniting. James's jaw clenched. "Lynette, that's enough." "No, it's not enough," she screamed, voice thick with betrayal and desperation. "You think I didn't see it? The way you looked at her tonight. Like I never existed. After everything I've done for you, James. I stood by you, I sacrificed my family for you, and this is how you repay me." James stepped forward, face red with fury. "What you did to Rita could have cost her life, and our child's. Don't talk about love when all you've shown is obsession." Rita's breath caught. Our child. He'd never said it so openly before. Lynette's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her voice suddenly a low, shaking whisper. "So she wins. After everything, she wins." "No one's winning here," James said quietly. "But you've lost yourself, Lynette. And I can't save you from that." Just then, the guards resumed pulling her back, more gently now. Lynette didn't resist anymore. Her eyes remained locked on James and Rita, pain, hate, and heartbreak swirling in her gaze. "Remember this moment," she muttered, her voice like a curse. "Because you'll never have peace, not while I breathe." And with that, she was taken away, into the silence of the night, leaving behind a battlefield of broken hearts and truth too sharp to ignore. Rita looked at James, her lips trembling. "You meant it, about the baby?" James reached for her hand, gently placing it over her belly. "With everything in me." But the wounds left behind by Lynette's fury were far from healed, and the storm wasn't over yet. James couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and a twisted satisfaction as he stood there, looking at Rita. The news of the pregnancy had ignited something in him, something he hadn't even fully realized he needed. A reason. A reason to stay. A reason to fight. A reason to claim what he felt was rightfully his. He gazed at her belly, his mind already racing with plans. This would be the perfect anchor to tie him to her, to ensure that no one, especially Lynette, could come between them. His mother's disapproval had been weighing on him for so long, but now, with the baby, everything felt different. He had something even more powerful than money or status. He had family. He would have a family. He took Rita's hand, squeezing it gently, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. "This is it," he said softly, mostly to himself, but loud enough for her to hear. "This is the sign. The universe is on our side, Rita. We're going to be a family, for real this time." Rita's eyes softened, but there was a quiet unease in them. "James. I'm not doing this for anyone else. I'm doing this for our baby." He nodded, already lost in his thoughts. The baby gave him everything he needed now, a perfect way to secure his place in her life, to solidify his role. No more hiding, no more pretending. This child would ensure that the future was his, and no one could take it away from him. Not Lynette. Not anyone. His smile widened, though it was colder than before. He wasn't just happy about the baby. He was overjoyed by the control it gave him over everything. The twisted satisfaction of knowing that his plans were finally coming together, that the family he had always wanted was within his reach, and Lynette, her rants, her tantrums, her accusations, all of it would fade away into the background. This was his moment. And as he looked at Rita again, something dark flickered in his eyes. There was no going back now. There never had been. Rita's words sliced through the air, sharp and clear. James froze for a moment, the smile faltering as his excitement shifted into confusion. He looked at her, blinking as if processing her words had become a challenge. "You're not serious, are you?" he asked, his voice quieter now, his tone a mix of disbelief and irritation. He had been so sure that the baby would be the perfect way to finally secure her. He thought it would make everything fall into place. But the intensity in her eyes shattered his expectations. I mean exactly what I said, Rita continued, her voice calm but unwavering. She took a step back, her hand instinctively protecting her belly, as if to shield it from the very person she once thought she could trust. You don't get to act like you have a claim on my child. This baby has nothing to do with you, James. His expression twisted into something darker, frustration building in his chest. He took a step toward her, trying to close the distance between them, but she held up a hand, warning him to stop. You think just because I'm pregnant with your child, everything changes? Rita's voice was firm, the conviction in her words making it clear she wasn't backing down. You never cared about me, James. You never cared about this baby. You only care about what you can control, about what you can claim as yours. But you're not fooling me. James's face reddened with a mixture of anger and disbelief. You think I don't care? You think I've been lying to you all this time? Rita's laugh was bitter, cutting through his self-assuredness. I know you, James. I know exactly who you are. And this baby. This baby doesn't belong in your twisted plans. Don't act like you're a hero now, because you're not. You never will be. The silence between them thickened, heavy and suffocating. For a moment, James was taken aback, his mind racing. He'd always believed that he could manipulate the situation in his favor, but now Rita was pulling away, rejecting him in a way he hadn't anticipated. And he didn't know how to handle it. You're making a mistake, Rita, he spat out, his tone venomous. You think you're in control of everything, but I'll remind you, I'm not someone you can just push away. You're going to regret this. Rita held her ground, staring him down with a mixture of disdain and determination. No, James. I won't regret it. You're the one who's going to regret thinking you could control me. And when it's all over, when you realize you've lost, you'll know exactly who you really are. James's chest heaved as he tried to force back the words he wanted to shout. For a moment, he was silent, just staring at her as the tension between them crackled in the air. He wanted to fight back, to say something, anything, to regain control. But he knew deep down that he couldn't force her into submission like he had before. His gaze shifted to her stomach, the child growing inside her, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. But before he could act on it, Rita turned away, not giving him the satisfaction of seeing her falter. You're right about one thing, she said, her back still to him as she walked away. You're not part of my world anymore. And I won't let you destroy mine. Rita was startled at first by Antony's sudden appearance, but before she could fully process what was happening, his arms wrapped around her in a tight embrace. She could feel the warmth of his body pressing against hers, the urgency in his touch making her heart race. His shaky voice broke the silence, sending a jolt of mixed emotions through her. I'm sorry, Rita. I'm late, Antony whispered, his words barely audible, filled with regret and concern. His arms seemed to tighten around her as if he was trying to shield her from the chaos surrounding them. Rita, still reeling from the confrontation with James, stood frozen for a moment, her mind trying to catch up with the rapid succession of events. She hadn't expected this, hadn't expected Antony to appear out of nowhere, but in that instant, she felt a strange sense of relief. It's okay, she whispered back, though her voice trembled slightly. She pulled back just enough to look him in the eyes. I didn't expect you to be here. But I'm glad you are. Antony's eyes softened as he gazed down at her, his features tense with worry, but his expression was full of concern. I couldn't let you face this alone, he said, his voice still thick with emotion. I should have been here earlier. You don't deserve this. You don't deserve him, he added, his gaze flickering toward the distant figure of James, who stood there glaring at them both, unable to get any closer. Rita glanced back at James, who was still fuming, but she didn't have the energy to engage with him any longer. She felt as though every word he had spoken had drained her, leaving her with nothing but the exhaustion of everything she had been holding inside. But with Antony here, something shifted. She felt less alone. You were already doing enough, she replied quietly, her eyes locked with his. But thank you. For being here now. Antony's arms were still around her, his presence grounding her, offering a silent promise of protection. He wasn't letting go, and the feeling of his support brought a comfort she didn't realize she had been craving. You don't have to thank me. I'll always be here for you, Rita. No matter what. The sincerity in his voice hit her deeply. She wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that he was someone who would never let her down. She needed that stability, especially with everything falling apart around her. "We need to leave," Anthony said, his tone suddenly more urgent. "Let's get out of here before things get worse. You deserve better than all of this." Rita hesitated for a moment, glancing over at James one last time. He was standing there, watching them, his eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and anger. The baby growing inside her stirred slightly, and for a brief second, she thought of what it would mean to truly leave all of this behind. To step away from the tangled web of deceit, manipulation, and hurt that had surrounded her for so long. She turned her back to James, and without another word, nodded to Anthony. "Let's go." Anthony led her out of the room, his hand gently guiding her as they made their way toward the exit. Without a second thought, James charged forward, his face twisted in fury. His fist connected with Anthony's abdomen with a sickening thud, the force of the blow causing Anthony to stagger back. "You will not take my family away." James snarled through clenched teeth, his eyes burning with rage. Rita gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as she instinctively stepped back. Anthony, winded and caught off guard by the sudden attack, gritted his teeth in pain but quickly regained his stance. His eyes never left James, burning with equal intensity, though his face was calm, a contrast to the fury on James's. "I'm not here to take anything from you, James," Anthony said in a low, steady voice, his breathing heavy from the blow. "But you've already lost her. And if you keep pushing her, you'll lose everything you've ever cared about." James's fists clenched tighter, his knuckles turning white as he took a step closer. "She's mine," he hissed, his voice trembling with both anger and desperation. "She belongs to me and my family. You think you can just come in and take her from me? This ends now." Rita, standing to the side, could feel the tension crackling in the air, thick and palpable. She had never seen James this enraged, but she also knew this wasn't love, it was possession. His need to control and keep her locked in the chains of his desires had never been clearer. Anthony didn't flinch, instead, he took a slow step forward, bringing himself to face James eye to eye. He wasn't afraid, not anymore. He had already made the decision to protect Rita at all costs. "James, you've already hurt her enough," Anthony said, his voice low but powerful. "This isn't about family. It's about control. And I won't let you do that to her again." The words seemed to hit James like a slap in the face, the anger in his eyes flaring even hotter for a moment. He was used to being in charge, used to getting what he wanted, and this defiance infuriated him. His hands balled into fists again, his body tensed like a coiled spring. Rita, finally finding her voice, stepped forward between the two men, her eyes sharp with resolve. "Enough, James," she snapped, her voice strong and clear, cutting through the tension. "I'm done. I don't care what you think. I don't belong to you or anyone else. Not now. Not ever." James froze, his gaze flicking between her and Anthony, but the hurt in his eyes was undeniable. "You can't just walk away from me, Rita," he whispered, his voice softer, but there was a dangerous edge to it. "Not after everything we've been through." Anthony stepped closer to Rita, placing a protective hand on her shoulder. "She's made her choice, James. And you need to accept that." The silence that followed was thick with unresolved emotions, but James didn't speak again. He stood there, breathing heavily, his fists trembling at his sides, torn between the desperation to keep hold of her and the realization that she was slipping further from his grasp. Rita, with Anthony standing beside her, felt a weight lift from her shoulders. For the first time in a long time, she felt like she was in control of her own fate, free from the chains of manipulation and fear. As they arrived at Anthony's home, the atmosphere was calm and safe, a stark contrast to the tension and chaos that had unfolded earlier. Rita, still shaken but determined, followed Anthony inside. He led her to the living room, motioning for her to sit on the couch while he went to get them both something to drink. Rita, grateful for the space and the quiet, sank into the soft cushions, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Her mind raced with everything that had just transpired, the confrontation with James, the pain of the past few weeks, and now, the overwhelming reality of her pregnancy. Anthony returned with 2 glasses of water and sat beside her, offering one to Rita. She took it silently, her fingers trembling slightly as she wrapped them around the cool glass. Rita, Anthony began softly, his voice warm but tinged with concern. What happened out there? It was a lot to take in. Are you okay? She looked at him for a moment, searching his face, and then nodded. I'm okay, she said quietly, though it was clear she wasn't entirely convinced herself. I don't know if I'll ever be okay with all of this, but I'm trying to make sense of it. Anthony leaned back, taking a deep breath. I know you've been through so much. James, he's not the person you thought he was, is he? Rita shook her head, her heart heavy. No. And that's what hurts the most. I never expected this from him. I never thought he would treat me like I was just some possession to be controlled. I thought he really loved me. Anthony's gaze softened, and he reached out to gently place his hand on hers. Rita, you deserve better than that. You deserve someone who sees you as an equal, not someone to possess. You've been strong through all of this. I admire that. Rita swallowed, her emotions on the edge of breaking free, but she fought them back. I don't know what to do anymore, Anthony. James won't stop. He keeps saying he'll take care of me and the baby, but how can I trust him now? How can I believe anything he says when everything has been a lie? Anthony took a deep breath, his expression hardening with resolve. You don't have to go through this alone. I'm here. I've always been here for you, Rita. I want to protect you, and I want to be there for the baby, no matter what. Rita's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise passing through her. You mean that? Of course I do, Anthony said, his voice steady and filled with sincerity. You're not in this alone. I won't let you go through it alone. The words hung in the air for a moment, and Rita was at a loss for words. It was the first time in a long while that she felt truly cared for, truly seen. She had been so consumed with the idea of keeping her distance from Anthony, afraid of trusting anyone again, especially after everything with James, but now, she wasn't sure. There was a warmth in Anthony's eyes, a promise of safety that she had never seen in James's eyes, and it was starting to break down the walls around her heart. But what about James? Rita asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He's insisting that he will be the father of this baby. He said he'll take care of me, that he'll make everything right. Anthony's jaw clenched, his expression darkening. He doesn't get to decide that, Rita. You don't owe him anything. He might have promised you that he would take care of you, but look at how he's treated you. Do you really want someone like him around your baby? Rita didn't answer right away. The truth was, she had no idea what to feel about James anymore. He had been the person she thought she could rely on, but now she wasn't sure if she ever really knew him. I don't want him anywhere near the baby, Rita finally admitted, her voice trembling slightly. But at the same time, I'm scared. I don't want to fight this battle alone. I don't know if I can do it on my own. Anthony leaned in closer, his voice gentle but firm. You don't have to do it on your own. You have me, Rita. I'll help you. I'll support you and the baby, no matter what it takes. Rita looked at him, her heart swelling with emotion. But why? Why would you do that for me? After everything that's happened, after all the pain and chaos, why would you stand by me? Anthony's gaze softened, and he gave her a small, reassuring smile. Because I care about you, Rita. I've always cared about you. And I want to be there for you, because you deserve that. You deserve someone who loves you for who you are, not because of what you can give them. A tear escaped Rita's eye, and she quickly wiped it away, feeling a mix of emotions swirling inside her. It was overwhelming, but for the first time in what felt like forever, she felt a flicker of hope. I don't know if I'm ready for all of this, she said, her voice thick with emotion. I don't know if I can trust again, but I don't want to be alone in this. You won't be, Anthony said softly, his hand still resting gently on hers. I'll be here. Every step of the way. The silence that followed was comforting, the weight of everything slowly lifting off her shoulders. Rita didn't know what the future held, but for the first time, she felt like maybe, just maybe, things could be okay. She had Anthony's support, and that meant more than anything. As the days passed, Rita's world became even more complicated. Anthony's presence and unwavering support made her feel safe, but not everyone was as understanding. His brother, Charles, had always been a more reserved and pragmatic person, and the recent developments were putting a strain on their relationship. Charles had never been shy about expressing his opinions, and lately, he was finding it harder and harder to swallow Antony's unrelenting support for Rita. One afternoon, Charles paid a visit to Antony's house. It was rare for him to come by unannounced, but today, he seemed determined to have a conversation he could no longer avoid. He walked into the living room where Antony was sitting, reading a book, and with a heavy sigh, sat down on the armchair across from him. "Antony, we need to talk," Charles said, his voice tight with frustration. Antony glanced up, sensing the tension in his brother's demeanor, but put his book aside, focusing on him. "About what?" Antony asked, though he had a feeling he already knew where this was going. "You know damn well what," Charles shot back, his tone sharp. "This whole situation with Rita. I can't keep pretending like everything is fine. You're still supporting her, and she's pregnant with his child, Antony. You're still holding on to feelings for her. How can you not see what you're doing to yourself?" Antony's brow furrowed, and he stood up, walking over to the window and staring outside for a moment before turning to face his brother. "What do you want me to do, Charles? Rita needs someone right now. She needs someone who's going to treat her with care and respect. I'm not going to turn my back on her just because she's pregnant with James's child." Charles stood up and crossed his arms, his face tense with frustration. "She's already made her choice. She was with James, Antony. She's carrying his baby. What makes you think you're the one who gets to play the hero now?" He shook his head, his anger building. "I hate that you're still pining for her, even after all of this. She's pregnant with another man's child, and you're acting like she's the only woman in the world. What about your future, Antony? What about your life?" Antony's gaze hardened, and he took a step closer to his brother. "It's not about pining, Charles. It's about doing the right thing. I don't care about the past or what anyone thinks. I care about Rita and her baby. I care about being there for her when she's clearly alone in this." "You're deluding yourself," Charles snapped, his frustration growing with every word. "She's not the woman you think she is. She never was. She doesn't deserve your devotion. She's not some damsel in distress, Antony. You're just being blinded by your feelings for her." Antony's patience was beginning to wear thin, but he knew this conversation was inevitable. His brother had always been the more pragmatic one, and he never understood the depth of his feelings for Rita. "You don't get it, Charles," Antony said, his voice low but firm. "This isn't about me or what I want. It's about what's right for her. She's going through a hell of a lot right now, and I'm not going to abandon her just because things are complicated. She needs someone who will stand by her, no matter the circumstances." Charles stared at him for a long moment, his expression torn between disbelief and anger. "You're just setting yourself up for heartbreak, you know that. This isn't some fairy tale. She's already chosen her path, and it doesn't include you. She's going to end up with James, and you're going to be left standing here in the dust, pretending that this is all for her own good." Antony clenched his jaw, the sting of his brother's words hitting harder than he cared to admit. But he wasn't going to let Charles talk him out of this, not now. Not when he was so sure of what he had to do. "You don't understand, and you probably never will," Antony said, his voice tinged with frustration. "But I'm doing this for her, Charles. Whether or not she realizes it, she's going to need someone she can count on. I'm not giving up on her. I won't." Charles sighed, rubbing a hand over his face in exasperation. "I can't watch you destroy yourself over this, Antony. I just can't. If you're so determined to be her knight in shining armor, you're going to get hurt in ways you don't even realize yet." Antony's face softened, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes as he walked over to his brother and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know you care, Charles. But this is something I have to do. You don't have to agree with me, but I can't just walk away. I can't leave her to face this alone." The tension between the two brothers lingered in the room, neither one willing to back down. Charles wanted Antony to stop before it was too late, but Antony had made up his mind. Rita had a place in his heart, and he wasn't going to abandon her now, not after everything that had happened. "I just don't want to see you make a mistake you'll regret for the rest of your life," Charles finally muttered, his voice softer now, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "But I guess there's nothing I can say to change your mind." Antony gave his brother a small, regretful smile. No, there's not. But I appreciate you trying to look out for me. I'll figure this out on my own. As Charles left, the weight of the conversation lingered in the air. Antony knew his brother was right in some ways, but he couldn't stop himself. He had already chosen his path, and he was going to stand by Rita, no matter what anyone else thought. He only hoped he could help her find the strength to face the difficult road ahead, even if it meant sacrificing his own happiness. The living room was dimly lit by the soft glow of the lamp in the corner. Antony sat on the edge of the couch, his hands clasped together as he listened quietly. Lydia paced back and forth in front of him, her voice low but heavy with frustration. Antony, I know you're kind. I know you've always wanted to be the hero, to save everyone. But this, she gestured toward the hallway leading to Rita's room, this isn't just about kindness. You're getting too deep. She's pregnant with another man's child, and divorced. Do you really think this is the life you deserve? Antony sighed, not looking up. You deserve someone who hasn't been broken by someone else. Someone who will give you a fresh start, not baggage. Rita had woken up moments earlier, her throat dry. She walked barefoot toward the kitchen, careful not to make noise. Just as she reached the corner, Lydia's words echoed, not baggage. She froze, her hand halfway to the fridge handle. The hurt settled in her chest like a stone. Every word after that sounded muffled, like she was underwater. Lydia continued, unaware. You can find a girl who hasn't gone through all this trauma. A girl who hasn't been in love with someone else. Why do you have to settle for leftovers, Antony? Antony finally looked up, his eyes dark with emotion. Don't call her that. You don't know what she's been through. She's not leftovers, Lydia. She's the strongest woman I know. Lydia rolled her eyes. Strong or not, she's not right for you. She's not our kind of woman. A tear slipped down Rita's cheek as she turned silently back toward the hallway, the water forgotten. Her feet dragged a little more than before. She got back into bed and faced the wall, her heart aching. Back in the living room, Antony stood up, his voice firmer now. You're my sister, Lydia, and I love you. But don't you ever speak about Rita like that again. Lydia stared at him for a long moment, then turned toward the door. You'll regret this, she muttered, slamming it shut behind her. The room was quiet, too quiet for Rita's thoughts. She lay on her side, staring at the pale light creeping in through the curtains. The shadows danced on the ceiling, but none could distract her from the echo of Lydia's words. Leftovers, not our kind of woman, baggage. Rita blinked away a tear, then another. She gently placed her hand on her belly, whispering softly, You're not a burden. You're the best part of me. But even that couldn't silence the ache inside her. How could Lydia, her best friend, the one who held her hand through the divorce, the one who dried her tears, the one who swore loyalty over silly cocktails, not only judge her, but reduce her to shame? Rita sat up, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders. She padded quietly out of the bedroom and into the kitchen. The silence was heavy, pressing on her chest like a weight she couldn't lift. She poured a glass of water with trembling hands. Antony had been kind, patient, and consistent. But now, with everyone around them hurling opinions and judgment, Rita felt surrounded, cornered. She turned around slowly, only to flinch when she saw Antony standing at the doorway, shirt slightly crumpled, his face heavy with concern. You couldn't sleep either, he asked gently. Rita looked away, taking a sip of the water. I heard what Lydia said. Antony froze. His throat tightened. Rita. She called me baggage. She called me leftovers. Her voice cracked. He stepped forward. She was out of line, and I told her that. I defended you, Rita. Rita laughed bitterly, a tear slipping down her cheek. But she's your sister. You share blood. You'll forgive her. But me. I'll always be the outsider she doesn't approve of. Antony took a step closer, but she held her hand up. I can't do this again, Antony. I can't open up just to be reminded that I'm not enough for the people around the men I love. His eyes widened at her last words. You love me. Rita hesitated, then nodded, wiping her face. Yes. But love doesn't fix this. It won't stop people from seeing me as damaged goods. I don't care what they see, Anthony said, his voice trembling. I see you. The real you. Strong, broken, healing, and still standing. That's who I love. The silence that hung after Anthony's heartfelt confession was thick with emotion, but it was shattered, violently, when the door suddenly swung open. Lydia stood there, face flushed with rage, fists clenched at her sides. You heard me, didn't you? She snapped, her eyes narrowing at Rita. Good. I'm glad. Rita turned slowly, her heart pounding. Lydia. Don't Lydia me, she said bitterly, stepping further into the room. I admit, we've been friends for a long time. We've shared secrets, cried on each other's shoulders, laughed through heartbreaks. But you, she pointed a trembling finger at Rita, you're the one who changed everything. Anthony moved forward. Lydia, stop this. No, let me talk, she yelled, glaring at her brother. I'm not doing this behind her back again. She turned back to Rita, her voice shaking with a mixture of hurt and anger. I watched you fall apart when James hurt you. I watched you crawl back to strength. And I was there, I held your hand through every miserable part of it. But what I can't understand, what I won't accept, is how now, suddenly, when you've been discarded like trash, you think it's okay to cling to my brother. Rita's breath caught in her throat. I never. Don't lie. Lydia interrupted. Where was this love when you were fresh and single? When Anthony had eyes only for you? When all he needed was a glance to know you felt the same? You chose James. You threw yourself at that man without ever seeing what was in front of you. Rita's lip trembled. I didn't mean to. And now? Lydia pressed on. Now that your crown has slipped, now that you're broken and pregnant with another man's child, you think you deserve him. You think you're owed. Anthony stood in front of Rita now, shielding her. That's enough, Lydia. But Rita stepped out from behind him, her eyes blazing through her tears. No, let her talk. Let her finish. They stared at each other, two women who once shared everything, now torn apart by choices, love, and grief. Lydia's voice dropped. I love you, Rita. You're my best friend. But I can't watch you destroy my brother. I won't. If this is the path you've chosen, we better end this friendship here. The words hung like a dagger in the air. Rita felt her knees weaken. She gripped the counter to steady herself. So that's it. After everything, that's how we end. Lydia blinked hard but didn't answer. She turned on her heel, stormed toward the door, and paused, just for a moment, as if waiting for Rita to stop her. But no one spoke. The door slammed shut behind her. Rita sank slowly to the floor, her body racked with silent sobs. Anthony knelt beside her, wrapping her in his arms, but even his warmth couldn't erase the chill of betrayal in her bones. The person she trusted most was now her loudest enemy. The hours after Lydia's departure crawled by in eerie silence. Rita sat curled up on the couch, wrapped in a blanket that felt far colder than the air in the room. Anthony had retreated to his room, giving her space, but the walls still felt too tight, too close, like they were closing in on her. Her thoughts kept circling back to Lydia's words. Pregnant with another man's child, you think you deserve him. We better end this friendship here. Each sentence cut deeper than the last. Rita clutched her stomach, a hand protectively over her baby bump. Her heart ached, not just from Lydia's betrayal, but from the deep loneliness that suddenly swallowed her. Everything had changed so quickly. The clock ticked toward 2 a.m. She couldn't stay there anymore. With trembling fingers, she picked up her phone and scrolled to Harry's number. Her hand hovered for a moment before she tapped call. It rang once. Twice. Rita. Harry's voice came through, low and concerned, like he could already sense something was wrong. Harry. I'm sorry to call so late. Her voice cracked. But I need to get out of here. There was a pause. Then a rustle, keys jingling. Where are you? At Anthony's place. I'm on my way. She ended the call and started gathering her things quietly, careful not to wake anyone. As she zipped up her small overnight bag, she heard footsteps behind her. It was Anthony. Rita, he looked groggy, but his eyes filled with worry. You're leaving. She avoided his gaze. It's better this way. You don't have to go because of what Lydia said. I do, Anthony, she said, her voice firm but heavy with pain. This isn't just about your sister. It's about me, too. I can't stay somewhere I feel like a burden. Or a mistake. He moved forward, wanting to stop her, but then Harry's headlights flashed outside the window. Rita didn't wait. She opened the door just as Harry was climbing out of the car. Harry's face tensed when he saw her eyes swollen from crying. He didn't ask questions. Instead, he walked over, took the bag from her hand, and gently placed it in the car. As she stepped in, Anthony called out from the doorway, Rita, please, don't disappear on me. She turned to look at him through the open window. You deserve better than someone the world keeps judging, Anthony. I won't drag you down with me. Harry got in and drove off without a word. The silence in the car was comforting, almost peaceful. Halfway to his place, he glanced at her. The door clicked shut behind Rita, leaving behind a heavy silence in Anthony's living room. He stood frozen for a moment, staring at the door as the red taillights of Harry's car faded into the night. The ache in his chest tightened. He'd let her walk away. Again. A rustle behind him reminded him he wasn't alone. Lydia stood near the hallway, arms folded, her expression smug and unrepentant. So that's it, she said coldly. You let her run away again. Anthony slowly turned, his jaw clenched. She didn't run. You pushed her. Oh, please, Lydia scoffed. I told her the truth. She's a pregnant, used woman. Stop it. Anthony's voice boomed across the room, startling her. Lydia flinched slightly but stood her ground. So you're really choosing her over your own sister? You're not acting like my sister right now, he said, voice trembling with fury. You humiliated my guest, insulted someone I care about, and now you have the audacity to play the victim. She's ruining your life, Anthony. Can't you see it? She already slept with one man, and now you want to raise his child like a fool. The words hit harder than she could have intended. The room buzzed with tension. Anthony's fists clenched at his sides as he took a shaky breath. She's more of a woman than you'll ever be, he muttered. She's strong, kind, and brave, qualities you've clearly lost. Lydia's face turned red with rage. So you're kicking me out? For her? Anthony didn't answer with words. His eyes darkened with hurt and anger as he took a slow step forward. I said, are you kicking me out because of a used woman? Without warning, Anthony raised his hand, and a sharp slap rang through the room. Lydia gasped, stumbling back a step, her hand flying to her cheek. Her eyes widened, not with pain, but with disbelief. He had never laid a hand on her before. Anthony, she whispered. But his voice came out like ice. Get out. Tonight. You're really doing this. He didn't respond. He just turned away, walking toward the kitchen to steady his breathing and hide the heartbreak. Lydia, still stunned, stormed into the guest room, grabbed her things with trembling hands, and left in silence. The door slammed behind her. Anthony stood alone in the kitchen, staring at the counter. His heart was heavy. His fists still clenched. His eyes clouded with guilt. He had never hit anyone before. But tonight, he had crossed a line. The night was unforgiving. Lydia walked briskly down the empty street, her heels clicking on the pavement, suitcase dragging behind her, and the echo of Anthony's slap still ringing in her ears. Her cheek stung, but it was nothing compared to the fire raging in her heart. Her brother had hit her. Because of Rita. The same Rita who had once been her best friend. The same Rita who had turned Anthony into a lovesick fool. The city lights blurred through her tears, but Lydia refused to let them fall. She wouldn't cry. Not for them. Not for anyone. She checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city, the kind that didn't ask questions. Alone in the dimly lit room, she finally collapsed on the bed, staring blankly at the cracked ceiling. Flashes of the past haunted her, the sleepovers, the secrets, the promises she and Rita had once shared. They had dreamed of the future together. Who would have thought the woman she once called sister would one day turn her world upside down? She felt replaced. Betrayed. Lydia gritted her teeth. No, she whispered to herself. I won't let her win. Rita had taken everything, her best friend, her brother's loyalty, and now, even James. She had both men wrapped around her finger, and everyone seemed to pity her because she was pregnant and heartbroken. But Lydia knew the truth. Rita was playing them all. She's not the victim here. I am. Her thoughts twisted, growing darker as the night wore on. She picked up her phone and stared at James' number. For a moment, her thumb hovered over it. Then a cold smile crept to her lips. If she couldn't save Anthony from Rita, maybe she'd help James destroy her instead. After all, no one knew Rita like Lydia did. And now, her pain would become her weapon. Anthony sat on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands as dawn crept through the sheer curtains. The silence in the house was unbearable, pressing against his chest like a heavy stone. Rita was gone. Lydia was gone. And all that remained was regret. He replayed the night in his mind, Lydia's bitter words, Rita's wounded face, and his own anger spiraling out of control. The slap had come without thinking, fueled by years of unspoken frustrations and the sting of betrayal. But now, in the stillness of the morning, Anthony felt no victory, only the deep, painful echo of loss. He looked around the apartment, once warm and full of laughter when Lydia and Rita were both under his roof. Now it was empty, stripped of its comfort. I've broken everything, he muttered to himself. Family. Friendship. Love. How did it all fall apart so fast? He reached for his phone, scrolling through messages, none from Rita. None from Lydia. He saw the missed calls from Harry and felt a sharp jab in his chest. Harry had picked her up. She hadn't called Anthony. She hadn't even looked back. Maybe she shouldn't have. He hadn't protected her when she needed him most. And Lydia, his own sister, the one he'd grown up protecting, he had raised a hand to her. Nothing justified that, no matter how cruel her words were. Anthony stood up and went to the window, looking out over the city. Somewhere out there were the two women he cared about, now both hurt by him in different ways. He wanted to fix it. He needed to fix it. But for the first time in his life, he didn't know where to start. Would Rita ever trust him again? Would Lydia ever forgive him? Would he even forgive himself? He leaned against the glass, a lone tear slipping down his cheek. For all his strength and pride, Anthony had never felt so powerless. And all he could do was whisper to the quiet morning air. I'm sorry. Lydia sat alone in a dim motel room, the flickering bulb overhead humming faintly in the silence. Her cheek still stung from the slap Anthony had given her, but it was nothing compared to the pain boiling in her chest. Her pride was wounded, her friendship with Rita shattered, and now, her own brother had turned against her. Tears pricked her eyes, but she wiped them away angrily. She hadn't been wrong, had she? Rita was pregnant with another man's child. And despite everything, Anthony still wanted her. But Lydia had only spoken the truth. She had tried to protect her brother, hadn't she? But deep down, the echo of guilt throbbed inside her. Maybe she had gone too far. Maybe the bitterness had seeped too deep into her words. She stared at her phone screen for a long moment before finally dialing a number she hadn't used in months. Her mother's voice came through, groggy but warm. Lydia. Is everything all right? Lydia tried to hold it in, but her voice cracked. No, Mom. Nothing is all right. There was a pause, then urgency filled her mother's tone. What's wrong? What happened? Taking a shaky breath, Lydia poured out everything. The tension with Rita. The pregnancy. The fight. The slap. The betrayal. Every word felt like peeling off layers of her own pain. Her father's voice joined on speaker midway. Where are you now, baby girl? In a motel. I left Anthony's place. I don't know what to do anymore. Silence fell for a moment. Then her father's voice came firm and steady. Pack your things. We're booking a flight. We'll be home in 2 days. 2 days. Lydia's voice trembled. Yes, her mother chimed in. You shouldn't go through this alone. We're coming, sweetie. Just hold on, okay? Lydia closed her eyes, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Okay. She hung up and sank into the bed, phone clutched to her chest. For the first time in a while, she didn't feel entirely alone. Her parents were coming. But what would happen when they arrived? Would they side with her? With Anthony? Would they accept Rita and the child? The night after Rita left Anthony's house with Harry was heavy with silence. Anthony sat alone, staring at the door Lydia had slammed shut behind her. His hand still stung from the slap he never thought he'd ever give his sister. The guilt was gnawing at him, yet he couldn't shake the bitter words she'd hurled at Rita, at his Rita. The living room was dimly lit, echoing his chaotic thoughts. He picked up his phone, contemplating calling Rita, but decided against it. She needed peace. She deserved peace. Meanwhile, Lydia wandered aimlessly down unfamiliar streets, rage and heartbreak swirling in her chest. She'd called their parents and cried as she explained what had happened. Their shock was immediate. We're flying back, her mother had said. Don't do anything foolish. But foolishness was already boiling inside her. She had lost her best friend and now her brother too. And all because of one woman, Rita. Rita sat curled up on the couch, wrapped in a blanket. Harry brought her a warm cup of tea and sat silently beside her. Do you want to talk about it? He asked gently. Rita shook her head. Her throat felt tight. It's not the words, Harry. It's who they came from. Harry placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. You've done nothing wrong. Don't let guilt eat at you. But I destroyed their family, she whispered. No, Harry said firmly. You revealed who they really are. Back at the mansion, James sat across from his mother in the grand sitting room, the heavy curtains drawn to shield them from the afternoon sun. The tension in the room was thick, neither of them speaking at first, both deep in thought. His mother stirred her tea slowly, eyes fixed on her son's furrowed brow. James finally broke the silence. Mother, I'm not losing her. Not again. Not when I have this advantage now. She looked up, her gaze sharp. She's carrying your child. That alone gives you leverage. We just need to play it smart. James leaned forward. She won't listen to me. Not when Anthony is in the picture, and now Harry's guarding her like a knight in armor. His mother pursed her lips. You forget who we are. We don't beg. We influence. We control the narrative. James's eyes lit up with a dangerous gleam. So what do you suggest? Win her family first, she said coldly. And the public. Make it look like she's the one abandoning her child's father. Let the sympathy fall on you. A slow smile crept across James's face. If they think I'm the wounded father desperate to do right by my child, they'll turn on her, his mother finished. Even Anthony won't stand a chance when the world thinks she's heartless. James stood, feeling a new wave of power. Let the games begin. The night air was unforgiving, cold, quiet, and heavy with the weight of unspoken words. James, dressed in a simple sweater and jeans, sat at the edge of Rita's front gate, his back leaning against the cold iron. He looked nothing like the confident man everyone was used to. Gone was the crisp suit, the arrogance, and the mask of control. What remained was a broken man clinging to a fragment of hope. He had arrived around sunset, much to the surprise of the guards stationed at the entrance of Rita's gated residence. Without saying much, he'd knelt down, planting his knees firmly on the hard gravel, and bowed his head like a sinner seeking redemption. The guards didn't ask questions, they were used to drama, especially since Rita's life had become a whirlwind of chaos and headlines. They whispered among themselves, shook their heads, and continued their watch. But James remained there, silent and unmoving. Every passing hour drained the warmth from his body and the pride from his soul. Yet still, he stayed. He thought of the baby growing inside Rita. His baby. The one chance he had to prove that he wasn't the monster everyone painted him to be. The child gave him purpose, an anchor to the life he'd ruined. He didn't expect forgiveness from Rita, but he believed that maybe, just maybe, she could see the sincerity in his desperation. The night stretched on. The sky turned from navy blue to black, and the stars blinked down like silent witnesses to his humiliation. Occasionally, a car passed by, slowing to take in the strange sight of a man kneeling outside a mansion. He didn't care. All he could think of was her, Rita. By dawn, James was exhausted. His eyes were bloodshot, his lips cracked from the cold. His knees ached and his head pounded. But he remained there, determined to outlast his shame. It wasn't until the soft glow of morning painted the sky pale orange that a pair of heavy boots approached. One of the guards, the younger one named Mark, stepped toward him cautiously, his voice uncertain. "Sir, you've been out here all night." James looked up slowly, his body trembling from fatigue, eyes hollow. Has she asked about me?" Mark shook his head. "No, sir. No one's mentioned you." "I'm sorry." James tried to nod but faltered. The weight of the answer was heavier than the cold. He looked beyond the gate, hoping to catch a glimpse of her silhouette behind the curtains. But the windows remained still, lifeless. Mark hesitated. "Maybe you should go rest. Come back later." James let out a breath, half a sigh, half a whimper. "I can't go. Not yet. I need her to know I'm not giving up." The guard didn't know what to say, so he simply stepped aside and let James be. The silence was deafening. James stood weakly, the morning sun casting a pale glow over his worn-out figure, when Mark, the guard, returned with a hesitant step and a conflicted look on his face. "She's not inside," he said slowly, almost regretting the words even as they left his lips. "Madame Rita left the country last night. She won't be back anytime soon." The world stopped spinning. "What?" James whispered, blinking rapidly. No, that's not possible." He took a step back, his breath catching painfully in his throat. She wouldn't just leave without telling anyone." Mark looked down, unable to meet his eyes. "She said she needed time. Space. She didn't say much else." James's knees buckled before he could catch himself. With a thud that echoed louder than any words could, he collapsed to the ground. Dust rose around him, but he didn't care. The pain in his chest was blinding, suffocating. Chapter. He buried his face in his trembling hands, heart pounding wildly. She left me again," he mumbled. "I came here to fight. I was ready to kneel every day if I had to, just for her to look at me. And now she was gone. Gone with his child. Gone with his last piece of redemption." His mother's voice echoed in his head, "Use the baby to win her back." But he didn't want strategy anymore. He wanted her. Just her. Rita. The woman whose strength had humbled him. The woman who had walked through fire and still managed to stand. And now, she had walked away from him. "Where did she go?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. Mark hesitated again. "Sir, I don't know the exact place. Her people didn't share details. Just that she boarded a private flight before midnight." James sat there on the ground, eyes glazed, fingers clawing at the gravel. His heart felt like it had cracked in half, and no amount of scheming or money could put it back together. "She's really gone," he murmured. Mark, unsure of what else to say, gently placed a water bottle beside him and walked away, leaving James with nothing but the echo of his own regrets and a gate that would never open again. As the plane soared above the clouds, Rita leaned her head against the window, her fingers gently tracing the cold glass. Below her, the city that had witnessed her storms was shrinking, vanishing into a blur of lights and roads. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her heart heavy with 1,000 emotions she couldn't even begin to name. Her mind became a cinema screen, scene after scene replaying as though the universe was refusing to let her leave without feeling every memory she carried. She remembered her laughter with Lydia, back when they would walk arm in arm, giggling about silly crushes and love songs. A friendship so solid, so pure, until judgment and bitterness cracked its foundation. The night she found out she was pregnant. She had held the test in trembling hands, tears sliding down her cheeks, not from fear, but from disbelief. A part of James, growing inside her, even when their love had already died. Antony's shaky embrace after her kidnap. The warmth of his arms, his trembling apology, the silent strength that held her together when her world was falling apart. James's betrayal. His coldness, the games, the fake affection, the schemes to use her baby as bait. She had loved him once, deeply, fiercely, and maybe part of her still did, but love without respect was poison. Her near silence during the humiliations at the office, when whispers and judgment slashed at her like daggers. When Francis paraded her past as a trophy, and she could do nothing but stand still, hiding her shattered pride. The moment she looked into the mirror, after all the chaos, and whispered to herself, "You deserve better." Tears finally escaped, tracing silent rivers down her cheeks. She placed a hand on her belly. "I'm doing this for you," she whispered, voice quivering. "You deserve peace, not the mess I came from." Rita closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. She wasn't running away, she was letting go. Of pain. Of people. Of the ghosts that tried to trap her in a past that no longer served her. Back in the city, the news of Rita's departure hit like a thunderstorm with no warning. James sat on the hospital bench, his hands trembling, his knuckles white from clenching too tightly. The guard's words echoed over and over in his mind. "She left the country early this morning." He didn't hear the rest. His mind froze. His knees buckled. The world tilted. And the next thing he knew, he was on the ground, defeated. Madame Cynthia, his mother, was standing nearby, struggling to process the guard's message as well. She paced in short, angry strides, disbelief etched across her face. "She didn't even say goodbye," she muttered. "After all we were willing to do." Willing to do. James snapped suddenly, rising unsteadily. His eyes were bloodshot. "We tried to control her. We tried to trap her with a child she wanted to raise alone. We hurt her, Mother." His voice thundered through the compound. Silence followed. A few workers passing by froze, eyes wide, before scampering away. James never raised his voice to Madame Cynthia. Cynthia turned slowly. "I did what I did for your future." "No," James whispered, shaking his head, "you did it for power. For control. And now she's gone." Back at Antony's home, Lydia was spiraling. Ever since being slapped and asked to leave, she had been nursing her rage in silence. She paced her small apartment, eyes bloodshot from crying, her phone clutched tightly in hand. "Everyone's turning against me for her," she muttered, staring at her reflection. "Antony, my own brother. You slapped me. For a pregnant divorcee. You'll regret that." Suddenly her phone buzzed, a message from an anonymous number. "We can help each other. I know you want her gone. I want my revenge too." Her fingers trembled. "Francis," she whispered. At the same time, Antony was restless. He had gone through every corner of the house where Rita had stayed, every pillow she'd leaned on, every teacup she'd touched. A sense of loss gnawed at him. He didn't know where she'd gone, and she hadn't left a single word behind. "I should have protected her better," he murmured, standing in the quiet of the empty guest room. The walls seemed to echo back, "It's too late." Just then, his phone rang. It was his father. Their parents had just landed. "We're here. And we need to talk. Now." Chaos wasn't just brewing anymore, it had spilled over. Antony knew his parents were tough and it would not be easy to convince them that he wanted to marry anyone else apart from Rita. He had to be prepared for whatever is about to happen. James sat alone in the back seat of his car, parked just outside the estate gates. The morning sun had long risen, casting golden rays across the city skyline, but to him, the world felt gray. Dim, cold. His fingers tapped nervously against the car door, his other hand clenched tightly into a fist on his lap. His lips were dry, his usually well-styled hair now disheveled, and his shirt was wrinkled from a sleepless night spent on his knees outside Rita's gate. She was gone. Out of the country. No warning. No note. No chance to speak his twisted version of truth or manipulate the cracks in her heart. There was no one left to threaten, no leverage left to use. No family pressuring her. No scandal hovering over her. No baby he could exploit. And worst of all, no Rita. His mother, Madame Cynthia, sat beside him silently, arms folded tightly across her chest. Even she didn't have the usual air of command around her anymore. Her power, which once stemmed from manipulating marriages and forging alliances, had lost its fangs with Rita's sudden disappearance. "We built our entire plan on her," James finally said, his voice hoarse. "Everything, the shares, the name, the legacy. It was all tied to her." "She'll come back," Cynthia said coldly, but even she didn't sound convinced. James turned sharply to her. "And what if she doesn't? What if she never does? What do we have then? You think anyone will want to merge with us now that we've been publicly humiliated and rejected? People are laughing, Mother. They're laughing at me." He slammed his hand hard against the car door. Madam Cynthia narrowed her eyes. "Control yourself, James." He let out a hollow laugh. "Control myself? That's rich, coming from the woman who told me to trap a woman with a baby she didn't want to share with me." She flinched but said nothing. A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant sound of birds chirping and cars passing. For once, neither of them had a plan. No backup scheme. No convenient pawn to sacrifice. James stared blankly out the window, watching a child walk by holding his mother's hand, happy, carefree. He looked down at his trembling hands. "I've lost everything," he muttered. "And this time, there's no one to blame but myself." Suddenly, a thought slithered into his mind. Unless. He reached for his phone, scrolling through contacts until he landed on an old name he'd avoided for months. Becky. She owed him a favor. And she had her own reasons to hate Rita. As he stared at the name on his screen, his jaw clenched. "If I can't have Rita, I'll make sure no one else ever truly does." The plane wheels touched down with a soft screech on the foreign tarmac, and Rita exhaled deeply for the first time in what felt like months. It wasn't relief, it was release. Of all the places Harry had arranged for her, lavish apartments, warm neighborhoods, secured estates, Rita had politely declined them all. She needed quiet, not comfort. Peace, not luxury. A place where her soul could breathe without ghosts at every turn. She chose a small town nestled along the coast, far from the bustle of major cities. The sea whispered at her window every night. The scent of salt and blooming lavender followed her down cobblestone streets. The locals were kind, but not nosy. Nobody knew her name. Nobody cared about her past. And for once, that was a blessing. Her new home was a modest stone cottage with ivy creeping up its side and a little balcony that overlooked the waves. It had creaky floors and an old kettle that whistled like a scream, but to Rita, it was sanctuary. She decorated it slowly, each object carrying meaning. A white lace curtain by the kitchen window. A framed picture of her mother. A journal on her nightstand. Baby clothes folded quietly in the top drawer of the dresser. Each day, she took walks by the shore, letting the wind tangle her hair and wash away the voices of the past, Lynette's venom, James's deceit, Lydia's betrayal. And every evening, she'd press her hand gently to her growing belly and whisper, "It's just you and me now, little one." She'd found a doctor, kind, professional, and respectful of her privacy. Harry still checked on her now and then through calls and texts, but he never pressured her. He understood that her healing had to happen on her own terms. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and cool purples, Rita sat outside with a warm drink. The baby kicked gently, and she smiled, a rare, unburdened smile. She whispered, "Maybe we really are free now." Rita's mornings began with stillness. No noise, no schedules, no one banging at her door. Just her, wrapped in a soft cardigan, sipping chamomile tea by the open window as seagulls called in the distance. She'd wake up early, not because she had to, but because her body and mind finally rested enough to rise on their own terms. The nightmares had started to fade. Her hands didn't tremble anymore when she poured water. She'd even laughed a few times, real, genuine laughter, watching a clumsy cat slip off a garden wall or listening to an old man argue with a stubborn radio. Her days flowed slowly, like the sea outside her home. After breakfast, she'd take a walk to the little bookshop by the pier. The elderly woman who ran it had a sharp tongue and an even sharper memory, and Rita enjoyed the lively, sarcastic banter they shared. It was the closest thing to friendship she allowed, for now. She found work, not out of need, but purpose. There was a small art gallery that hosted local painters and sculptors. Rita volunteered twice a week, arranging pieces, helping with displays, and even cleaning up. The smell of paint and old wood reminded her of simpler times, before James, before Lynette, before the chaos. Here, she wasn't a scandal. She wasn't a threat. She was just a quiet woman with kind eyes and a child on the way. But her peace wasn't just for healing. It was for planning. Rita had been journaling, writing everything she'd gone through. Every betrayal, every scream, every moment she'd felt worthless. She was documenting it all with the intent to publish one day. Not for fame, but for women like her, who had no voice, who were dismissed, gaslighted, and broken by those they once trusted. Her story wouldn't be about revenge. It would be about rebirth. She was also taking online classes, remote business strategy and marketing. She didn't want to depend on anyone, not even Harry, though he never asked her to. She was learning the tools she needed to create a future, for her and her child. She had an idea brewing, too, an organization, a safe haven for women and children who were survivors of toxic relationships. She would build what she never had. Each kick from the life growing inside her was a reminder that she had something worth fighting for. She'd stopped checking in on the mess she left behind, James, Lynette, Lydia, even Anthony. The temptation was there, but she'd grown stronger than her curiosity. At night, under the soft quilt and the hum of the sea, she would run her hand across her belly and whisper, "We're going to build a beautiful world, just the two of us." The sun was setting outside the mansion, bathing the living room in a golden hue that did nothing to warm the tension crackling inside. James sat slouched on the edge of the couch, his eyes red from lack of sleep, lips pressed into a bitter line. He hadn't spoken much all day. Neither had his mother. But the silence couldn't last forever. With a loud crash, James's mother hurled her porcelain teacup against the wall. It shattered into pieces, just like her plans. "This wasn't supposed to happen," she screeched, her hands shaking. "That girl was our ticket. Our only ticket." James flinched, startled. "You think I don't know that? You think I'm not going crazy knowing she's gone and never looking back?" His mother whirled on him, her elegant silk scarf falling from her shoulders. "You let her slip, James. You, with your arrogance and your games. I told you to be gentle, to work on her emotions, but no. You had to bring Lynette into it." James stood up now, his face stormy. "And what about you, Mother? You stood right there and treated her like trash the moment you found out she was pregnant. You called her names behind her back. You started pulling strings to bring Lynette back into my life. She was a divorced, pregnant woman. What was I supposed to do, roll out the red carpet?" his mother shouted. "I didn't know she was the heirless. That changes everything. Do you know what we could have had if she stayed? Power, land, name, respect. I let my pride blind me." James's fists clenched. "Well, she's gone now. She left the country. No one knows where she is. Not even her friends are talking. That baby, my baby, will grow up without ever knowing me. And you want to talk about regret?" Tears welled up in his mother's eyes, but they were quickly swallowed by fury. "Do you think I care about the baby? I care about what we've lost. She's not just some woman. She was a golden key, and now she's vanished." There was a pause. Just the sound of both their breaths heaving, and the slow drip-drip of the broken teacup's spilled contents hitting the floor. Finally, she whispered, voice hollow, "We backed the wrong horse. We pushed her out, and now the world will never forgive us for it." James turned away, his voice cracked and low. "The world? I don't care about the world. I just want her to look at me again, even if it's with hate." The heavy air pressed down on them as reality sunk in. Rita, the woman they underestimated, the girl they ridiculed, had risen beyond their reach. And for the first time in her perfectly controlled life, James's mother truly felt what it meant to lose. James sat in the back seat of his sleek black car, his jaw clenched tight as his eyes scanned the report in his hands for the 10th time. Pages and pages of nothing. His private investigator stood outside the car door, fidgeting nervously as the silence stretched between them. "Is this some kind of joke?" James finally asked, voice calm but laced with a dangerous undertone. "No, sir," the investigator replied. "We checked everything: airports, immigration logs, bank transactions, phone records. It's like she just disappeared." James threw the file across the seat in frustration. "She didn't disappear. Someone made her disappear." The investigator nodded uneasily. "That's the only logical conclusion. It seems someone with influence wiped her trail clean. Even her old friends won't speak. I suspect they've been warned or compensated." James leaned back, pressing his fingers to his temple, fighting the urge to scream. This couldn't be happening. Not when he was so close to making things right, at least in his twisted view of right. He needed Rita. He needed the child. He needed to make up for every mistake and reclaim what he lost. But it was like chasing a ghost. His mother entered the car a few minutes later, a grim look on her face. "Any leads?" James shook his head, his voice low with defeat. "None. It's like someone erased her from existence." His mother exhaled slowly. "That someone must be Harry. He has the power and the resources." James's eyes flashed. "Then I'll go after him. He can't protect her forever." She placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "We'll find another way. But James, maybe this is a sign. Maybe we should move on." James turned to her, his expression hard. "No. I've made many mistakes in my life, but losing her was the biggest. I don't care if I have to dig through hell itself, I'll find her." Outside, the sky darkened as a storm rolled in, thunder rumbling like a warning. But James didn't care. For the first time, he realized he wasn't chasing Rita out of love anymore. He was chasing her because he couldn't stand losing. The days grew longer, and so did James's shadow. What had started as desperation slowly turned into an obsession that consumed him from the inside out. His company meetings went unattended. His phone rang endlessly without response. His once polished appearance had dulled, his beard unkempt, his eyes sunken, sleepless. He had a wall in his private study now, filled with pins and strings connecting photos, flight records, snippets of places Rita had once mentioned. It was a chaotic map of red ink and unanswered questions. "Rita," he whispered, tracing her name scrawled on a note with trembling fingers. "Where are you?" His mother stood at the doorway, horrified. "James, this is not healthy. You need to stop before you lose yourself." He didn't even look at her. "You made me lose her. You pushed too hard. You judged her. And now look, she's gone." "She was never yours to own," his mother snapped. "That baby, that woman, they are not possessions. They are people. And you didn't treat them right when you had them." James stood up abruptly, glaring at his mother with glassy eyes. "But I can make it right. I have to. I need to explain. I need to see her just once." "You need help," she said softly. "Not Rita." But he wasn't listening. That night, James hired a new team of elite trackers, people who worked off the grid, who could trace the untraceable. He offered a reward with enough zeros to make devils sing. "She's not going to disappear forever," he muttered as he stared out the rain-drenched window. "Not from me." He slept less, ate rarely, and lived only to find a ghost he couldn't catch. Rita had finally found peace. Her new home was nothing like the chaos she had left behind. Nestled in a quiet, flower-lined street with cobbled walkways and friendly faces, it was a fresh beginning, soft, calm, and healing. Her neighbors were warm-hearted people who welcomed her with smiles and the occasional warm dish on her doorstep. There was Mrs. Lawson, the elderly woman next door who loved to share garden tips, Noah, the widowed bookstore owner across the street who always waved with a cup of coffee in hand, and Mia and her twin boys, who adored Rita like an aunt. She had chosen this place for one reason: it felt like a life far removed from her past. No gossip. No greedy eyes. No expectations. Just simple, undisturbed living. Her favorite routine had quickly become her morning and evening walks to the park down the lane. It was a humble little place, with a fountain in the middle and benches nestled under shady trees. Children's laughter echoed as they played on the swings and ran across the open space, and each giggle seemed to soften a part of her that had gone numb. Rita would sit quietly on her usual bench, a hand gently resting on her belly, watching the little ones race around in innocence. Sometimes, she smiled. Other times, tears welled up, not of pain, but of quiet gratitude. This is what she wanted for her child. Freedom. Safety. Joy. One little girl, in particular, had grown fond of Rita. Her name was Emily, all curly hair and missing front teeth. She would run up, hug Rita's leg, and chatter endlessly about her day at school or what her dog did that morning. "You're like a fairy princess," Emily said one afternoon, placing a daisy crown on Rita's head. Rita laughed softly. "A sleepy one, maybe." "You're pretty," Emily said honestly, "even when you look sad." That child's honesty touched something deep in her heart. For the first time in what felt like forever, Rita wasn't merely surviving, she was starting to live again. Rita had always loved fashion, not the loud, overpriced kind that screamed for attention, but the kind that told a story. Simple, elegant, empowering. Back home, she never had the time or peace of mind to pursue it. Her life had been a whirlwind of expectations, betrayal, and survival. But here, in this peaceful city, with its soft breezes and understanding strangers, Rita was finally free to dream again. She didn't want to stay idle. Her pregnancy was still in the early stages, and sitting around all day only gave her more room to drown in memories. She needed something meaningful, something that would not only keep her occupied but also allow her to build something of her own, from scratch. So, she started her own boutique. It was a small but charming space in the quieter part of the city center, tucked between a cozy coffee shop and a florist. She named it Golden Thread. The name was symbolic, a golden thread of hope, weaving through her past and into her future. The interior was just her style, warm lighting, earth-toned walls, and wooden hangers that held delicate, hand-picked pieces. She curated every item with care, mostly elegant, comfortable clothes for women, including expecting mothers who still wanted to look stylish without feeling weighed down. She also partnered with local artisans and seamstresses, giving her business a heartfelt touch. It wasn't just a store, it was a reflection of herself, quiet strength, soft resilience, and a touch of class. To her surprise, the community embraced it quickly. Word of mouth brought in curious customers, and soon, women from different walks of life would stop by just to chat or ask for Rita's opinion on a piece. Sometimes she'd even help them style outfits herself, her face lighting up when they smiled at their reflection. She created a small corner with cozy seating, magazines, and a tea kettle always brewing. Pregnant women, new moms, and even the elderly loved to sit and share stories. One day, as she sat at the counter, sketching a new design idea, Emily, the little girl from the park, ran in holding her mother's hand. "Look, Mommy, it's the fairy princess's shop," she beamed. Rita chuckled, gently hugging the child. "I'm just a regular person, sweetheart." "No," Emily said earnestly, "you make people feel beautiful." Rita blinked back tears. What Rita had started as a humble corner shop was now blossoming into something far greater than she could have imagined. The boutique, Golden Thread, had captured the hearts of the locals. In just a few months, it transformed from a quiet little clothing shop into a beloved destination for women who craved authenticity, something deeper than style. It wasn't just about the clothes anymore, it had become a sanctuary, a community of warmth and empowerment. Customers now came in not only to shop but to confide, laugh, and sometimes cry. Pregnant women adored her maternity line, comfortable, affordable, and stunningly beautiful. Young professionals loved her modest yet bold pieces. Even the elderly would stroll in, often just to have a warm drink and ask her how her day had been. And somehow, despite being in a foreign land, Rita never felt out of place. Her gentle nature, paired with an eye for detail and a genuine interest in people, had created a ripple effect. Women she'd never met before were tagging her business on social media, posting pictures in her designs with captions like, "Wearing strength sewn in grace, thank you Golden Thread." Orders started coming in online. Her small website, which she'd created with the help of one of her kind neighbors, began receiving requests from across the country. It overwhelmed her, but in the best way possible. She had to hire 2 assistants, Sophie and Lara, both local seamstresses who admired her story and admired her heart even more. They worked closely with her, helping manage the growing demand. She turned a small storage room into a mini workspace, where new designs were born almost daily. Every piece she designed carried a meaning, whether it was the rebirth dress, which became her bestseller, or the serenity wrap, designed for new moms. She poured her story into every stitch. Despite the work, she felt at peace. The baby growing inside her had become her motivation, her silent companion in every late-night brainstorming session and every morning she opened the shop. And then, one crisp afternoon as she stood by the window display adjusting a mannequin, a soft knock came at the glass door. A woman, impeccably dressed and clearly not from around the neighborhood, stepped in. "I've heard about you everywhere," the woman smiled. "Your boutique came up in a designer's forum I follow. I'm from a women's business network, and we'd love to feature you at our next conference." Rita blinked, a little stunned. "Me?" The woman nodded. "You're exactly the kind of story we want the world to hear." Rita stepped out of the cab and into the clean, glassy entrance of Good Cure Hospital, her leather handbag clutched gently against her stomach. The warm sunlight filtered through the tall hospital trees, and the atmosphere seemed oddly thick, not with illness or gloom, but tension, buzzing, excited tension. She paused at the reception, already feeling something was off. Unlike her first visit, where everything had been calm and professional, today the hospital lobby resembled a beehive. Nurses in crisp white uniforms clustered in small, whispering groups. Some stood near the elevator, adjusting their hair hurriedly in the mirrored walls, while others swished past in purposeful strides, their heels clicking loudly against the marble floor. A few even dashed from one wing to another, eyes wide with anticipation. Rita frowned, unconsciously placing a hand over her small bump. "What's going on?" She turned slightly, stopping a nurse who seemed to be rushing past with a clipboard. "Excuse me, is everything okay today?" she asked gently. The nurse stopped, her eyes wide and sparkling with barely contained excitement. She leaned closer and whispered, as if delivering classified information. "Dr. Adrian is visiting today. He just flew in from the main branch." Rita blinked. "Dr. Adrian." "Yes," the nurse sighed dreamily, as if the name alone carried a fragrance. "He's the youngest director in the entire Good Cure network. A genius. Trained in 5 countries. Tall, calm, incredibly handsome, he's everything." She clutched her clipboard tighter. "It's like the air changes when he walks in." Before Rita could react, another nurse passed by muttering, "Do I look okay? What if he actually talks to me this time?" "Don't get your hopes up," a receptionist called from behind her desk, trying to hide her own lipstick touch-up. "Last time, he didn't even look our way. He's all about work and nothing else." The air crackled with nervous energy. Some of the women even looked like they'd rather faint from the weight than miss his entrance. Rita gave a small chuckle under her breath. Was she in a hospital or a fashion show? Still, her curiosity was piqued. She didn't care for handsome doctors or their reputations, but the shift in mood intrigued her. She quietly walked down the hallway toward the obstetrics wing, noticing more staff than usual lingering around, pretending to look busy. Suddenly, there was a quiet commotion behind her. Whispered gasps. A few dropped pens. Some literally pressed their backs against the wall as if trying not to draw attention while desperately hoping to be noticed. Rita turned, and there he was. Dr. Adrian. Tall, poised, dressed in an impeccably tailored navy blue suit under his white coat. His dark hair was brushed neatly, eyes sharp but kind, and there was an effortless charm in the way he walked, confident but not arrogant. He was speaking to another doctor beside him, nodding thoughtfully. Rita felt the room still. Even her baby gave a tiny flutter in her belly, as if acknowledging the shift. Their eyes met for the briefest moment. A flicker of recognition. Or maybe it was just coincidence. Either way, he gave her a polite, professional nod, then moved on, causing a fresh wave of gasps and swoons as he passed. She shook her head and continued to her checkup room. Handsome doctors and fan clubs aside, she thought with a tiny smile, she was just here for her baby. The hospital clock struck 10. Outside Good Cure Hospital, a sleek, black luxury SUV pulled into the curved driveway like royalty arriving at a palace. Its tinted windows reflected the mid-morning sun as if guarding a precious jewel inside. Security stepped forward briskly, alert and composed, opening the car door with precision. A hush swept over the crowd. Out stepped Dr. Adrian Trent. Tall, poised, and dressed in a clean, custom-fit navy suit beneath a pristine lab coat that fluttered slightly with the breeze, he looked like a man carved straight out of a magazine, except the air around him held authority no camera could ever capture. His shoes gleamed as they touched the concrete, his wristwatch glinting briefly under the sun. But what stunned everyone most wasn't the polished appearance, it was the aura. Calm. Magnetic. Commanding. A striking blend of youth and power. He adjusted his cufflinks once, his sharp jaw relaxed yet unreadable, and started walking toward the entrance. A red carpet hadn't been laid out, but it didn't need to be. His presence was enough. The hospital's top executives, 5 in total, stood waiting by the sliding doors, dressed in their best suits and gowns, wide smiles plastered on their faces. Among them was the chief medical director, Dr. Martha Ikunda, who quickly stepped forward and extended her hand with a slight bow. "Welcome home, Dr. Adrian. It's an honor to have you back with us." He took her hand lightly and gave a nod. "Thank you, Dr. Ikunda. I'm pleased to be here." As he stepped inside, a line of nurses, doctors, and administrative staff stood respectfully to the side, clapping lightly in sync, a mixture of admiration and awe dancing in their eyes. Some couldn't help but whisper, "He's even more handsome in person. He's so young, and yet so powerful." They say he turned around 3 major hospitals abroad in just a year. A nurse standing closest to the elevator clutched her chest, her heart thudding louder than the applause. His clean scent trailed behind him like a whisper, cool, crisp, and sophisticated. His black eyes swept the lobby, not missing a single detail. He offered nods, subtle greetings, and professional smiles, but remained focused, never distracted, never slowed down. When he finally stepped into the executive boardroom, the hospital doors closed behind him with a soft whoosh, and the crowd that had watched him disappear stood frozen, as if something holy had just passed them by. In the silence that followed, one young receptionist, barely older than 20, sighed dreamily. "Now I understand what they mean when they say a man can walk like destiny." The atmosphere inside Good Cure Hospital was still charged with whispers and low giggles, the air practically vibrating with the aftershocks of Dr. Adrian's grand arrival. Staff who had only read about him in medical journals were now buzzing with excitement, and even some patients were peeking out of their rooms, curious about the commotion. Rita had finished her checkup. Dressed in a soft cream maternity dress that hugged her gently rounded belly, she clutched a small hospital folder under her arm and stepped into the hallway, already planning to pick up a few things for her boutique on her way home. She walked toward the elevator, humming softly to herself. At that exact moment, the private elevator on the other side of the building dinged open, reserved only for top officials. Dr. Adrian, with 2 senior doctors trailing behind him, stepped out, his polished shoes clicking against the floor. His eyes scanned the surroundings as he made his way toward the staircase. He always preferred stairs, said it kept him grounded. He passed through the hallway across from Rita's. They were just one wall, one corridor, one breath apart. Rita, reaching the exit door, turned back for a moment and saw 2 nurses huddled by the nurses' station, breathless and whispering. "Did you see his eyes? I swear, I forgot how to breathe. He passed me. My knees actually buckled, I'm not joking." Rita raised an eyebrow, amused. "They must be talking about the famous director," she muttered to herself with a small smile. She hadn't been curious enough to stay and watch earlier. In fact, her only focus had been on her baby's health, her next stock order, and the scent of chocolate cookies she'd planned to bake that evening. As she walked out into the bright sun, her path brushing right past the corridor he had just left, the door shut behind her with a soft click. Dr. Adrian, on the other end, paused briefly, his gaze lifting toward the same glass door as if sensing something. But then, he looked away. Back in his calm stride. The elegant corridors of Good Cure Hospital were buzzing like a hive stirred from slumber. Since Dr. Adrian's return, the staff seemed to float rather than walk, perfumed, polished, postured. Even the usually stern chief matron had traded her regulation shoes for more feminine heels. Every department was on its best behavior. Fresh flowers lined the walls, files were stacked in perfect order, and even the coffee from the cafeteria seemed unusually aromatic. In the executive boardroom, senior managers, including 3 of the top female directors, gathered around him after a successful performance briefing. "You know, Dr. Adrian," purred Director Camille, brushing imaginary lint off her sleeve, "if you ever need help settling back into the city, my husband and I host wonderful networking dinners." He offered her a polite smile, eyes cool. "I appreciate the gesture. Though I must admit, my nights are mostly claimed by the ER or medical journals these days." The others chuckled politely, but his calm tone made it clear, not interested. Later, on the third floor, Nurse Janice had timed her rounds perfectly. She accidentally dropped a stack of charts in front of him in the hallway. "Oh no, I'm so clumsy today," she giggled. Dr. Adrian paused, knelt down to help her, handed her the last folder, and then stood up with an unreadable expression. "Be careful. Someone could trip," he said, then walked away without another glance. Another day, a group of interns stood by the window in the pediatrics wing where Adrian had just finished checking in on a young patient. "God, did you hear how he calmed that kid down?" whispered one of them. "He's like an angel. An angel that doesn't even look at us," another sighed. Even Dr. Fiona, a renowned neurologist, had once invited him for coffee after a symposium, confident in her charm and equal footing. He had smiled that same graceful, diplomatic smile. "You're brilliant, Dr. Fiona. I hope to read your next paper soon." He hadn't shown up for the coffee. No one could understand it. Was he too focused? Was he heartbroken? Or simply uninterested? But one thing was clear. Dr. Adrian was a constellation they could see, but not touch. The marble-floored corridors of Good Cure Hospital may have been spotless, but the air had begun to thicken, with whispers, speculation, and the low hum of curiosity. It started at the nurses' station in Ward C. "Don't you think it's strange?" whispered Nurse Lydia, glancing sideways. "A man like Dr. Adrian. All that charm, money, looks, and not even one known scandal or dating rumor." Nurse Mel chuckled, pouring herself a cup of tea. "I've worked here for 5 years. Not once have I seen him take a personal call or flirt back. Not even when Dr. Camille practically threw herself at him last week. Nothing. It spread like wildfire, like a secret everyone claimed not to care about, but couldn't help but feed." In the break room, junior doctors debated over lunch. "What if he's a priest in disguise?" one joked. Or worse, another leaned in, lowering their voice, "What if he's incapable?" Gasps. Suppressed laughter. Even the administrative wing wasn't spared. Some of the senior executives began to whisper in closed meetings, wondering if his disinterest was tied to something deeper, personal trauma, a vow of celibacy, a hidden illness. Of course, no one dared speak these speculations in front of him. He was too revered, too respected. But behind closed doors, a man that powerful must have something wrong with him, right? Still, Dr. Adrian continued his days unbothered. Unmoved. His focus on his patients and medical research never wavered. He walked past the glances, the forced smiles, the curiosity masked in courtesy, with the calm of a man who knew exactly who he was. But if anyone looked closely, there were moments. Subtle, almost invisible shifts in his gaze when he passed the maternity wing. The way his hand lingered on a newborn's tiny palm during checkups. The quiet sigh when he looked out the window during dusk. Something was buried deep. The soft hum of jazz music filled the intimate corners of the cozy restaurant Rita had come to love since settling into her new city. The lighting was warm, the scent of fresh herbs and grilled delicacies hung gently in the air, and the quiet chatter of diners created a comforting background buzz. It was her little escape, a place to sit in solitude, sip her favorite mango passion juice, and let her thoughts drift freely. That afternoon, Rita sat by the window, a novel in hand, her belly barely showing under her sundress. The quiet life was treating her well, and today was meant to be just like the others, peaceful and uneventful. Until he walked in. Tall. Commanding. Effortlessly graceful. The air shifted the moment Dr. Adrian stepped through the arched doorway of the restaurant. Dressed in a simple yet tailored blazer and dark trousers, his presence was magnetic. Conversations paused. A few heads subtly turned. Even the waiters seemed to stand straighter. Rita hadn't noticed him at first. But then, as if a string had gently tugged her attention, her eyes lifted, and locked with his. Time faltered. Her glass paused midair. His sharp eyes, usually indifferent and unreadable back at the hospital, suddenly seemed softer, curious. The brief contact stretched longer than mere politeness would allow. Her breath caught. Her heart stumbled. Then, to her complete disbelief, he changed direction. Guided by instinct more than reason, Dr. Adrian diverted from his original path and walked toward her table. Rita straightened instinctively, her hand lightly brushing her belly, confused yet composed. "Good afternoon," he said, his voice a calm baritone that seemed to glide through the quiet air between them. Rita smiled, polite yet surprised. "Good afternoon, Doctor." There was a flicker of recognition in his eyes, but he didn't mention the hospital or her pregnancy. Instead, he asked gently, "Mind if I say hello properly? I didn't expect to run into a familiar face here." "Neither did I," Rita said, smiling more warmly now. They exchanged brief pleasantries, harmless, light, but strangely meaningful. He didn't sit. He didn't linger too long. But for a fleeting moment, it felt like the world narrowed to just the two of them. Then, as if remembering his purpose, Adrian turned to where his assistant was waiting. A refined older gentleman, clearly a business associate, rose to greet him. He offered Rita one last glance, still unreadable, but softer now. "Enjoy your afternoon," he said before walking away. Rita watched him settle at the other table, his posture regal, his laughter low and polite. He was entirely in control again, immersed in discussion. But Rita was not. She blinked at her half-empty glass of juice and chuckled to herself. "Get a grip, Rita," she muttered under her breath. "You're just pregnant. Hormonal. That's all this is." As the late afternoon sun filtered through the windshield of the sleek black car, Dr. Adrian sat in the back seat, silent and unreadable as always. His assistant, Mark, adjusted his tie as they drove out of the restaurant's parking lot, occasionally glancing at his boss through the rearview mirror. But then, Adrian spoke. "Do you know the lady from earlier?" he asked casually, as if the question meant nothing. Mark blinked, taken slightly aback. Adrian never asked about women. Ever. "The one at the corner table?" he asked. Adrian gave a small nod, his gaze still fixed on the receding cityscape outside the window. "Not really," Mark replied after a moment. "But I think I saw her at the hospital the other day, maybe during the director's rounds." Adrian hummed thoughtfully. A sound so faint, it might have gone unnoticed, if not for the surprise it stirred. "Oh," he said simply, though his mind lingered. Mark hesitated, then smirked teasingly. "Boss, are you interested in her?" he asked, voice light and playful. Adrian's eyes flicked toward him, sharp, cutting. "Mind your own business," he replied coolly. The air in the car grew quiet again. But Mark was left wondering. In all his years working closely with Dr. Adrian, through high-profile hospital board meetings, awards, surgeries, and conferences, not once had he seen him acknowledge a woman with anything beyond clinical politeness. Yet today, the most enigmatic man in the city, rumored to be emotionally unavailable and perhaps even incapable of romance, had taken a deliberate detour just to greet a stranger. And now he was asking questions. Mark stole another glance through the mirror. Adrian was back to his unreadable self, arms folded, jaw firm. But there was something else, a flicker of thought behind those calm eyes. Who is she? And why do I feel like I've met her before? The car pulled into the underground parking of Adrian's luxurious high-rise apartment. The silence between the two men lingered like a fog, thick, unsaid, and slightly charged. Mark parked smoothly, but before he could step out to open the door for his boss, Adrian's voice broke through the quiet. "Mark," he said, his tone calm but commanding, "I want everything you can find about that woman." Mark blinked. "The one from the restaurant?" "Yes." "Name, background, occupation?" "Everything," Adrian replied without looking at him. "You have 2 days." Mark stared for a second, almost sure he was hallucinating. Was this really happening? Sure, boss. Consider it done." Adrian nodded once, stepped out of the car, and disappeared into the private elevator without another word. Mark stood there for a moment, leaning against the car, still trying to process the bizarre command. This was the same Dr. Adrian who had turned down a celebrity's invitation to dinner without blinking. The same man whose admirers sent roses, chocolates, and even expensive watches, only to have them politely returned without a note. Now he was launching a silent investigation over a woman he'd spoken to for less than a minute. Wow, Mark muttered to himself with a small smirk. She must be something. He pulled out his phone, made a quick voice note of the task, and sent a message to his most trusted contact in the city. Need full background on a woman. Discreet and quick. 2 days max. Meanwhile, back in her cozy new apartment, Rita stood by the window, arms folded over her growing belly. The sky had turned a soft shade of amber, and the city felt peaceful, like a fresh start wrapped in quietude. Yet, her mind wandered. Back to the restaurant. Back to him. Why did he come to my table? She frowned a little, rubbing her belly slowly. He didn't even say much, but it felt like I had known him longer than just a glance. She brushed the thought away with a shake of her head. Get it together, Rita, she murmured. You've had enough drama to last a lifetime. The city lights flickered like restless stars outside Adrian's penthouse window. He stood with a tumbler of untouched whiskey in hand, eyes lost in the skyline, but mind far from it. His thoughts were consumed, unshakable. That woman. Her face. Her presence. Her scent. Why do I feel like I've known her, he murmured to himself, tapping the glass against his lower lip absent-mindedly. The brief exchange at the restaurant had disturbed his usual calm. For a man used to moving through life with unbothered grace, this nagging curiosity was a foreign, almost irritating feeling. He turned away from the window and strode over to his home office. The blue screen of his laptop greeted him, and he quickly brought up the secure search system only he and Mark used. Rita, he mumbled, unsure of her last name. He typed in a few keywords from what little he remembered: Good Cure Hospital, new patient, recent move-in, and within minutes, her profile began to form. When he found her full name, Rita Mathoni, it was like lightning struck through his chest. He clicked deeper. Date of birth. Hometown. And that's when it hit him. They were from the same city. He leaned back in his leather chair, stunned. No wonder her scent, her aura, it was all too familiar. We must have crossed paths before, he said aloud, brows furrowing. But where? He clicked through the few public records available. Her name had recently been removed from a marriage certificate, divorced. Pregnant. New business owner. All her records were clean and recent. But what intrigued him more was how little there was, almost like someone had deliberately kept her life quiet. Hidden. A chill ran through him. Not fear. Not shock. Fascination. He closed the laptop and stood, dragging a hand down his face. This isn't about recognition, he whispered. It's something deeper. And just like that, Rita became a mystery that Adrian knew he had to solve, not just for the sake of curiosity, but because something in him needed to understand what drew him to her so strongly. Adrian sat stiffly at the edge of his couch, phone pressed tightly to his ear. The tension in his shoulders was palpable, and his tone was sharper than usual. Yes. I need the footage from that night. 3 days before my departure. The table near the center window. Yes, that night, he confirmed in a low, demanding voice. It was late, but the restaurant manager back home was quick to comply. No one ignored a request from Dr. Adrian Muriathi, especially not one laced with that kind of urgency. A few minutes later, his email pinged. A secured link. Adrian clicked it immediately. The video loaded. Dim lighting. Clinking glasses. Laughter. He pressed pause and leaned in, squinting at the timestamp. Then hit play. There he was, his former self, surrounded by colleagues, a drink in hand, forced smiles plastered on his face. And then the chaos began. His anger. The confrontation. The shouting match with one of his associates. But just behind him. At the very edge of the frame, sitting alone and sipping on a drink, her. Rita. She had turned slightly, as if drawn by the commotion. Her eyes locked briefly with his in the footage, just as they had a few nights ago at the restaurant. Only this time, Adrian realized that back then, in that heated moment, she had been the calm in his storm. He leaned back, jaw clenched, eyes dark with realization. It was her, he whispered. All this time. I saw her before. There was a strange comfort in knowing it. But also, a ripple of anxiety. Why didn't I notice her then? Why now? Adrian stood up abruptly, raking his hand through his hair. He had spent all this time convinced that no one had truly seen him during those chaotic last days back home. But she had. Unknowingly. Silently. And now, they were in the same city again, under entirely different circumstances. Something about this didn't feel like coincidence. It felt like fate. Adrian stared at the laptop screen, his jaw tightening the deeper he read into Rita's past. Mark had delivered everything within the promised 2 days: Rita's background, her sudden move abroad, her new business, even notes about her discreet hospital visits. But it was the final pages of the report that gripped him the most. She was once married. To a man named James. A man who had everything and still chose to betray her. The divorce had been quiet, but the scars were loud. Adrian sat back slowly, his chest rising with an unfamiliar ache. He had expected the usual, a breakup, maybe differences in personality, or a career-based separation. But this, betrayal, abandonment, and a pregnancy born of it, that hit differently. He read the summary again. Subject: Rita N. was married to James T., a businessman known for murky deals. Divorce finalized a few months ago. Primary cause: infidelity and emotional neglect. She has since relocated, expecting her first child. No recorded new romantic affiliations. He clenched his fists. She didn't deserve that, he muttered. His mind played back the softness in her eyes, the calm way she responded to his greeting, the way her fingers gently cradled her glass at the restaurant like she was holding her world together piece by piece. And now he knew why. She had to. All the indifference he showed to the women around him, all the emotional walls he'd built to protect himself from messy attachments, it had never prepared him to feel anything this deeply for someone he had barely exchanged words with. But he wasn't just feeling. He was caring. And that terrified him. He closed the laptop slowly, stood up, and walked to the balcony. The stars above the city twinkled, unaware of the turmoil unraveling within him. He never expected to cross paths with her again, far from home. "You're stronger than I imagined, Rita," he whispered into the night air. "And I think I want to know you. Not the report. The real you." Coincidences or fate? Adrian stood motionless for a while after Mark relayed the final piece of information. "She went for a prenatal checkup, sir. She's 3 months along." 3. Adrian echoed, his voice low. "Yes, sir. It seems she's been consistent with her visits. Good cure hospital. Quiet. Discreet." Adrian turned to the tall glass window of his study, his reflection barely visible against the night sky. His thoughts spun fast. 3 months pregnant. That meant, she had only just started to show. That night at the restaurant, her glow hadn't just been charm, it was the light of life within her. "A child," he murmured. For a man who had carefully mapped every part of his life, his studies, his career, his social avoidance, nothing could have prepared him for how this knowledge landed. He had finally met a woman who intrigued him. A woman whose spirit he admired, whose silence carried resilience, and whose smile hinted at stories deeper than words could carry. And now, finding out she was expecting. He sat down heavily in the armchair, fingers pressed to his temple. "What a coincidence," he whispered. Or maybe, not. His mind raced back to the surveillance footage from home. The night he was dragged out of that restaurant, humiliated by some goon sent by a rival in the medical industry. She had been there. In the chaos, she had stood and reached for him, her eyes filled with concern even though they were strangers. She had seen him at his lowest, and he never even knew. Now here they were again. In a foreign country, in the same hospital, in the same city, and somehow fate had aligned their paths once more. "She's not just anyone," Adrian said to himself. "I need to understand why this feels like more than chance." He turned back to Mark, who stood respectfully at the edge of the room. "Make sure she's comfortable. I don't want her to ever know someone's been watching her unless I choose to tell her myself." "Understood, sir." As Mark left, Adrian leaned back and whispered to the silence. "Who hurt you, Rita? And why do I feel like I was meant to find you after everything fell apart?" Rita sat quietly in the waiting area of Good Cure Hospital, absently flipping through a parenting magazine. The gentle hum of distant chatter, nurses' footsteps echoing down tiled corridors, and the occasional whir of opening doors filled the air. It was her third prenatal checkup, and despite how well her pregnancy had been progressing, there was always a small flutter of anxiety in her chest whenever she came. She didn't know why, but something felt different about the atmosphere today. The receptionist was overly polite, the nurses offered her gentle smiles, and even the guard at the entrance had greeted her with an unusual softness in his tone. Maybe it was the hormones. Or maybe she was just overthinking again. When her name was finally called, she walked down the familiar hallway toward the private consultation rooms. A nurse led her to one of the premium rooms she hadn't used before. It was larger, immaculately furnished with soft lighting, and had a gentle scent of vanilla in the air. "Is this where I'll be seen today?" she asked, confused. "Yes, ma'am. Dr. Adrian will be attending to you," the nurse replied, with a twinkle in her eyes. Rita paused. "Adrian," she echoed, heart suddenly skipping. "Yes. Dr. Adrian. He's one of our directors and a highly respected OB-GYN. You're in very good hands," the nurse smiled reassuringly. Rita swallowed. Surely, it couldn't be the same Adrian, the one from the restaurant, the one who had stolen her attention without even trying. Before she could protest or even gather her thoughts, the door opened slowly, and there he was, Dr. Adrian Rivera, dressed in a pristine white coat over navy blue scrubs, a stethoscope looped casually around his neck. Time stood still. Their eyes locked. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Adrian's face was unreadable, but his eyes held warmth, a kind of calm intensity that almost made her forget how to breathe. "Good morning, Miss Rita," he said, his voice calm and steady. "I hope you don't mind, but I've taken over your case personally. I've reviewed your file and I believe I can offer the best care moving forward." Rita blinked. Her brain tried to catch up with what was happening. You're a doctor here?" she asked slowly. "One of the directors," he nodded. "But I've resumed clinical rounds recently." She sat down, trying to process the rush of emotions flooding her, confusion, curiosity, and something else she couldn't quite name. "If you're not comfortable, I can assign another doctor immediately," Adrian offered gently, sensing her internal storm. She quickly shook her head. "No, it's fine. Just unexpected." He nodded, taking his seat across from her. For a few moments, it was all professionalism, questions about symptoms, her diet, sleeping patterns, emotional state, and physical changes. He was attentive, detailed, and calm. His voice had a way of soothing the nerves she hadn't even realized she had. Then came the ultrasound. As he moved the wand gently across her belly, the monitor came to life, showing the little being growing inside her. Rita turned her head to look, her lips parting slightly in awe. Adrian watched her closely, how her face lit up, how her hand instinctively moved to cradle her stomach protectively. There was something sacred in that moment, and for the first time in a long while, he felt connected. Strong heartbeat. "Everything looks perfect," he said softly, not taking his eyes off the screen. "Thank you," she whispered, smiling gently. When the scan was over and she was dressed again, Adrian handed her the printed image. "You're doing really well, Rita," he said, standing as she prepared to leave. "I'll be monitoring your progress closely. If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to call." She hesitated at the door, then turned back. Why did you take my case?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. Adrian paused, then offered the most honest answer he could. "Sometimes, the universe gives us a second chance to notice someone we should have noticed sooner." Rita's heart thudded as she turned and walked out, her mind spinning. Outside the room, Mark was waiting discreetly. Adrian stepped out, and Mark raised an eyebrow. "You good?" "Yeah," Adrian replied. "You think she suspects anything?" "Maybe," Adrian said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. But not everything. Not yet. When the walls came crashing down. Back in the city, James once paraded like a king, the luxurious mansion that used to host lavish parties, expensive guests, and ego-driven extravagance was no longer the envy of the neighborhood. The once manicured lawns were overgrown, the driveway empty of its luxury cars, sold off, piece by piece, to appease the vultures that circled closer each day. It had been quiet, too quiet, for a while now. James had been laying low, hiding from reality, from his creditors, from the failure that he never thought would come. He had built his life on borrowed glory, funded by loans he took without blinking, believing that marrying Rita would automatically launch him into a world of unimaginable wealth. But now, she was gone, and so was the fantasy. And reality had finally knocked. Hard. The loud, aggressive bang on the metallic gate early that morning didn't just jolt James out of bed, it yanked him straight into the nightmare he'd tried so hard to escape. Bang. 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 Open this gate or we'll bring it down. James stumbled to the window, still in his crumpled shirt from last night's drunken stupor. He peered through the curtain. His face went pale. 4 black SUVs were parked outside. Tall, grim-faced men in dark sunglasses stood leaning against them, arms folded, while others, more aggressive, had already jumped the gate and were pounding on his front door. Loan sharks, James muttered, his voice barely a whisper. His heart slammed in his chest as sweat drenched his forehead. Within minutes, the door was flung open, his panicked housekeeper having no choice but to let them in. Mr. James, the tallest among them, growled, stepping into the living room like he owned it. We've been patient. Very patient. But now, your time's up. James tried to maintain his composure, but it was crumbling fast. Please, just give me a little more time, he stammered. I am working on something. I'll pay you back, I swear. The men exchanged a humorless laugh. You said that 3 months ago. Then again last month. Now there's no more grace. You borrowed millions to impress a woman who left you. That's not our problem. We want our money. They began to walk through the house, opening drawers, inspecting artwork, checking for anything of value. His mother, hearing the commotion, rushed downstairs in her robe. What is going on? Who are these people? She demanded. James looked at her with wild eyes. They're here because of me, because of the loans I took. She turned pale, her face falling. How much? He didn't answer. One of the loan sharks did. 28 million, he said dryly. And growing, with interest. She gasped, her hand flying to her chest. That was supposed to be wedding money, investment money, she choked out. You said Rita would cover it all. Rita's gone. James shouted, finally breaking. She's gone and she's not coming back. Silence fell like a heavy curtain. James sunk to the floor, burying his face in his hands. The men didn't care for his dramatics. You have 7 days to begin repayment. Or next time, we take the house. Or the blood. With that, they left, their threat lingering in the air like smoke after a fire. James's mother slumped onto the couch beside him, her face ghostly pale. We let her go, we chased her away, and now, everything is crumbling. James didn't reply. He couldn't. His mind was spiraling. Rita had been the key. The golden ticket. The very thing they had so shamelessly tried to use, and now, without her, they were nothing. And worst of all, he still couldn't find her. She had vanished without a trace, and he was falling apart. The room thickened with tension. James barely had time to process the last threat when the tall, sharp-jawed man who hadn't spoken earlier stepped forward. Unlike the others, he wore a tailored coat over his shoulders, designer sunglasses perched low on his nose, and a gold ring that caught the light every time he pointed. He wasn't here for the money. He was here for payback. Where's the beauty you promised us? He asked coldly, his voice rich with arrogance and venom. My boss waited, trusted you, put his honor on the line because you assured him the woman would be in his bed that night. James blinked in panic. What? Don't act stupid, the men growled, stepping closer, the air between them charged. You sold her. You sold your wife like a piece of meat. And now? My boss is furious. You gave him the wrong woman. James's mouth fell open in horror. What? No. No, brothers, I swear, I sent her to that hotel room myself. She walked in. I saw her enter the suite, my wife. Rita, he said, his voice rising, desperate, pleading. I did everything right. The man's lip curled. Everything right, he echoed mockingly. You fool. She never showed up in that room. A different woman did. My boss was humiliated. The wrong girl, average, clumsy, not even close to what he paid for. James's mind scrambled. His hands flew to his head as realization hit. Rita had outsmarted them. She knew. She had known his plan. She must have found out and switched herself with someone else. James staggered backward, his heart racing. It wasn't my fault. She must have, she tricked me. The man wasn't moved. We don't care. You made a fool out of him, and now he wants payback. James's knees buckled. Please. I'll find her. Just give me time. Time. The man laughed. You're out of time. You lost the money. You lost the girl. You're useless. Before leaving, he gave one final warning. A cold promise wrapped in steel. We're not only coming for your money now. If my boss ever finds her first, you'll wish debt was your only problem. They left him standing there, trembling, ruined, and truly terrified for the first time. The flashback, dressed for betrayal. Rita twirled once in front of the mirror, her reflection smiling back at her for the first time in what felt like forever. Her soft wine-red dress hugged her figure just right, and the light touch of makeup made her brown eyes shimmer. Her heart fluttered with anticipation. James had invited her out, willingly. No fights, no scowls, no guilt-tripping. Just fun. He had said, let's go out, just you and me. Like old times. Rita had stared at him in disbelief before breaking into a radiant smile. That Friday evening, she hummed a forgotten love song while getting ready, the house momentarily glowing with hope. When James stepped out of the bedroom and saw her, even he paused. Wow. You look good, he mumbled. Thanks, she blushed softly, clutching her purse. You ready? He nodded, checking his phone quickly before they stepped out. The club was already buzzing when they arrived. Lights flickered, music throbbed, and people danced like they had nothing to lose. James pulled her close and offered her a drink, then another, and another. Rita didn't drink much, but tonight she didn't want to say no, not when he was actually smiling at her, laughing even. Dance with me, he said, and she happily obliged. They moved in sync, Rita's heart dancing faster than her feet. She hadn't felt this alive in ages. When James leaned in and kissed her cheek, she closed her eyes and let herself believe, maybe things were changing. The club pulsed with energy, a neon jungle where people danced, laughed, and lost themselves in the music. James and Rita walked in, his hand tight around hers, guiding her through the crowded space. The air was thick with the scent of perfume, alcohol, and cigarette smoke. Rita felt a sense of excitement. James had been distant lately, cold even. This rare moment where he was actually being affectionate, buying her drinks, complimenting her, felt like a dream. She didn't notice the careful way James held her, his smile just a bit too rehearsed, his eyes glinting with a hidden agenda. He seemed almost too perfect, too attentive, like the James she had married years ago, before the distance, the anger, the manipulation. Tonight's all about you, he had said, leading her to a table by the bar. Rita smiled, her heart light. The music played, the laughter flowed, and she felt alive again. James ordered a round of drinks, each one carefully picked, a brand she liked but didn't often have the chance to indulge in. As he handed her the glass, his fingers brushing lightly against hers, Rita felt the familiar warmth she had been craving in their relationship. But underneath it all, James's mind was far from the moment. He was calculating, nervous in a way that Rita could not see. As he sat across from her, chatting about mundane things, how much the city had changed, how much his business was doing well, he kept his eye on the clock. He knew when the deal would take effect. The evening passed in a blur of music and laughter, the dim lights casting shadows over the table. James was charming, his words smooth and reassuring, just enough to keep Rita feeling comfortable, happy, unaware. And then the drink came, an extra round, a special one, he said. Rita, trusting him, took a sip. She was blissfully ignorant of the tiny, tasteless pill that had dissolved quietly into her drink, the one that would make her drowsy, dizzy, and confused. At first, Rita didn't feel anything. She continued chatting with James, thinking how lucky she was to have him back in this way. But then her vision blurred. It was slight at first, just a soft fuzzing around the edges, but quickly it intensified. Her head felt heavy, her body suddenly too light, like her limbs were made of cotton. James, she said softly, her voice wavering. I don't feel so good. James's smile didn't waver. He leaned in, his hands brushing her hair away from her face as though to comfort her, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Only calculation. Only the cold satisfaction of knowing that everything was going according to plan. He watched her carefully as she struggled to stay conscious, her eyes unfocused, her body swaying slightly. Rita tried to hold onto the table, but her grip was weak, and she slumped slightly against him. Just a moment, baby, James murmured in her ear, his voice low, too calm. Just a little rest, and you'll feel better. Don't worry. And with that, he helped her stand, supporting her weight like a man escorting an ill woman from a crowded place, but he wasn't concerned about her well-being. He was leading her straight into the arms of the loan sharks who were waiting outside. Rita's head was spinning, her body fighting against the drug, but it was no use. She barely noticed as they exited the club, as James's grip on her tightened. Her world was shrinking, everything slipping through her fingers. They were met by the men waiting by a sleek black car. Rita couldn't even make out their faces, her vision now completely out of focus. She tried to speak, but her words came out slurred, meaningless. The only thing she understood in that moment was that she had been taken by the very man she trusted most. James, what's going on? She whispered, her voice shaky. Where are we going? James didn't answer. He couldn't. Not with the deal already set in motion. Not with the loan sharks looking on, their eyes cold and eager. He had already given them his word, his wife, in exchange for the money he owed. Rita's fate had already been sealed before they had even left the club. As she was pushed into the car, her body weak and uncooperative, she couldn't understand what was happening. All she knew was that the man she had loved, the man she had trusted, was betraying her in the most brutal way imaginable. James slid into the car beside her, but his eyes didn't meet hers. He couldn't face her. Not when he knew what he was doing, what he was about to give up. Rita's body, now slumped against the leather seat, was too far gone. She felt her world spinning faster and faster until she finally succumbed to the blackness. The scene unfolded with an eerie sense of fate. The club had been buzzing with life, its vibrant lights casting a haze over the night. Adrian, not realizing the trap set for him, had been drugged by his rivals. His drink, a well-placed concoction of sedatives, had slowly worked its magic. As he leaned against the bar, feeling the world spin, a woman approached him, one he had seen at the club before, a familiar face in the crowd. She was beautiful, too beautiful to ignore, with dark eyes filled with something more than admiration. She had always fantasized about Adrian, watching him from afar, and tonight, she saw an opening. She'd been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and she was determined to make the most of it. Adrian, his thoughts clouded, didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. He was led away by her, stumbling slightly, too out of it to question where he was going. Meanwhile, Rita was in another part of the club, blissfully unaware of the storm that was about to crash over her. The loan sharks had placed her in the hands of their boss, a man who had his eyes on her ever since the first day he saw her, but he wasn't there yet. His orders were clear: keep her waiting. When Rita was dropped off in the luxurious suite, the world felt a bit too distant, and she sank onto the bed, exhausted from the night's events. Her mind was a blur of confusion, anxiety, and dizziness, all thanks to the drugged drink James had forced her to take. She didn't hear the door open. She didn't see the man who staggered in, his vision swimming, lost and confused. Adrian was so disoriented from the effects of the drug that he hadn't even realized he had entered the wrong room. He saw a figure on the bed, and in his haze, he thought it was the woman who had taken him there. Rita was asleep, her body heavy from the drug coursing through her veins, and when Adrian moved toward her, his movements sluggish and clouded by the drug, she didn't stir. His mind was muddled, his body reacting on autopilot. He didn't fully grasp what was happening until it was too late, and in his confusion, they shared an intimate moment, both unaware of what they were doing or who they were with. When Adrian finally sobered up enough to realize the mistake, he was startled by the sudden clarity that hit him. He looked around, his gaze falling on the woman in the bed. She was still asleep, oblivious to everything, and he felt a strange sense of guilt rush through him. He quickly gathered himself, his head spinning, and left the room in a hurry, unsure of what had just happened, or why he felt this deep, uncomfortable feeling gnawing at him. In the next room, the loan shark's boss was with the woman who had initially been sent to get close to Adrian. She had seen the opportunity and had taken it. When she finally realized Adrian wasn't in the room with her, she felt a surge of anger and frustration. She had been promised the men, but instead, he had taken someone else, someone she hadn't even known. The betrayal hit her hard, and she stormed out of the room, furious with the way things had turned out. Back in the suite where Rita lay, she was still deeply asleep, her mind lost in a haze. The entire night felt like a blur. Her body ached slightly, but she didn't fully register the reason why. When she woke up, she groggily opened her eyes, confused and disoriented. For a moment, she was unsure where she was, but then the memories of the night before began to trickle back. Her heart skipped a beat when she realized she wasn't alone in the room. She turned her head slowly, her breath catching in her throat. James was sitting beside her, his face filled with a strange mix of concern and guilt. He was the last person she expected to see, especially after everything that had happened, after the way he had treated her. "James," Rita whispered, her voice cracking slightly as she tried to sit up. She could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on her chest, the events of the night playing out in fragmented flashes in her mind. James looked at her, his expression cold. He had a twisted satisfaction in his eyes, as though he knew more than she could ever imagine. "Rita, you've been through a lot," he said, his voice low. "You don't remember much, do you?" As Rita slowly regained full consciousness, the fog of confusion began to lift. She tried to piece together the remnants of the night, but all she could recall were the moments leading up to her feeling happy, carefree, and at ease in James's company. The two of them had gone out to the club together, and for the first time in a long while, he had been kind and attentive, even charming. They had shared drinks, laughter, and a sense of togetherness that Rita had longed for since their marriage. It had felt so normal, so genuine, like the old days when she had believed they were in love. Now, she found herself beside him in a strange room, and despite the strange sensations in her body, a beautiful memory bloomed in her mind, one that made her smile, despite the confusion. She had memories of their brief moments of happiness that felt almost too perfect, too warm, and it all felt right. She turned to James, who was sitting beside her with a blank expression. He looked tired, his face drawn with exhaustion. For a moment, she simply stared at him, her eyes softening as she reached out and placed a gentle hand on his arm. "You should go home and rest, James," she urged him, her voice filled with concern and tenderness. "We both need rest, and I don't want you to wear yourself out." James blinked, his gaze shifting to her with something resembling guilt in his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words didn't come out right away. Then, as if he'd realized she was right, he nodded slightly. "You're right, Rita. I'll take you home too, okay," he said, his voice softer than she had ever heard it. The quiet reassurance made her feel a sense of comfort. Maybe things were going to get better. She didn't know why he seemed different, why there was a distant sadness in his eyes, but for now, all that mattered was the warmth of their connection. She had no idea how much things had shifted in that one night. They left the room together, and for a while, it felt like a simple, ordinary moment, one where a husband and wife, after a long time apart emotionally, shared a quiet bond. As they walked out into the cool night air, Rita felt a strange sense of calm settle over her. She wasn't sure what the future held, but for now, she just wanted to focus on the present. Home, safety, and perhaps a new chance to heal together, even if the past lingered in the shadows. The sun had barely risen when James's nightmare returned to his doorstep, darker and more merciless than ever. The once vibrant compound was now a shell of its former glory. Overgrown grass crept around cracked pavements, and the rusting gate creaked ominously in the breeze. Inside, James sat with his head bowed low, his hands buried deep in his hair. His skin was clammy with sweat, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. Days had passed since the loan shark's last visit, but their threat echoed louder with each tick of the clock. Rita was gone. No trail, no phone number, no friends who could betray her new location. He had scoured social media, contacted her former acquaintances, even tried hacking into her old emails, but there was absolutely nothing. It was as though she had vanished into thin air. Worse still, the money he had borrowed, millions, was now overdue. And the devils had returned. The gate crashed open with a thunderous bang, followed by the echoing stomp of heavy boots. James didn't need to look. He knew who it was. 5 men entered the house like a plague, hulking figures with jagged tattoos, gold chains, and soulless eyes. At the center stood their leader, tall, dark, and with a sinister smirk that made James's blood run cold. "Well, well, Mr. Romeo," he said mockingly, his voice low and dangerous. "Where's the beauty you promised us?" James leapt to his feet. "Brothers, please. I swear, I didn't trick you. I took her there myself. She must have escaped somehow." "You think we're fools," the leader growled, grabbing James by the collar and slamming him against the wall. "You drugged the wrong woman into my boss's bed. That girl was a total mess, ugly, loud, and smelled like sour wine. My boss wanted to skin me alive for humiliating him." The others laughed menacingly while one of them unsheathed a machete, its blade gleaming under the dull light. "Since we didn't get the girl, we'll just take what we can, starting with your arm," another said, placing James's trembling hand flat on the table. "No. Please, please. I can get the money, I just need time." "Time's up." Suddenly, a voice shrieked from the hallway. "Stop." It was James's mother. She came rushing into the living room barefoot, still in her nightdress, her gray hair wild from panic. Her eyes widened in terror at the sight of her son pinned to the table with a machete poised above him. "Don't hurt my boy. Please, take me instead. Don't hurt my James." "Get out of here, old woman," the boss barked. "This doesn't concern you." "It does," she yelled desperately. "He's all I have. I'll find a way to repay you, I swear." But the enforcer had no patience. With a shove, he flung her backward. Her body slammed against the wall with a loud, bone-jarring crack. Her head hit the corner of the cabinet before she slid down to the floor, unmoving, a smear of blood marking the wall behind her. "Mama!" James screamed, his voice raw and broken. The machete clattered to the ground as the gang froze, shocked by the sudden turn of events. James crawled over to her, lifting her head gently into his lap. Blood seeped through his hands. Her breathing was shallow, her pulse faint. "No, no, no. Please, Mama, don't do this, stay with me, don't close your eyes." James sobbed, rocking her gently. Chaos erupted as neighbors began flooding into the compound, alerted by the screams. Some shouted for help, others cursed the gang members. One woman was already dialing for an ambulance. "You've killed her," someone yelled. "We need to get her to the hospital now." Realizing they had gone too far, the lone shark slipped away into the shadows just as sirens wailed in the distance. James was helped into a neighbor's car, still clutching his unconscious mother. As the vehicle sped toward the hospital, he couldn't hold back the tears streaming down his cheeks. His mind screamed in agony, if I hadn't betrayed Rita. If I hadn't borrowed that money. If I hadn't made that deal. Now, he was losing everything, and for what? Pride. Greed. A shortcut to power? He looked down at his mother's pale face. Her chest barely moved. His only family, his only ally, was hanging by a thread. And this time, no clever words or fake promises would save him. The reality of it hit him harder than the punches he'd received earlier. At the hospital, the emergency room was a flurry of chaos and cold efficiency. Nurses rushed back and forth with equipment, and the beep of monitors echoed like a metronome of life and death. James stood frozen in the sterile hallway, his hands stained with his mother's blood, trembling uncontrollably. Doctors wheeled her in on a stretcher, her lifeless form pale beneath the harsh fluorescent lights. Her head was bandaged, blood still seeping through the gauze. The doors to the operating theater slammed shut behind them, shutting James out. He stood there, rooted to the spot. Motionless. Voiceless. 10 minutes felt like 10 years. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, a doctor stepped out, his face masked with grim professionalism. Family of the patient. James stumbled forward, his lips dry. I am her son. How is she? The doctor sighed heavily and removed his gloves. We've managed to stabilize her for now, but I won't lie to you, son. The trauma to her head was extensive. The impact caused swelling in her brain. We're doing everything we can, but James swallowed hard. But what? The doctor hesitated. She may never wake up again. And even if she does, there's a high chance she won't recover fully. Her motor functions could be severely impaired. She might remain in a vegetative state. Thud. The world spun. James staggered back, leaning against the cold wall for support. His breath hitched in his throat. No. That's not possible. She was just fine a few hours ago. She was arguing with me, telling me to stop being stupid. His voice cracked. Tears welled up and spilled down his cheeks. She was yelling at me, for God's sake. You don't understand, she's strong. She's loud. She's not like this. I'm sorry, the doctor said quietly, placing a gentle hand on James's shoulder. We'll continue monitoring her in the ICU. As the doctor walked away, James slid down the wall until he was sitting on the floor. He buried his face in his hands and sobbed, raw, bitter, broken sobs that tore through the silent corridor. Images flooded his mind, his mother cooking in the kitchen, yelling at him to stop being lazy, sitting on the porch sewing torn clothes, defending him when the neighbors gossiped, giving him her last coin even when she hadn't eaten. And now she was lying unconscious, because of him. Ma. I'm sorry, he wept, his voice barely a whisper. I ruined everything. I was stupid and greedy, and now you're the one paying for my mistakes. He pounded his fists against the floor. I should have protected you, not dragged you into my mess. A nurse came over with kind eyes and handed him tissues, but he barely noticed. He wiped his face, got to his feet, and walked slowly toward the ICU glass window. There she lay, motionless, surrounded by machines and wires. The woman who once carried him on her back when he was sick, who scolded him when he lied, who sacrificed everything to give him a better life. Now all he could do was stand there and watch her slowly fade. And it was killing him inside. Later that night, James sat at the edge of the hospital bench, the dim corridor lights casting shadows on his hollow face. He stared blankly ahead, his mother's words haunting his thoughts like whispers in the wind. One day, your lies will catch up to you, James. They had. And with fury. His mother was now in the ICU, barely hanging on to life. The baby, Rita's baby, was never his. But he had clung to that lie with desperate hands, hoping to use it as a lifeline, a chain to keep her bound to him. He thought if he could tie her down, maybe he wouldn't lose everything. But now, standing in the wreckage of his own deceit, he realized he'd lost it all anyway. When he stepped out of the hospital, the night air hit him like a wave of ice. The city bustled on, uncaring and indifferent. He had nowhere to go, no one to call, and nothing left that gave his life direction. So, he did the only thing he knew. He wandered into the nearest bar, ordered the strongest bottle they had, and began drinking like a man trying to drown a demon. 1 shot. 2 shots. A whole bottle. Another bar. Another bottle. Soon he was staggering, cursing at the world, laughing hysterically at nothing, his shirt stained with alcohol and tears. He slumped over the bar counter, slurring his words to an uninterested bartender. She was supposed to love me, he murmured. I gave her everything. Everything. He pounded the counter. She was supposed to stay. Even if I lied, even if it wasn't my kid, I could have made her love me again. The bartender sighed and turned away, used to broken men saying broken things. But James wasn't done. I lost Rita. I lost my mom. And those bastards want my blood. Ha! He laughed bitterly, then suddenly grew quiet. A group of men entered the bar. James caught a glimpse of them from the corner of his eye. He knew those suits, he'd borrowed from them before. Panic began to bubble in his chest. He ducked, hoping they hadn't seen him. He left a handful of crumpled bills on the counter and stumbled out into the night, weaving through alleyways like a hunted animal. As he walked, he muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot, his soul in ruins. I didn't mean for this. I just wanted to win. For once. Just once. He collapsed on the pavement somewhere downtown, curled up on cold concrete, the city lights blinking above him like mocking stars. And there he lay, alone, forgotten, and drunk, while the world moved on. The cold morning breeze brushed against James's face as he stumbled out of the taxi, the weight of last night's alcohol still clinging to his system. His shirt was wrinkled, half tucked into his pants, and his eyes bloodshot. But none of it mattered now. He needed to go see his mother. He needed to make things right. He fumbled with his keys as he approached the gate, cursing under his breath when they wouldn't fit. That's strange. He tried again, twisting, jamming, yanking. Nothing. Then, the gate creaked open, not by his hand, but from inside. Hey! What are you doing here? A gruff voice asked. A tall man in a blue t-shirt stepped out, holding a clipboard. Behind him, people were hauling furniture out of the house, his house. Their fridge, his mother's favorite couch, even the flower vase she kept at the window. Everything was being carted out like trash. James blinked. What's going on here? The men looked him over, unimpressed. This property has been repossessed. Sold to settle outstanding debts. Are you Mr. James? James nodded slowly, his face frozen. You Northwest longer own this place. It was auctioned yesterday. The word struck him like lightning. No. No, that's not possible. That's my house. My mother lives here. This is our home. You should have checked your notices, the men muttered, clearly done with the conversation. James's knees buckled. He staggered back and fell to the ground, his hands buried in his hair as he tried to breathe through the crushing reality. His home was gone. Everything was gone. Tears, hot and shameful, rolled down his cheeks. He didn't care who saw. He didn't care that people walking by slowed to watch the broken man wailing on the pavement. This can't be happening, he whispered hoarsely. Where will I go? Where will she go when she wakes up? What do I have left? The world around him blurred. The cars, the voices, the buildings, none of it felt real anymore. He clutched the dusty ground like it could anchor him, like it could keep him from spiraling completely out of control. James dragged his feet along the edge of the road, the coarse gravel biting at his worn shoes, though he hardly felt it. His eyes were distant, his shoulders hunched like he was carrying the weight of the whole universe. He didn't know where he was going, he just needed to move. Somewhere. Anywhere. His lips were dry, cracked from crying and drinking, and his mind replayed the words from earlier, you Northwest longer own this place. How did it all crumble this fast? Suddenly, a sleek, black Mercedes-Benz pulled up beside him, the kind he used to dream of owning back in the days when he had charm, clothes, and a plan. The tinted window rolled down smoothly with a subtle whir, and a familiar voice burst out into unrestrained laughter. Well, 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 if it isn't the almighty James, the men inside sneered between chuckles. James stopped in his tracks. He turned slowly to see his neighbor, Patrick, the same man he'd always looked down on, mocked for having an average job, for driving an old, dusty car and living modestly. The same man he once called a man with no ambition. Patrick leaned back in his leather seat, clearly savoring the moment. What happened to your sharp suits, Mr. Bigman? Or did they get auctioned too? He laughed again, this time even louder, and the driver chuckled awkwardly beside him. James's blood boiled. His jaw tightened as his fists clenched at his sides. Say that again, he growled. Oh, I don't need to, Patrick smirked, stepping out of the car with exaggerated calm. Your misery is speaking louder than I ever could. James saw red. His legs moved on their own, ready to pounce, to throw a punch fueled by humiliation, shame, and pure rage. His pride screamed for retaliation. But just as he took a step forward, a sharp pain shot through his chest, panic, anxiety, exhaustion, he wasn't sure. He staggered, knees wobbling, and stumbled back. Patrick didn't flinch. "Don't do anything stupid. You've lost everything already. Don't let your pride be the next thing that buries you." James stopped, breathing heavily, the storm inside him raging but his body too broken to act. "You were always too proud for your own good," Patrick added with a pitying glance. "Maybe now you'll learn the hard way that life humbles even the loudest men." Adrian sat quietly in his home office, the soft hum of classical music echoing in the background. The city lights shimmered through the large glass windows, casting reflections on his thoughtful face. He held a photo of Rita printed from the club footage, her image now etched in his memory far deeper than a mere coincidence. She was the woman from that night. He had tried to deny it, brush it off as a surreal mistake. But the moment their eyes locked at the restaurant, he knew. Her presence stirred something in him, an emotion he hadn't allowed himself to feel in years. Interest. Respect. Longing. She was beautiful, yes, but there was something deeper. Strength. Quiet resilience. And now, knowing the life she had escaped from, he respected her even more. But she was also pregnant, with his child. Adrian could have confronted her, declared the truth right away. But the look in her eyes at the hospital, that radiant glow when she talked to the nurses, the gentle way she caressed her small bump, it told him everything. She had no idea it was his. She had cherished that night as a sweet moment between her and her husband. And he couldn't take that peace away from her. Not yet. So, he made a decision. He would approach her gently, earn her trust, and make her fall for him, not with power or pressure, but with patience. The next morning, the first bouquet arrived at her small home shop. White lilies and blush pink roses, accompanied by a delicate handwritten card. "May your day be as gentle as your smile, from a friend." Rita raised an eyebrow when she read the note. She glanced around, puzzled. "Who sent this?" she asked her assistant. There was no name. Just the scent of expensive cologne lingering faintly in the flowers. The next day, it was a different bouquet, lavender sprigs mixed with sunflowers. And then another the day after that. Soon, it became a routine. The delivery boy would smile and say, "From the same sender," and her small shop started filling with colors and petals. Even her neighbors noticed. "Rita, someone must be in love with you," one of the elderly women teased, watching her receive yet another fresh bouquet. She would only smile softly and blush. She didn't want to admit it, but she'd started to look forward to them. Her heart beat a little faster every time the doorbell rang. And then one day, a note came with only one sentence. "I hope to bring you flowers in person soon." She held the card to her chest, her cheeks flushed. Who was this man? It had been 2 weeks of quiet wonder for Rita. Each day brought a new bouquet, each note more tender than the last. She had stopped trying to guess the sender and had started simply feeling. Feeling seen. Feeling appreciated. Feeling like a woman again. Until the unexpected happened. The bell above her shop door jingled softly that afternoon. She looked up from the counter, and her breath hitched. There he was. Dr. Adrian. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, sleeves rolled casually at his forearms, dark jeans that hugged his tall frame, and that ever-serious yet captivating face. For a moment, she forgot how to breathe. "Good afternoon, Miss Rita," he said, voice calm yet firm. Her hands instinctively reached for the flowers on the counter as if seeking something to hold. "Dr. Adrian, this is unexpected." He offered a small smile, the kind that made her insides flutter. "I thought it was time the flowers had a voice." So it was him. All along. Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't say a word. Not yet. "I was wondering," he continued, "if you'd do me the honor of having dinner with me this weekend." There was a pause. Rita blinked. She wasn't sure what stunned her more, the fact that this accomplished, emotionally distant man was standing in her humble little shop, asking her out on a date, or the fact that she wanted to say yes. She started. Her eyes dropped to her belly for the briefest second. Could she? But her gaze lifted again, and something about his expression, his eyes locked on hers like she was the only one in the world, made her throw caution to the wind. A dinner won't hurt, she replied with a soft laugh, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Adrian's smile widened, just slightly. I was hoping you'd say that. They agreed on Saturday evening, same restaurant as before. As he left the shop, she stood still for a moment, trying to understand the whirlwind of feelings inside her. What she didn't know was that as Adrian walked back to his car, Mark was waiting beside it with an amused look on his face. You really pulled it off, Mark whispered. Adrian only shrugged. I'm not pulling anything. I'm asking her out. Mark smirked. So, is this part of the plan? Adrian looked up at Rita's shop window. She was still standing there, staring at the door, smiling to herself. No, he replied quietly. This is personal. That night, as the stars blinked lazily above the quiet town, Rita lay curled on her couch, her arms hugging a pillow loosely against her chest. The room was dimly lit, her phone beside her, quiet and still, but her mind was anything but. She had spent the last hour pacing the floor, telling herself this wasn't right. He was a doctor. A very successful one. She was a divorced woman. Pregnant, tired, emotionally worn out. What on earth did she have to offer him? She had even stood in front of her bathroom mirror and tried to talk herself out of it. Rita, don't be ridiculous. He's just being kind. Maybe he pities you. Maybe he's just curious. This won't end well. But no matter how many versions of that speech she gave herself, she kept smiling. Every time she remembered how he looked standing in her shop that afternoon, so calm, so certain, it was like a spark lit in her chest. A strange warmth bloomed, and she couldn't extinguish it. She chuckled lightly to herself and covered her face with the pillow. Why now? She had been through so much. Left by the one man she thought would love her forever, betrayed so cruelly, and now carrying a child into a world that didn't feel ready. And yet, here she was, smiling like a teenager. I must be losing my mind, she muttered aloud, the corners of her lips still betraying her doubt with that silly, foolish smile. Her phone buzzed gently on the table. A message. Adrian, I'm looking forward to Saturday. Sleep well, Rita. She stared at the screen for a long moment. Her fingers hovered over the keypad before she finally typed. Rita, me too. Good night, Dr. Adrian. She didn't press send right away. But then, she did. The atmosphere in the grand living room was thick with tension as Anthony sat at the polished oak table, his fingers curling into tight fists as he tried to mask the simmering frustration inside him. Lydia, sitting across from him, was noticeably quieter than usual, her usually sharp eyes softened with concern. Their parents, both imposing figures of authority, stood before them, having just returned from their travels. Their mother, elegant in a classic, well-tailored suit, looked at both of them, her eyes dark with an unreadable expression. Their father, the patriarch of the family, stood behind her, his arms folded with a look of cold expectation in his eyes. This is not the time to be at odds with each other, their father began, his voice smooth but firm, cutting through the thick silence. We are family. You will never have anyone else like each other in this world. You must stop fighting over petty matters. Anthony's jaw clenched, and his chest tightened. He didn't like being talked down to, especially not by his father. Petty matters. He wanted to argue. He wanted to shout. But he stayed quiet, his pride and stubbornness warring with his desire to be heard. Lydia, ever the mediator, was the first to speak, her voice calm but filled with an edge. We understand, Father. But the issues we've faced aren't as simple as you make them out to be. Her gaze flicked toward Anthony, then back to their parents. The problems between us aren't just petty squabbles. Their father raised a hand, his expression hardening. I don't want to hear any more of this. This fighting between you two needs to stop. You are adults now. It's time you started acting like it. Their mother's tone softened as she stepped forward, placing a hand on Lydia's shoulder before glancing at Anthony. Your father is right. But I want to address something more important, Anthony. She paused, her gaze lingering on her son. This. Rita, woman. I don't care what you think you feel for her. She is beneath you. You need to stop all of this nonsense. You can't let her distract you from your future. Antony's heart skipped a beat. Rita. The mere mention of her name was like a slap to the face. He had known this conversation was coming. His mother had made her feelings about Rita abundantly clear, and she had done everything in her power to keep him away from her. She's nothing but trouble, his father chimed in, his voice cold and hard. You've let this go on long enough. I won't stand by and watch you make the same mistakes we made in the past. You cannot waste your time on a woman like her. She will ruin you, Antony. Lydia watched the scene unfold in silence, her expression unreadable as the conversation continued to unfold, but a deep knot was forming in her chest. She hated the way their parents spoke about people like Rita. It made her feel as though they were entitled to judge others, to dictate who was worthy and who was not. She's not a bad person, Antony muttered under his breath, almost as if he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. He couldn't bring himself to defend Rita fully, knowing what his parents had put him through, but something in his heart kept whispering that she was worth the risk. His mother shot him a disappointed look. You're smarter than this, Antony. You're a capable man, capable of so much more. Don't you see that she's just using you? Do you honestly think someone like her would stand by you when things get hard? No. She'll abandon you when the going gets tough, just like every other woman who's ever had the chance to be with you. Antony's fists clenched harder, the anger rising in him, but he didn't dare speak out. Not against his mother. Not against the force of her words that had always been so sharp and calculating. He couldn't even look at her now without feeling this overwhelming disappointment. His heart was pounding in his chest, the conflict eating away at him. I'm not like you, mother. I don't want to just settle for someone who's worthy of our name. I want something real. Something that feels true. Not just some perfect arrangement for the sake of status, he said, the words feeling foreign on his tongue but necessary all the same. His father's eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward. You think this is about status? His voice was low, dangerous. This is about your future, your legacy. What you do now will determine how the world sees you. And Rita. She will drag you down. Stop, Lydia interjected suddenly, standing up, her voice sharp with emotion. Can't you see you're driving him away? You're pushing him to make decisions that will break him. Why can't you just let him be happy for once? You've controlled him his entire life, and look where it's gotten us. You've made him believe that success and image are everything. You've made him so afraid of failure that he can't even trust his own instincts. Lydia's words hung in the air like a thick fog, and Antony was surprised by the raw emotion in her voice. It wasn't often that Lydia spoke with such intensity, but there was no mistaking the truth behind her words. They had both been molded by their parents' expectations, pushed into roles they didn't necessarily want to play. But here, in this moment, Lydia was speaking for him. For them. Antony took a deep breath, feeling his heart beat faster. I'm not asking for your approval. I'm not asking for you to like her. But she makes me feel something. I've never felt like this before, and I'm not going to just give it up because you tell me to. The room was silent for a long moment, the tension palpable. His parents stood frozen, unable to argue against the raw honesty in his words. Finally, their mother spoke, her voice cold and calculated once again. You'll regret this, Antony. If you continue this path, you will lose everything we've worked for. Everything that matters. Antony looked at her, his chest heavy with the weight of her words. Maybe that's a risk I'm willing to take. Lydia stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, her gaze soft but firm. You don't have to make it all alone. Just, be careful. Lydia had always been the perfect daughter, the obedient, quiet one who did everything by the book. She watched her parents' every move, learned from their successes and failures, and, in turn, molded herself into someone they could rely on. She had been conditioned to be the strong one, the calm one, the one who kept her emotions under control. But lately, that control was slipping. As she sat there, still reeling from the conversation with her parents, something dark and uncomfortable stirred deep within her. It was a feeling she had never fully understood or acknowledged until now, a sense of emptiness that gnawed at her when she was alone. There was a bitterness rising in her chest, one that she had tried to suppress for years. She wasn't like Antony. Antony had the courage to speak his truth. Antony had the ability to pursue what he wanted, to embrace whatever life threw at him. And yet, as he sat across from her, standing up to their parents and demanding his own way, she felt something inside her twist. She didn't want to admit it, but it was there, an ugly, growing resentment that had been festering for too long. Lydia had spent her entire life being the second choice, the shadow of her brother. While Antony had been the golden child, the one their parents pushed and praised for his achievements, Lydia had been the one who quietly supported him from the sidelines. She'd been the one who managed the family business when their father was too busy to care, the one who kept everything in line when chaos threatened to spill over. But what did she get for it? Nothing. Now, her brother was the one standing up for his desires, fighting for something he wanted, something real, and yet, she could feel herself being pulled further away. The jealousy was undeniable, and the frustration was suffocating. It wasn't just about Rita anymore, it was about how everything Lydia had done had been in the service of others, never for herself. It was always about what the family needed, what the business needed, what Antony needed. But what about her? Who had ever asked what Lydia wanted? As the days passed after that family meeting, Lydia found herself becoming more and more consumed by these thoughts. She couldn't sleep, couldn't focus on anything but the gnawing feeling inside her. She went through the motions, smiling when she had to, attending to her duties, but beneath the surface, something sinister was brewing. Her friends, the few she had, noticed the change. Rita, of course, had always been the exception. She was the one person Lydia could talk to freely, the one person who didn't expect anything from her. But even their friendship had started to feel strained. Rita's relationship with Antony was becoming more obvious, and though Lydia tried to dismiss it, a part of her couldn't help but feel betrayed. She had been so used to being the one in Antony's life that the idea of him moving on, of him seeking something from someone else, gnawed at her. It wasn't about Rita, not entirely. It was about the fact that Lydia had never been able to have a relationship of her own. Her parents had always seen her as the responsible one, the one who would carry on the family name, the one who would be there to take over the reins. There had been no time for love or relationships. Any men who showed interest in her had either been too intimidated by her family or simply not interested in her. But the worst part? She had never even bothered to try. She had convinced herself that she didn't need anyone. She had convinced herself that relationships were distractions, weaknesses that would only hold her back from the greater goals. But as she sat alone in her apartment that night, staring at her reflection in the dark, she realized the truth: she didn't know how to need anyone. She had been so focused on being perfect, on being the one everyone relied on, that she had forgotten how to care for herself. A part of her wondered if it was too late, if she had already lost the chance at something real. That night, her mind wandered back to Antony and Rita. She couldn't stop thinking about them, about their easy smiles and the way they had found each other so effortlessly. It was almost as though they were meant to be together, and that thought was like a knife in Lydia's heart. And there it was again, that feeling, the dark, bubbling resentment. It wasn't just about Antony and Rita anymore. It was about everything she had sacrificed, about the life she had built for others while leaving her own desires buried deep inside. What if she had been wrong all this time? What if she could have been like Antony, choosing to fight for something real? But the truth was far uglier than that. The truth was that Lydia was trapped by the life her family had planned for her, trapped by the duties and responsibilities that had been imposed on her. She had never had the freedom to live for herself. And now, with every passing day, that emptiness grew, threatening to swallow her whole. Lydia didn't know how long she sat in the darkness of her apartment, her mind swirling in a mixture of anger, envy, and frustration. But when she finally stood up, she knew that she couldn't let it go on any longer. Knowing her family well and knowing what her heart really wanted, Lydia knew she had a tough battle ahead of her, one she wasn't sure if she would win or not, but all in all, she had to make a trial for her heart. She needed to make a choice. She needed to take control. Lydia sat on the cold edge of her bed, the lights in her room dimmed to a soft amber hue that cast long shadows across the walls. Outside, the city pulsed with its usual life, cars honking, footsteps echoing down the pavements, laughter from strangers. But inside her room, it was deafeningly quiet. Still. Almost painfully still. Her fingers trembled as she held onto the hem of her dress, eyes locked on nothing in particular. Her vision was blurry, not from sleep, but from the tears she'd been fighting all day. One escaped. Then another. Soon, they fell freely, soaking her cheeks, slipping down to her lips, salty, warm, familiar. She didn't bother wiping them away. She started sobbing, first quietly, little gasps and hiccups that shook her shoulders. Then came the uncontrollable cries, the ones that came from deep within her chest, the ones she had buried for too long. The ones that spoke of pain that had no name. Her heart ached. Not just from longing, but from shame. From bitterness. From that hollow place inside her that had grown over the years like a silent mold. How had she ended up like this? She had been so careful. So composed. So, in control. For years, she had played the part. The reliable daughter. The perfect sibling. The poised businesswoman. The one who didn't need romance or affection to validate her. She had always thought she was above those things. That needing someone made you weak. But all along, she had needed him. Anthony. And now the truth clung to her like a cruel secret, she had been in love with him for so long. Since they were kids, growing up under the same roof, sharing secrets, playing pretend. She had been there through every heartbreak, every bad decision, every triumph. Always at his side. Always his shadow. She wasn't supposed to feel this way. Not about her brother. Not about Anthony. But her heart had never listened. It had loved quietly, stubbornly, foolishly. He had never noticed. Not the way she smiled a little too brightly when he entered the room. Not the way she found excuses to be near him. Not the way her entire mood shifted when he mentioned another woman. He had been oblivious, blinded by Rita. Rita. Lydia choked on her sob. Her best friend. Her only real friend. The one person she had let into her guarded world. The one person who had unknowingly stolen everything she ever wanted. She didn't want to hate her. But she did. At least a little. What was so good about her? She was divorced. Pregnant. Quiet. Ordinary. She wasn't extraordinary. She didn't fight battles like Lydia did. She wasn't the daughter running the family empire, the one who cleaned up everyone's messes. And yet, men saw her. Anthony saw her. Why? What did she have that Lydia didn't? Lydia's breath hitched as the self-hate settled in. Her reflection in the mirror across the room stared back, strong jaw, high cheekbones, fierce eyes that had seen too much. She used to admire that woman. Now she hated her. "You're not lovable," she whispered in her mind. That's why. No man had ever wanted to stay. No one ever chose her. They respected her. Feared her. Admired her. But they didn't love her. Rita didn't even try, and yet Adrian was sending her flowers. Anthony looked at her like she was the sunrise. Meanwhile, Lydia was the storm. Unloved. Unwanted. Unchosen. The outburst that ended their friendship had come from that deep, ugly place she tried to pretend didn't exist. Jealousy. Resentment. Loneliness. She lashed out, said things she couldn't take back. She remembered the shock on Rita's face when she had accused her of stealing everything good from her life. The silence that followed, the way Rita walked away with tears in her eyes, and never came back. She buried her face in her hands and wept harder. She had destroyed the only real friendship she had. And for what? A love she could never have. A man who would never look at her the way he looked at Rita. She hated herself for that. The bitterness was now poison in her veins, and she didn't know how to drain it. All she knew was that she was alone. In a big house. With big responsibilities. And a heart so broken it bled inside her chest. How could she go on pretending? How could she keep living this half-life, this facade of power and control, when deep inside she was still that little girl hoping someone would choose her? She curled into a ball on the bed, her sobs turning into silent cries, her pillow soaking wet. The room grew colder, darker. Her father sat at the head of the table, reading the financial section of the newspaper as he sipped his tea. Her mother, elegant and calm, was gently stirring honey into her cup. Anthony and Charles hadn't come down yet, thankfully. Lydia felt her heart would have burst open if they had been there. There was a war inside her chest. One side screaming for silence, for dignity, for self-preservation. The other urging her to speak, finally, to take a risk for once in her carefully calculated life. Her fingers gripped the edge of her napkin, knuckles white. Her mother noticed. "You've been quiet all morning, darling," she said gently. "Is something bothering you?" Lydia looked up, startled. She swallowed hard. Her lips parted, but the words hesitated, stuck at the edge of her throat. She started, her voice faint. "There's something I need to say." Her mother gave her a soft, encouraging smile. "Then say it, sweetheart. Whatever it is, we're here for you." Her father set down his paper and looked at her with interest. "Go on, Lydia. Speak freely." Her heart pounded in her ears. Now or never, she thought. Taking a shaky breath, she forced the words out. "I think," she paused, her voice cracking. "I think I'm in love with Anthony." There was silence. Not the silence of contemplation. Not the silence of understanding. It was the kind of silence that cut the air like shattered glass. Her mother's spoon dropped into her teacup with a sharp clink. Her father leaned back slowly in his chair, his brow furrowing, the warmth from his face draining in an instant. "Lydia," her mother finally said, voice low, stunned. "Did you just say Anthony?" Lydia nodded, her eyes now glossy, but defiant. "Yes. I've been in love with him for years." Her father stood up abruptly, pushing his chair back so hard it screeched against the floor. "What madness are you speaking, Lydia?" he thundered. She flinched, but held her ground. "I'm not crazy," she whispered. "I know it's wrong. I know how it sounds. But I can't lie anymore. I can't keep pretending like I'm fine while he keeps looking at someone else like she's his world." Her mother looked horrified. "You grew up with him like a brother. How could this have happened?" "Because I saw him before anyone else did." Lydia cried, her voice finally breaking. "I saw the man he was becoming. I supported him through everything. I stood by him. And no matter how I tried to suppress it, the feelings grew." Her father's face was now flushed with a mixture of disbelief and fury. "That is not love, Lydia. That is obsession. And it's disgraceful." Lydia's lips trembled. "Maybe it is. Maybe I am obsessed. But isn't it better than being numb? Than living a life where no one ever truly sees you?" Her mother's eyes softened for a moment as if recognizing the pain in her daughter's voice. But she quickly glanced at her husband, torn between loyalty to her daughter and the shame of what she had just heard. "This can't continue," her father said sharply. "You will forget this foolishness, Lydia. I will not have this family fall into disgrace because of an infatuation you can't control." "But I can't forget," Lydia said, a single tear rolling down her cheek. "Because even when I try, he's still all I think about. And you know what hurts the most? He doesn't even see me. Not really. He sees Rita. Always Rita." Her mother took her hand, gently but firmly. "Lydia, you need help. This is a wound you've carried for too long, and it's eating you alive." "I don't need help," Lydia said quietly. "I need to fight for what I want. For once in my life, I'm going to stop being the perfect daughter and fight for the man I love." Her father gave her a cold, disappointed stare. "If you continue on this path, Lydia, you will be on your own." Just as Lydia turned to leave, her heels echoing in the silence, her father's voice, gruff, choked with disbelief, rang through the room again. "Wait." She froze. He took a breath, then sat slowly back into his chair, his hands trembling slightly as he placed them on the table. Do you need to see a doctor?" His voice cracked. "Lydia, how can you even say such a thing? How can you love your own brother?" His voice rose into a furious roar on the last word, his chest heaving with shock and rage. He stood again, pushing the chair back with a screech as if the floor beneath him could no longer hold his weight. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, and for the first time in her life, Lydia saw fear in his eyes, fear of her. Fear of what she had become. Lydia's lip quivered, but she didn't speak. Her mother quickly rose, rushing to stand between them. "Stop it," she said, her voice pleading, trembling. "Can't you see she's hurting? Yelling at her won't solve anything." "She's sick," her father barked, pointing at Lydia as though she were something vile. "Sick in the head. This is beyond emotion, it's a disease." "Robert," her mother cried, holding his arm tightly. "You're making it worse. I am her father. And she just confessed to being in love with her brother. How is that not worse already?" Lydia could no longer take it. Her face, flushed with humiliation and despair, turned toward the door. Her steps were quick and desperate. She just needed air, needed to be out of that suffocating house, away from those disappointed eyes and voices that branded her with shame. But just as she reached the door, her mother's voice cracked through the tension. "Lydia. Sit. Back. Down." Lydia froze again, her hand on the doorknob. She didn't turn, not immediately. She trembled. A single tear escaped and dropped on the hardwood floor. Her mother's voice was firmer this time. "I said sit down. We're not done here." Slowly, painfully, Lydia turned and walked back to her chair. The room was thick with silence. She lowered herself onto the seat like a broken doll, all the fire that had burned inside her minutes before now doused with shame and sorrow. I never meant to cause this," she whispered, barely audible. "I never wanted to feel this way. But I did. I still do." Her father was pacing now, hands on his hips, shaking his head like he was trying to wake from a terrible nightmare. "Anthony is your brother, Lydia," he spat, voice hoarse. "Whether by blood or not, it doesn't matter. You grew up together. You were raised together. It's unthinkable." "It's not like that," she said through clenched teeth. "He's not my blood brother. I know you adopted him before I was born. I know. But my feelings," she looked down, "they never asked for permission." Her father went quiet. His jaw clenched. Her mother took a step forward, her expression caught between grief and helplessness. "We should have seen this," she murmured. "You've always been alone, Lydia. Always so quiet, so composed, maybe too composed." "I was always the good one," Lydia said bitterly. "The one who smiled at the right times, who said all the right things. No scandals. No heartbreaks. No mistakes. And now that I finally say the truth, you want to send me to a doctor. Lock me away." Her mother moved closer, crouching by her chair, holding her hand gently. "No one wants to lock you away. But we need to understand what you're feeling and why. This can't continue, Lydia. You know it can't." Lydia shook her head. "You don't get it. I tried to kill it inside me. I prayed. I stayed away. I buried myself in work. But every time I saw him smile, every time he protected Rita, every time he ignored me, it crushed me a little more." Her father sat down again, defeated, covering his face with his hands. The mighty Robert, who had built empires, now looked like a man who had just lost his compass. No one spoke for a while. Just the sound of Lydia's quiet sobs, her mother gently rubbing her back, and her father breathing heavily into his palms, wondering how everything had spiraled so far beyond his grasp. Anthony sat on the edge of his bed, scrolling absent-mindedly through his phone when he heard soft knocks on his door. "Come in," he said without looking up, expecting it to be one of the housemaids or perhaps Charles needing something. To his surprise, Lydia walked in, graceful and serene as always, but with something different in her eyes. Something unreadable. She wasn't smiling, but there was a strange calmness to her presence that made the air around her tense. "Hey," she said softly, her fingers nervously playing with the hem of her sweater. "Hey, Lyds. You okay?" Anthony asked, lifting his eyes from the screen to meet hers. She stepped closer without answering, then slowly walked behind him, where he sat. Her scent, a mix of roses and lavender, lingered a little too long, and Anthony began to feel uneasy. Before he could turn around to ask what she was doing, she leaned in, her warm breath brushing his ear. "I love you, Anthony," she whispered, voice so delicate, so fragile, yet drenched in longing. Anthony blinked, frozen in place. Then, as casually as he could, he stood up and chuckled nervously. Of course you do, he said, placing a light hand on her shoulder. I love you too, sister. He emphasized the word deliberately, his tone tender but firm. Lydia's face tightened, her jaw clenching as if his words had stung her. No, she said, stepping back, her eyes suddenly gleaming with defiance. I don't love you as a brother. Antony's brows furrowed. Lydia, what are you talking about? I'm talking about you, Antony. About us. Her voice cracked but her gaze remained steady. I've tried. God knows I've tried to push these feelings away. But I can't. I can't pretend anymore. You're the only one I've ever loved. Antony took a step back as if he had been slapped. Lydia, this is not right. You're my sister. No, I'm not, she snapped. Not really. We don't share blood. We're not bound by DNA, just by circumstance. He rubbed his temples, pacing. Lydia, you were a baby when I came into this family. We grew up together. Your family. This is wrong. Her eyes welled with tears, but they didn't fall. What's wrong is you pretending not to feel anything when you look at me. I've seen the way your eyes flicker. The way you hesitate before calling me sister. Don't lie to me, Antony. I'm not lying, he said sharply, his tone firmer now. You're confused. You're lonely. Maybe everything going on with the family has messed with your emotions, but this isn't love, Lydia. This is pain looking for an anchor. She stared at him like she was seeing him for the first time. Slowly, she took a step back, her voice lowering to a deadly calm. Well, she said bitterly, you don't get to decide how I feel. Then she turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind her, leaving Antony standing in the middle of the room, confused, shaken, and filled with dread. He sank onto the edge of the bed again, running a hand through his hair. What just happened? He thought. What is going on with Lydia? He had always known his sister to be strong, composed, and reserved. But now, there was something dark, something fragile cracking beneath her surface. Something dangerously close to breaking loose. The tension in the mansion was suffocating. Lydia stormed down the staircase, her eyes glossy and lips trembling from the echo of Antony's voice still ringing in her ears. Lydia, what is wrong with you? He had yelled just moments ago, as she tried to kiss him in desperation. Her heart shattered like glass, the rejection slicing her open with cold finality. She had never felt so unwanted, so ashamed, so humiliated. She reached the living room and found both her parents sitting in silence. Her mother, knitting quietly. Her father, immersed in a newspaper. The peace in that room was mocking. Lydia's sniffles grew louder, catching her mother's attention. Lydia, her mother said softly, putting her needles aside. Why are you crying, darling? Why should I tell you? Lydia snapped without even looking at her. Her father slowly lowered the newspaper. Her mother's brows creased. Lydia, what are you talking about? You don't care about me. None of you do, Lydia cried, her voice breaking. You never cared about my feelings. All you care about is your reputation and Antony. Lydia, what are you saying? Her mother asked, now standing, alarmed. You stopped me from being with Antony, she screamed, her voice cracking with agony. But he isn't even my real brother. Why can't we be together? Why do I have to pretend this family is perfect when I feel so broken inside? Her mother froze, visibly shaken. Lydia, no. That's not. You will shut up right there, her father bellowed as he slammed his newspaper onto the table and stood up, his eyes burning with rage. Do you hear yourself? Do you realize the shame you're about to bring upon this family? Tears poured down Lydia's face, but she didn't back down. Shame? For loving someone? He's not even my blood. What is so wrong about wanting someone who makes me feel seen? He is the son I've raised like my own flesh and blood, her father thundered, veins bulging from his neck. He is your brother in every way that matters. I will not let you disgrace this family. You've never even asked me how I feel, she sobbed. You're all so good at pretending. Do you know how lonely it is to be in this house, praised for perfection while dying inside every day? You keep parading Antony as the perfect son and me as the quiet, obedient daughter. But I'm human too, I feel too. Her mother rushed forward to hold her, but Lydia recoiled. Don't touch me. You only care now that the truth is out. Just then, heavy footsteps were heard descending the stairs. Everyone turned. Anthony stood at the edge of the staircase, pale and stunned. How long were you there? Lydia asked, her voice barely audible. Anthony's gaze moved between his parents and Lydia. Long enough, he said, his voice low, shaken. Anthony, his mother stepped forward, guilt and fear painted on her face. I came down to apologize, he said, his voice tightening. I thought maybe I was too harsh. I didn't expect to hear this. Lydia looked away in shame, her entire body trembling. I don't know what's worse, Anthony continued. The fact that you've kept this secret all these years, or that Lydia was left to grow up with emotions she couldn't even understand. Son, his father tried to speak. No, Anthony said firmly, holding up a hand. Don't call me that right now. You owe me an explanation. You both do. There was a deafening silence. Then Lydia whispered through her tears, I didn't mean to fall for you, Anthony. But I did. And I hate myself for it every day. Anthony closed his eyes, his heart heavy with sorrow. I don't hate you, Lydia. But this isn't something we can ever pursue. You need help, not judgment. But this has to stop before we destroy everything. His words were gentle, but they pierced Lydia's soul. She crumpled to the floor, sobbing into her hands. Her mother moved toward her, kneeling beside her. I'm so sorry, baby. We failed you. We didn't see your pain. Her father sat down, the weight of the revelation too much to bear. In that moment, the family wasn't just broken, it was exposed. Wounded truths laid bare. Anthony walked out of the house, each step heavier than the last, his heart pounding in his chest like a drum of betrayal. The front door slammed behind him with a sharp echo that vibrated through his entire body. It felt final. Like a door to a chapter of his life had just closed forever. He walked aimlessly down the street, hands buried deep in his pockets, eyes glazed with confusion and disbelief. His mind was a storm, images flashing in no particular order, Lydia's tearful confession, his father's outburst, his mother's trembling voice, and the silence that followed. A silence louder than any scream. The truth had shattered him. He wasn't their son. He wasn't Lydia's brother. He wasn't even sure who he was anymore. Why now, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. Why after all these years? His thoughts wandered to Lydia. The way she looked at him. The pain in her eyes. The confusion. The yearning. And it crushed him. He stopped at the corner of the street, not knowing whether to go left or right. For the first time in his life, he felt completely lost. If only Rita was here, he muttered. Her name brought a fleeting warmth to his chest before the cold of reality swept in again. She would have listened. She always did. She would have made him coffee, teased him for being dramatic, then sit by his side until the pain dulled. But she wasn't here. He had let her slip through his fingers, too tangled in loyalty, too blind to his own truth. Now she was gone. And he was alone. He glanced up and found himself standing outside a dimly lit bar, a place he normally passed without a second thought. But tonight, it looked like the only refuge he had left. He pushed the door open and walked in, greeted by the low hum of old music and the bitter scent of alcohol. The bartender, a middle-aged man with tired eyes, didn't say much as Anthony took a seat at the far corner. Whiskey, Anthony said quietly, then added, make it a double. The glass was placed in front of him within seconds. He stared at it for a moment, watching the amber liquid catch the light, then took it all in one long, burning gulp. Another. And another. He didn't want to think. Didn't want to feel. Just wanted the numbness to take over. Around him, the bar was alive with quiet conversations and muffled laughter. But in his corner, it was just him and his demons. He could still hear Lydia's voice. We're not blood. Why can't we be together? He slammed another glass back. Then his father's voice. He's the son I've raised, and I will not allow this disgrace. Another. His mother's broken whisper. We didn't mean for it to come out like this. Another. And through it all, Rita's absence gnawed at him. How had everything come crumbling down so fast? By midnight, Anthony had drowned most of his thoughts, or so he believed. But pain is a stubborn guest, it doesn't leave just because you drink it away. He leaned forward, burying his head in his arms, whispering bitterly to himself, who am I, if I'm not their son? If I'm not her brother? If I'm not Rita's man? He didn't notice the tear that slid down his cheek. Anthony sat slouched on the wooden stool, his head pressed against the bar counter, the glass in front of him now empty, like the hollow feeling settling in his chest. The dim lights above flickered occasionally, but they couldn't light up the darkness consuming his mind. He had been quiet for hours. Not a single word to anyone. Just sitting there, drowning in memories and misery. His heart was heavy with regret, but more than that, betrayal. They could have told me. They should have told me. He closed his eyes, and 1,000 thoughts screamed silently in his head. All these years, he had called them family. He had played with Lydia in the backyard as kids. Shared secrets. Gone through school with Charles, argued over shoes, fought over the TV remote, even shared clothes. And now? It turns out they weren't even his siblings. He recalled his mother's gentle laugh, the way she brushed his hair off his forehead when he was sick. The warm embrace of his father after every accomplishment. The pride in their eyes every time they introduced him to relatives. Was it all just a performance? A game they played so well that not even for a second had he doubted his place in that family. Not for a second. I deserve to know, he whispered hoarsely, staring at the glass like it held answers. I had a right to know who I was. But the truth had been hidden. Sealed behind affection, behind years of memories and trust. Now, that truth had erupted like an unstoppable storm, sweeping everything away. He felt like a fool. He had planned his life with the assumption that he was one of them. He had responsibilities, expectations. He'd sacrificed things, even his feelings for Rita, for the sake of being the good son, the responsible brother. And now? Now, the properties he thought would eventually be under his name, gone. The inheritance he thought would carry his legacy, never meant for him. Even Lydia, his own sister, now saying she loved him not as a brother, but as a man. It was all too much. Anthony felt the sharp sting of betrayal, but beneath it, a deeper pain rooted in something far crueler, loss of identity. Who was he? Where did he really come from? Why did they take him in? And if they loved him so much, why did they wait this long to tell him? He clenched his jaw, fists trembling on the counter. Tears stung the corners of his eyes, but he blinked them back, unwilling to break, at least not here, not in front of strangers. But inside, he was already shattered. I don't belong anywhere, he muttered under his breath. Not with them, not with Rita, not even with myself. He pulled out his phone. The screen was cracked. He scrolled through his contacts, hesitating at Rita's name. Her smile flashed in his memory. Her laughter. Her calm presence. But he knew he had lost her too. All the bridges behind him were now either burned or collapsing. Anthony stood up slowly, the alcohol heavy in his body. He reached into his pocket and dropped a few crumpled notes on the counter. The bartender gave him a curious look, but Anthony didn't speak. He staggered toward the exit, stepping out into the cold night air. The silence outside felt louder than the noise inside. He looked up at the stars. So bright. So distant. So indifferent. Just like everything else in his life now. He shoved his hands into his pockets and began to walk. With nowhere to go. No one to turn to. No home to return to. Anthony's steps were slow and uncertain, his mind weighed down by the truth, by pain, by a future that suddenly felt like a shattered mirror, dangerously sharp, and hopelessly broken. The streets were quiet, only a few cars whizzed past now and then. The wind whipped through his coat as he walked on, aimlessly, numb to the world around him. The alcohol in his system made everything blur slightly, his thoughts more chaotic than ever. He barely noticed when he stepped onto the road, lost in a memory of his childhood, of playing catch with Charles, of Lydia bringing them lemonade. For a moment, he smiled, before the sound of screeching tires tore the piece apart. Screech. Bright headlights flooded his vision. A loud horn. A scream. Then. Blackness. The impact tossed him several meters off the tarmac, his body thudding against the cold, hard ground. The car didn't stop, it sped away, its tires screeching again as it disappeared into the night like a phantom. "Oh my God! Somebody help!" A woman's voice cried out, shrill and panicked. She rushed toward Anthony, falling to her knees beside him. His body was limp, motionless, his head bleeding from a nasty cut near his temple. His coat was torn, his breathing shallow. "Help! Somebody please call an ambulance," the woman shouted again, tears streaming down her face as she fumbled for her phone. "I'm calling, hang in there, please, oh my God, please hang in there." Her hands trembled as she tried to keep him conscious. "Sir? Can you hear me? Please don't close your eyes." But Anthony was already slipping away, his consciousness fading, lost in a sea of darkness. He couldn't move, couldn't speak. All he could feel was pain and then, nothing. The paramedics arrived minutes later, working quickly and efficiently. Sirens wailed in the distance as they wheeled him into the ambulance, the woman still beside him, holding his hand as if that would keep him tethered to life. She didn't know who he was. She didn't care. All she knew was that he looked like a man who had already suffered too much. As the ambulance doors slammed shut and the vehicle sped off into the night, she whispered with teary eyes, "Don't give up, whoever you are, don't give up now." And in the silence of the rushing sirens and city lights, Anthony's world remained still, hanging between life and death. The sterile white corridors of Greenfield Memorial Hospital were abuzz with activity, but room 407 remained still, too still. Anthony lay unconscious, a web of bandages and wires surrounding his pale, bruised body. Machines beeped rhythmically, each sound a haunting reminder that he was barely hanging on. The doctors had done all they could. Now it was a waiting game. Meanwhile, the news hit home like a thunderclap. When the call came in, Lydia dropped the glass she was holding. It shattered against the tiled floor, mimicking the feeling in her chest. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. "No, no, no, this can't be," she whispered, eyes darting toward her parents who had just walked in. "What happened?" her father asked sharply, seeing her pale face and shattered expression. "It's Anthony," she croaked. He was hit by a car. He's in critical condition at Greenfield Memorial." For a moment, there was nothing. Just stunned silence. Then her mother gasped, clutched her chest, and dropped into the nearest chair. Her father grabbed his coat, his face a mask of fear and disbelief. "Let's go. Now." When they arrived at the hospital, they were led through the long, cold hallways to the ICU. A nurse met them at the door, speaking gently. "He's stable for now, but unconscious. We're not sure when, or if, he'll wake up. He suffered a head injury and internal bleeding. He's lucky to be alive." The words sank in slowly. When they walked in, Lydia's knees buckled at the sight. Her strong, stubborn, ever-laughing Anthony looked nothing like himself. His face was swollen, his lips dry, his arm in a cast. The beep of the machines was the only sound that proved he hadn't left them, yet. Her mother covered her mouth with both hands, sobbing uncontrollably. My son, my son." Her father's eyes welled up too, but he stayed silent, his jaw clenched as he stared at the fragile body on the bed. Lydia moved closer, whispering, "Anthony, it's me. It's Lydia. Please wake up. Please." She reached out, brushing his hair away from his forehead, her heart breaking all over again. Not from her twisted love, not from the secret that had been unearthed, but from the sheer fear of losing him. "I never meant for things to go so far," she whispered, voice cracking. "I just wanted you to notice me. To love me. But not like this, not like this." Her father turned sharply. "Stop it, Lydia. Stop." His voice was thick, but commanding. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. Her mother interrupted through tears. "No matter what happened, he's still our son. And he needs us right now. All of us." Just then, the door opened again, and Charles walked in, out of breath, eyes red. He froze when he saw Anthony, then slowly stepped forward. "I got the call late," he said quietly. "How is he?" "Not good," their father replied gruffly. "But he's strong. He'll fight." Charles moved closer to the bed, placing a hand on Anthony's arm. "You idiot," he murmured. "You could have called me. Instead, you went off and nearly died." No one said anything. The weight of their guilt, the things left unsaid, the love never expressed, filled the room like a storm cloud. They all stood around his bed in silence, broken in their own ways, but united now in pain. And deep in the silence, though Anthony didn't stir, a single tear slipped down the side of his face, proof that somewhere, deep in that darkness, he could still hear them. Lydia sat on the cold bench just outside the ICU, her head buried in her palms, her tears soaking the sleeves of her sweater. She had cried so much that her eyes were swollen, red, and aching, but she couldn't stop. Not now. Not when the guilt gnawed at her like a relentless beast. Every beep of the machines behind the glass wall felt like a slap to her soul. Anthony. Her Anthony. Lying there unconscious. Fighting for his life. And it was all her fault. She had broken something that could never be fixed. "If only I hadn't said those things, if only I had stayed silent," she whispered between sobs, her voice barely audible. She could still hear her own words echoing in the walls of her mind. "I don't love you as a brother." What had she been thinking? What demon had possessed her to cross the line that should never have been approached, let alone shattered? Lydia clenched her fists against her thighs, rocking slightly back and forth. "This is punishment," she whispered. "God is punishing me for thinking such things, for pushing him, for tearing this family apart." Her mother came out of the room and found her there, broken, trembling. She sat next to her daughter in silence for a moment before wrapping an arm around her. "Mum," Lydia choked. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen." "I know, baby. I know." "No, you don't," she screamed suddenly, startling her mother. "You don't understand. I destroyed everything. I destroyed him." Her mother flinched but didn't let go. "Listen to me, Lydia. What you feel right now, this pain, this guilt, it's real. And maybe you made some terrible mistakes. But Anthony, he's strong. He might forgive you. But even if he doesn't, you can choose to be better from now on." Lydia shook her head violently. "I don't want his forgiveness. I want to undo what I did. I want to go back. I want to take it all back." Her mother wept quietly with her heart aching for both of her children, for the one unconscious inside, and the one crumbling outside. "You can't undo the past," she whispered gently, "but you can be here now. Be here when he wakes up. Show him the sister he once knew." Lydia curled into her mother's arms like a lost child, her tears flowing freely. "I miss him so much, Mum. I miss the way he used to laugh, and talk, and be there for me without judgment. I miss our bond." Her mother nodded, tears falling too. "Then let that be what you fight to get back." And as the sun began to rise behind the hospital, casting a faint golden light over the white walls, Lydia sat quietly, her body still broken, her heart still heavy, but a single hope flickering somewhere deep inside. That maybe, just maybe, Anthony would open his eyes. Rita stood behind the counter of her flower shop, her fingers mindlessly adjusting the fresh bouquet of pink roses Adrian had sent that morning. Business was slow that day, and for some reason, her heart had been unsettled since she woke up. She brushed it off as pregnancy mood swings, but the gnawing feeling didn't fade. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, her breath catching. Lydia. Her fingers froze midair. She stared at the name, as if it might vanish. Why would Lydia be calling her now, after all the hateful things she said, after breaking their friendship and accusing her falsely? A storm of emotions swirled within her, confusion, caution, maybe even anger. Part of her wanted to ignore the call. But something inside, a quiet, trembling whisper, urged her to pick up. Her thumb hovered, and then she answered. "Hello." There was silence on the other end. Then, a choked sob. Rita. Rita stiffened. The voice was barely recognizable, broken, breathless, full of pain. She tightened her grip on the phone. Lydia. What's going on? More sobs. It's Anthony, Lydia finally said, her voice shaking violently. He was hit by a car, he's in the ICU, they don't know if he'll make it. The room around Rita blurred. What? She whispered. Lydia tried to speak again, but the words came out jumbled, soaked in grief. It's all my fault. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I swear, I just wanted. I didn't know he was hurting so much. Rita gripped the edge of the counter, her knuckles turning white. Stop, just, slow down. What are you saying, Lydia? Please, Rita, Lydia sobbed. He needs you. He doesn't say it, but I know he'd want you there. He always found peace when you were around. Please, come. Rita felt like the ground had disappeared beneath her. Her heart thundered wildly as if trying to burst from her chest. Images of Anthony, his smile, his steady presence, his warm eyes, rushed through her mind. ICU. The words echoed louder than anything else. I'll come, she said without hesitation, her voice low but resolute. Text me the hospital. I'm on my way. She ended the call with trembling fingers, her entire body numb with shock. She grabbed her coat, ignoring the small voice in her head telling her she didn't owe anyone anything, especially not Lydia. This wasn't about apologies or pride. This was about Anthony. The man who had always shown up for her. Rita sat in the back seat of the taxi, the city lights blurring past her window like a hazy dream. Her hands rested on her stomach protectively, but her heart was a battlefield of emotions, all colliding into each other. She couldn't stop shaking. Anthony was in the ICU. Anthony, the only man who had listened without judgment, who stood by her when her world had collapsed. And now he was fighting for his life because of a truth that should have never been hidden. Her fingers trembled as she reread the hospital location Lydia had sent. She wanted to cry, but the tears refused to come. Her eyes just burned. Her throat was dry. Her thoughts were racing. She was scared. And confused. And heartbroken. By the time she arrived home to freshen up before rushing to the hospital, she found someone waiting at the doorstep. Adrian. He stood there, holding another bouquet, but the smile he usually wore faded instantly when he saw her face. Rita. She looked up, stunned. Adrian, what are you doing here? He stepped forward and cupped her face gently, concern etched into every line of his handsome features. You're pale, you look like you've seen a ghost. What's going on? She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Her body, strong for too long, finally gave in. She collapsed into his chest, letting the sobs take over. Hey, it's okay. I've got you, Adrian whispered, wrapping his arms tightly around her, steadying her like a fortress. He's in the ICU, she choked. Anthony, he was in an accident. Lydia called, he might not make it. Adrian's brows furrowed, and for a moment, his jaw clenched, but he remained silent. He stroked her back slowly, letting her cry. I'm so sorry, he whispered. I know he meant a lot to you. Rita pulled away slightly, brushing her tears roughly. I don't even know what I'm feeling right now. I should hate Lydia after what she did, and Anthony, he's not even the father of my baby, but he was there for me, when I had nothing. I can't just pretend like he's not important to me. Adrian gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Rita, he said softly, I may want to be the man in your life, but I will never tell you to forget the people who helped you become who you are. I know Anthony was more than just a friend. If you need to go to him, I'll drive you. She looked up, startled. You do that? He smiled faintly. You don't have to go through this alone. Her eyes welled again, but this time it wasn't pain, it was gratitude. Adrian didn't just like her. He understood her. As they got into his car and drove to the hospital together in silence, Rita leaned her head against the window. The city lights continued to blur, but this time, she didn't feel completely lost. The sterile scent of antiseptic filled the air as Rita stepped into the brightly lit hallway of the hospital's ICU wing. Her heart thundered in her chest like a war drum, echoing the fear gnawing at her insides. She gripped Adrian's hand tightly, her knuckles white, as they approached the nurse's station. "Anthony Karui," she said softly, almost unsure her voice had come out at all. "He was brought in this morning after an accident." The nurse glanced at the chart in front of her and gave a small, solemn nod. "Room 6. But he's still unconscious. Only one visitor at a time, please." Rita swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded. Adrian squeezed her hand reassuringly, then let it go. "I'll wait right here," he whispered. "Take your time." Her feet moved, but her mind was numb. As she walked through the corridor, memories flashed before her eyes, Anthony helping her carry boxes when she moved into her new apartment, defending her from cruel tongues, calling her strong when she felt weakest. He had never judged her, never asked for anything in return. And now he was lying in a hospital bed, fighting for his life. She paused in front of the door to room 6. Her hand trembled as she turned the knob and stepped inside. There he was. Anthony. Wires attached to his chest. A nasal cannula feeding him oxygen. A beeping machine monitoring every breath he took. His usually lively face was pale and still, bruises covering his forehead and cheek. His strong hands, the ones that had once held hers so gently, now lay limp beside him. Rita's heart broke in a way she didn't know was possible. She walked to his bedside, knelt down, and held his hand carefully, afraid to hurt him. A tear slid down her cheek and dropped onto his arm. "Why didn't you talk to me?" she whispered, her voice cracking. "Why didn't you tell me the truth about your family? About the pain you were carrying?" There was no answer. Just the slow, steady beep of the monitor. "I should have been there," she choked, brushing her thumb over his knuckles. "Just like you were there for me." More tears came now, flowing freely. "I don't care what the truth is, Anthony. Brother or not, they had no right to break you like this. You didn't deserve it, and I didn't realize how much I needed you until now." Still, he lay motionless, trapped in his battle between life and death. Behind her, the door opened softly. Lydia stood there, red-eyed and trembling. Rita looked back at her, expression unreadable. "I'm sorry," Lydia murmured, voice barely audible. "For everything." For a long moment, Rita didn't respond. Then she turned back to Anthony. "This isn't about us right now," she said, her voice firm but calm. "This is about him. So if you want to fix anything, pray that he wakes up." Lydia broke into sobs and covered her face. As Rita leaned closer to Anthony, she whispered, "Come back, Anthony. Please. We still have so many things left unsaid." And somewhere, deep beneath the layers of unconsciousness, a single tear slipped from Anthony's eye. The tension in the hospital room was thick, tangled like the emotions swirling between the two women standing on opposite sides of Anthony's hospital bed. The faint hum of machines and the soft beeping of the heart monitor filled the silence left after Rita's words. Lydia stood at the door, shoulders hunched, her face drenched in tears. She took a hesitant step forward, then another, as if walking through the weight of her own guilt. "Rita," she called softly. Rita turned her head slowly, her expression unreadable, eyes rimmed with red but steady. Lydia flinched under her gaze, but she didn't stop. "I don't even know where to start," Lydia whispered, her voice trembling. "I've played this moment over and over in my head since the accident, and none of the words seem right." Rita remained silent, her eyes lowering back to Anthony's still form, her hand gently rubbing his. "I was jealous," Lydia confessed, her voice cracking. "So bitterly, shamefully jealous of you. You were beautiful, strong, and even after everything, being divorced, being judged, you still walked with your head high. People liked you, he liked you." She gestured slightly to Anthony. "I didn't understand why everyone chose you over me, and instead of facing my own emptiness, I turned it into hate," she continued, tears falling freely now. "I let it fester until it destroyed everything, including our friendship." Rita looked up again, but her expression softened just slightly. "I ruined what we had, and I dragged Anthony into my confusion. I never meant to hurt him like this. I never meant to let it get this far. And now he's lying here, and I would give anything to go back and fix things before it came to this." Lydia dropped to her knees beside the hospital bed. "I'm sorry, Rita. For everything. For the lies, the outbursts, for breaking your trust. I was wrong. And I know I have no right to ask you for forgiveness, but please, she sobbed, covering her face. Please don't hate me. Rita sat quietly, her hand still wrapped around Antony's. A long silence passed. Then she spoke. I don't hate you, Lydia. Lydia looked up, shocked. I was angry. I still am. You broke something in me, and it's going to take time to fix that. But I know what it feels like to be lost, to be so broken inside you don't know how to handle your own emotions. I've been there. Lydia's lips quivered. So, can we fix it? Rita took a deep breath. We can try. But right now, the only thing that matters is that he gets better. Let's fight for him together. Lydia nodded, crawling forward to hold Antony's other hand. They sat in silence, the two women, once friends, then strangers, united again by the one person who meant so much to them both. The room was quiet except for the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor and the gentle hiss of oxygen flowing through the tubes connected to Antony. The dim lights cast a soft glow on his pale face, still as stone, save for the slight flutter of his eyelids every now and then, a signal that he was somewhere in between this world and the next. Rita sat by his side, her fingers laced with his, whispering softly to him as though her voice could guide him back. Lydia sat quietly across the room, still nursing her guilt but silently praying, pleading, for Antony's return. Then suddenly, a faint twitch. Rita's eyes snapped open, staring at his hand. There it was again, a faint, almost imperceptible squeeze. She sat up straight, her heart thudding wildly. Antony, she whispered urgently, can you hear me? His eyelids fluttered again, this time more deliberately. His brow furrowed, as though struggling to escape some invisible weight pressing down on him. Antony, it's me, Rita. I'm here, she said, her voice shaking. Please, come back to me. A small groan escaped his lips, dry and barely audible. Lydia gasped and rushed to the bed, standing beside Rita. Antony, oh my God. His chest rose with a shaky breath, and then, his eyes slowly opened. Clouded. Confused. Lost. His gaze darted from Rita to Lydia, unsteady and unsure, but he was awake. He was fighting. Rita, he rasped. Yes, I'm here, she said, holding his hand tighter, tears flowing freely now. You're okay. You're safe now. He looked at her, a flicker of relief passing over his eyes, but it quickly shifted to pain. What happened? You were hit by a car, Lydia said softly. You were walking alone. You're in the hospital now. He blinked slowly, trying to process the flood of information, the images hazy in his mind. His face twisted in grief. I heard everything, he murmured. I'm not really your son. Silence. Lydia froze, and Rita looked away. I don't know who I am anymore, he said, his voice cracking. You're Antony, Rita said firmly, leaning forward. And you're loved, by everyone who truly knows you. That's all that matters. He turned to her, eyes glistening. You're here. I never left, she whispered. And I never will. He closed his eyes briefly, tears slipping down his temples. Rest now, Lydia said gently, her voice trembling with emotion. We're here, Antony. We're not going anywhere. The hospital corridor buzzed softly with the hum of nurses and the occasional muffled conversation, but inside Antony's room, there was calm, a rare, peaceful stillness after days of heartache and tension. Rita sat beside the bed, gently brushing Antony's hair from his forehead as he rested. Lydia stood at the window, arms folded, her thoughts deep but no longer clouded by bitterness. Her face was soft, almost serene. Then the door creaked open. A tall figure in a crisp suit stepped in, holding a bouquet of white lilies and blue orchids. His presence immediately filled the room with quiet strength and elegance. Adrian. Rita stood up in surprise, a gentle smile tugging at her lips. Adrian. He smiled, walking toward her. I came as soon as I heard. Are you okay? She nodded, emotion washing over her again. Thank you for coming. Without hesitation, Adrian pulled her into a brief but reassuring embrace. I had to, he whispered. You're important to me. From her place by the window, Lydia cleared her throat loudly, smirking. Well, well, this is interesting. Rita blushed and gently stepped back from Adrian. Lydia. Lydia raised both her hands playfully. Don't mind me. I'm just the friendly sister who's been in the dark for a while, she said with a chuckle. Anthony, who had stirred slightly, opened his eyes just enough to catch the scene. Adrian, he said, his voice raspy but clearer than before. Adrian stepped forward. Hey, man. I'm glad you're awake. I see you're making moves on Rita, Anthony said with a smirk that made everyone laugh a little. It's about time. Lydia narrowed her eyes teasingly. Wait, you know about them? Anthony nodded, glancing fondly at Rita. Of course I do. He's pursuing her the right way, and I approve. Rita's cheeks warmed even more, but her heart fluttered. It felt good, being seen, being acknowledged, being loved without secrecy or shame. Lydia stepped closer, her tone surprisingly soft. You know what? I'm genuinely happy for you, Rita. For both of you. She looked at Adrian, then at Rita again. You deserve someone who sees you for who you are and still chooses you, every day. Rita's eyes welled up again, but this time it wasn't grief, it was gratitude. Anthony, watching them with tired eyes, smiled. Looks like we're all growing up. Adrian chuckled. Some of us more gracefully than others. Lydia threw a pillow at him, laughing. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Anthony sat up in bed, his body still aching but his mind sharper than ever. The warm morning light filtered gently through the hospital blinds, casting golden streaks across the room. It was quiet now, eerily so. Rita had left in a hurry after getting an urgent call from home, and Lydia had gone to buy fruits, promising to be back soon. But Anthony couldn't shake the strange feeling building in his chest. He thought back to Rita's panicked voice as she took the call. What do you mean the company's accounts have been frozen? How is that possible? No, we didn't authorize any withdrawals. I'll be there right away. She had barely finished the call before grabbing her bag and rushing out. There was something deeply unsettling about it all, and Anthony hated that he was too weak to go with her. He leaned back against the pillow, closing his eyes for a moment, hoping it was all just a minor accounting error. But deep down, he knew better. This wasn't just a slip-up. This was targeted. Someone was moving in the shadows. Meanwhile, back at the family home, Rita stepped into the living room where several of the senior staff and lawyers were already gathered. Charts, files, and financial reports were scattered across the coffee table. Her father looked pale with worry, and her uncle was pacing back and forth. Rita, her father said as soon as he saw her. Something strange is going on. Over the last 48 hours, large chunks of money have been transferred from different business accounts to an offshore one. None of us authorized this. Rita's brows furrowed. Could it be an internal breach? We checked, the head of IT replied. Someone used highly encrypted access codes. Codes that only a few of you in the family know. Her heart dropped. So, it's someone close. Yes, her father nodded gravely. And we suspect someone is trying to sabotage the company, possibly even take over. Rita clenched her fists. Her mind started racing. Who could be behind this? Was this about power? Revenge? Just then, Lydia arrived carrying the fruits, but one look at the tension in the room made her stop in her tracks. What's going on? She asked, setting the bag down. Rita quickly filled her in, and Lydia's expression hardened. This is deliberate. Someone's trying to bring us down. Rita looked at her sharply. Do you think it could be someone from our past? They both paused. Memories flickered, old rivalries, betrayed friendships, people they had crossed paths with. Lydia swallowed hard. We need to find out who, before it's too late. The morning sun spilled gently through the windows of Charles's penthouse apartment. Birds chirped outside, and the city was slowly coming to life. Charles was sipping coffee and going through work emails when his phone rang. He didn't recognize the number at first, but he picked it up casually. Hello, Charles speaking. There was a pause, then a rushed voice came through, almost too fast to comprehend. "This is City General Hospital. We're calling in regard to Mr. Anthony. We're very sorry, but there was a complication early this morning. He didn't make it." Charles froze. "What?" he whispered. "Sir, I'm deeply sorry. The doctors tried everything. He suffered a cardiac arrest at dawn." No, wait, what are you saying? That's not possible." Charles stood up, knocking over his mug. Hot coffee splashed across the table and floor, but he didn't even notice. He was recovering. "I was there yesterday," he laughed at my jokes. "You must be mistaken." "I wish we were, sir, but I'm afraid we need you to come in and identify the body." Silence fell between them, the kind that screamed louder than any noise ever could. Charles's phone slipped from his hand and hit the floor. For a few seconds, he just stood there, frozen, his heart racing, mind spinning. He couldn't breathe. It felt like the ground had disappeared beneath his feet. No, not Anthony. Snatching up his car keys with trembling hands, he ran out of the apartment without a second thought. No coat, no explanations to the guard, no calls to the family. He couldn't bring himself to speak the words. The drive to the hospital was a blur. His mind screamed with questions. What happened? How could this happen? Why now, when everything was just starting to make sense again? He drove like a madman, barely stopping at red lights, overtaking cars with reckless abandon. Honks and curses followed him, but he didn't care. By the time he stormed into the hospital lobby, his face was drenched with sweat, and his chest was heaving. I got a call, about my brother, Anthony," he managed to say to the nurse at the desk. "They said, he's dead. Please tell me it's not true." The nurse stood slowly, her face solemn. "You're Mr. Charles?" He nodded, gripping the counter so tightly his knuckles turned white. "Follow me." She led him down the long white hallway, every step echoing like a drumbeat in his ears. The smell of antiseptic made him nauseous. Nurses and doctors moved around him in a blur, speaking in hushed tones. They stopped at a cold metal door. The nurse glanced at him one last time before pushing it open. There, lying still under a white sheet in the center of the room, was a figure he recognized too well. No. Charles stumbled backward, tears springing to his eyes. This can't be. He was alive, he was smiling yesterday. The nurse gently pulled down the sheet, revealing Anthony's face. Peaceful, still, too still. Charles collapsed to his knees, gripping his hair, sobbing uncontrollably. "You can't do this to me, Anthony, you can't just leave like this. We still had plans, we still had to fix things." His voice cracked with pain. The weight of unspoken words, of unresolved truths, crushed down on him like 1,000 tons. "I should have told you about everything. I should have been honest sooner." The nurse respectfully left the room, giving him space. Charles reached out and touched Anthony's hand. It was cold. He cried harder. "I was supposed to protect you. I promised I would always have your back. I failed you, little brother. I failed you." Time stood still in that room. Charles sat there, broken, grieving, not just for the loss of Anthony, but for the loss of everything they could have been. Charles stood alone outside the morgue for a long while, trying to summon the strength to make the call. His hands trembled as he dialed, his mind racing through what he would say. How do you tell a family that their light has gone out? He called their father first. "Charles, Dad, it's Anthony." "Dad, yes. What about him?" Silence. Charles, voice cracking, he's gone, Dad. He passed away this morning. The hospital said, cardiac arrest. There was a pause. Dad, roaring, what? What do you mean gone? Charles, stop talking nonsense. We saw him yesterday, he was fine. Charles, I'm at the hospital. I saw him. He's cold, Dad. A deep, guttural wail escaped from the other end. The line went dead. Within an hour, the whole family began arriving at the hospital. The hospital scene. The corridor outside the ICU was flooded with confusion, sobs, and disbelief. Nurses tried to maintain order, but the tension was electric. Lydia came running first. Her eyes were wide and wild, her voice shaky. "Where is he? Where is he?" she screamed as she grabbed a nurse by the shoulders. "I'm sorry, miss, but..." "Tell me it's a lie. Tell me it's a lie," she screamed louder, falling to her knees. Her makeup was a mess, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Charles came forward, his face red and tear-streaked. "It's true. Lydia, I'm sorry." "No, no, please, no," she shrieked, pounding her fists against the floor. "He was smiling yesterday, he was holding my hand." Her mother stumbled in next, leaning on their father who could barely walk straight. His face was a pale mask of shock. "Where is my son?" their mother asked, her voice barely a whisper. Charles led them to the morgue. The moment the white sheet was pulled back again, their mother let out a blood-curdling scream. She fell to the ground, her head in her hands. "My son. My baby. God, no. Not Anthony, please, not him." Their father tried to stand tall, but his knees gave in. He sank into a chair and wept openly, something none of them had ever seen. We failed him," he muttered over and over again. "He died not knowing who he truly was, and it's our fault." Meanwhile, Lydia couldn't stop screaming. She banged on the walls, crying out incoherently, her voice hoarse from screaming his name. Nurses rushed to calm her down, but she pushed them away. "He died because of me," she cried out. "I destroyed him. I ruined everything, I should have never said those things." Outside the room, other visitors looked on in stunned silence. The once proud family was now a shattered mess in public view. The whispers started. "That's the family of the boy who just died, something's wrong with them, did you hear them talk about not being blood?" Charles stepped out of the room and leaned against the wall, staring blankly ahead. The weight of everything, the secrets, the lies, the pain, was too heavy to carry. Then came the final blow. Rita arrived. She had rushed from the company, her heart pounding from the second she received Lydia's call. Her heels clacked loudly down the corridor. When she saw the family crying and the covered body on the stretcher, she stopped in her tracks. Her breath caught in her throat. "No," she whispered, staggering forward. Charles looked up at her, his eyes hollow. "It's true." Rita let out a sob and ran to the body, clutching his arm. "You promised me you'd be okay, you promised you'd come back home." Tears poured freely as she kissed his lifeless hand. Her entire body shook with the kind of grief that breaks people. "I should have stayed. I should have known. I should have been here." Lydia, despite her own sorrow, walked slowly toward her and placed a trembling hand on Rita's shoulder. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. For once, Rita didn't pull away. The pain had made enemies meaningless. The world seemed to blur around Rita as she stood in the middle of the hospital corridor, surrounded by wails and murmurs, but none of it reached her ears. Her entire being felt numb. Everything she saw and heard was filtered through the fog of disbelief, heartbreak, and sheer devastation. Anthony was gone. The only person who had truly seen her, believed in her when the rest of the world questioned her worth. He had picked her up when she was at her lowest, reminded her of her strength, and stood by her with unwavering faith. And now, he had vanished. Just like that. She sank slowly to the floor beside his stretcher, pressing her forehead against the cool metal edge. "You weren't just my friend," she whispered through trembling lips. "You were everything I never thought I deserved." Charles came to kneel beside her, his face creased in sorrow. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "He talked about you all the time, Rita. You meant the world to him." Rita let out a choked sob, her voice cracking. "Then why did the world take him from me?" Behind them, the rest of the family stood helplessly. Lydia leaned into her mother, broken by guilt, while their father simply stared ahead, dazed. But even through their shared pain, they couldn't reach the depth of what Rita was going through. For them, Anthony was a son, a brother, but to Rita, he had been hope, a light in a dark tunnel, the only constant in her chaos. "I should have stayed with him," she murmured, her hands now clenched on her lap. "He wouldn't have been alone." I could have noticed something. I should have. Charles stopped her gently, his voice low. Don't do that. He wouldn't want you to blame yourself. He loved you, Rita. You gave him something to live for in a world full of confusion. Rita looked up at him, tears spilling freely. And now he's gone. He was the only one who saw me when everyone else looked away. Who's going to believe in me now, Charles? Charles had no answer. In that corridor full of sorrow, Rita's heartbreak echoed louder than anyone else's. For others, it was a tragedy, but for her, it was the loss of the only soul who had dared to understand her. The funeral preparations for Antony were being made with heavy hearts, and while the family tried to keep a semblance of normalcy, it was clear that the grief was overwhelming. The house, which had once been filled with laughter and chatter, was now eerily quiet. The family gathered in hushed tones, all too aware that nothing would ever be the same again. Charles, still reeling from the loss of his brother, was the first to start the investigation. He couldn't accept the idea that Antony had been taken from them so suddenly, without any explanation. Something doesn't add up, he muttered under his breath, pacing in the living room. His mind was working a mile a minute, piecing together the events leading to Antony's accident. The doctors had said Antony had been improving, so why did things take such a sudden turn? Lydia sat at the kitchen table, staring at the cup of tea in front of her, but she couldn't focus. Her mind kept going back to her own words, the awful things she had said to Antony before he had gone into the hospital. If only she had been a better sister, if only she hadn't been so selfish. But now, her regret was as deep as the grief she felt for losing him. I'm going to speak to the doctors tomorrow. I want to know what happened. The truth, Charles said, his voice determined. This doesn't make sense. Rita, who had been keeping her distance in the corner, her eyes swollen from crying, finally spoke. Her voice was barely a whisper but carried the weight of a broken heart. I want to know too. He didn't just die. There has to be more to this. Charles looked at her, his heart aching for the pain she was going through. We'll find out what happened, Rita. I promise you. We'll get to the bottom of it. As the family made arrangements for the funeral, it was clear that Antony's death had left a gaping hole in their lives. The house felt emptier, quieter, and even the sun seemed to have dimmed a little. In the midst of the sorrow, a heavy weight of uncertainty began to settle over everyone. Charles couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that there were pieces of the puzzle missing. The day before the funeral, Lydia tried to reach out to Rita. She knew she owed her an apology, not just for the things she had said in the past, but for everything that had led up to this moment. She found Rita sitting in the garden, staring off into the distance, her expression distant and full of sorrow. Rita, Lydia said softly as she approached, I just wanted to apologize. I know I've hurt you, and I know I haven't been the sister you needed. But I need you to know that I regret it all. Rita didn't look up at first. She was still fighting the battle inside her, trying to come to terms with Antony's death. But Lydia's voice was genuine, and she could hear the sorrow in it. After a long silence, Rita finally spoke. I don't blame you, Lydia. I really don't. But it's hard to forget what happened between us. You were like a sister to me too. But Antony, he was everything. Lydia nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. I know. I know. And I will make sure that everything is done right. He deserves that. Right now, all I want is the truth, Rita said, her voice thick with emotion. And I won't stop until we find out what really happened. To Antony. To us. This whole thing. It's too much to just accept. Lydia didn't say anything, but she silently agreed. She could see the fire in Rita's eyes, the resolve that she had to uncover the truth, no matter what. They weren't going to let Antony's death be in vain. The next morning, the family gathered to pay their respects at the funeral home. The air was heavy, and the sadness seemed to press down on everyone like a physical weight. The service was brief, but the pain of losing Antony lingered. Friends and extended family members whispered among themselves, offering their condolences, but to the family, it felt like nothing would ever bring them peace. As the ceremony came to an end, Charles pulled Rita aside. He had been speaking to some of Antony's colleagues and associates, trying to dig deeper into what had happened. He had heard some unsettling things, and his gut told him that this wasn't just a simple accident. Rita, he began, his voice low, I've been looking into it. I think there's something more to Anthony's accident than just a random incident. There are people who weren't happy with the progress he was making. I don't know who yet, but I think we should be careful. Rita's eyes widened, the realization dawning on her that Anthony's death was no accident at all. Someone did this to him. Charles hesitated, then nodded. I believe so. But I don't know who or why. But we will find out. I promise you that. Rita felt a cold chill run down her spine. If someone had done this to Anthony, they would stop at nothing to cover their tracks. But she wasn't about to let that stop her from seeking the truth. They would uncover the secrets surrounding Anthony's death, no matter how dark or dangerous they may be. Thank you, Charles, Rita said, her voice steady. I'll help you in any way I can. We owe it to Anthony to get to the bottom of this. Charles nodded, his jaw set in determination. We will, Rita. I won't stop until we find out who's behind this. After everything that had happened, Rita couldn't bring herself to go back abroad immediately. The weight of the tragedy and the unanswered questions about Anthony's accident kept her grounded, unable to leave just yet. There were things she needed to understand, things that didn't sit right with her. Rita knew she needed more time, not just to grieve but to observe the complex web of relationships and power dynamics around her. She couldn't ignore the possibility that there were forces at play that she hadn't yet uncovered. Meanwhile, Anita, always a step ahead in the game of manipulation, had managed to hook up with James. It wasn't out of love or attraction, Anita's intentions were far more calculating. After James had been devastated by the loss of Anthony, she saw an opportunity to rise to the top. She knew he was vulnerable, looking for someone to pick him up after the crash, and she had found a powerful figure willing to back him up. In her mind, this was the perfect way to secure her place in the elite circle of society. Anita had always been strategic in her relationships. While Rita had been busy mourning and trying to make sense of her life, Anita had been using James as her stepping stone. She knew that with the right connections, she could secure everything she had ever dreamed of. James, in his grief and desperation, had been easy to manipulate. He wasn't the first man Anita had used, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. As for Lynette, she was forced into a marriage with Francis. It wasn't a union she had ever wanted, but after everything that had transpired, she found herself trapped in a loveless marriage, with no way out. Lynette had long resigned herself to the reality that her life would never be what she had dreamed of. She had been a pawn in the family's game, just like everyone else, and now she was stuck in a situation that would drain the life from her. Back at the hospital, Rita remained a constant presence by Anthony's side, struggling to come to terms with his condition. Her heart ached for him, but her mind raced with suspicion. Something felt off. Anthony's accident couldn't have been just a random incident. She had to know the truth, she couldn't let his death be swept under the rug. But the more she observed, the more she realized just how much was at stake. People she once thought she could trust were now distant, cold, and calculating. One evening, as Rita walked through the hospital corridors, lost in thought, she overheard a conversation between Anita and James. Their voices were low but sharp, and Rita couldn't help but eavesdrop, her curiosity piqued. She overheard Anita speaking to James about how she had secured a powerful figure to support his business ventures. It was clear that she was manipulating him for her own gain. Anita had never been one to let a crisis go to waste, and she was using James as her ticket to climb the social ladder. Rita felt a mix of anger and disgust. She had known Anita was ruthless, but hearing it with her own ears was a wake-up call. She couldn't let Anita get away with this, not when so much was at stake. But she also knew that confronting Anita now would only play into her hands. Instead, Rita vowed to expose Anita for what she truly was. She would take her time and gather the evidence she needed to bring her down. Meanwhile, Anita, unaware of Rita's discovery, was busy working her charms on James. She had him exactly where she wanted him, and she wasn't about to let go. James, still reeling from the loss of Anthony, was emotionally vulnerable and in no position to see through Anita's schemes. For now, he was the perfect ally in her pursuit of power. As the days passed, Rita continued to watch, waiting for the right moment to make her move. She couldn't ignore the fact that Anita was becoming more of a threat, but she also knew that she couldn't act rashly. Patience would be key. She had to be smart about this, strategic in a way that Anita would never expect. Rita knew she wasn't the only one facing challenges. Lynette was suffering in her own way, trapped in a marriage she hadn't chosen. But Rita couldn't afford to focus on Lynette right now, not when there were more pressing matters at hand. The family dynamic had changed forever, and Rita was determined to uncover the truth, even if it meant going up against those she had once called friends. Back in the comfort of her own thoughts, Rita made a vow: she would rise above this. No matter how much Anita schemed or how much Lynette suffered, Rita would be the one who took control of her own destiny. It wouldn't be easy, but it was the only way to ensure that Antony's death would not be in vain. James had been frequenting the hospital, slipping in and out quietly to see his mother, who remained unconscious in her hospital bed. The sterile scent of antiseptic and the faint hum of machines had become all too familiar. Each time he walked into that room and saw her lying there, still, unmoving, his heart sank a little deeper. The doctors kept telling him they were doing their best, but there was never a definite answer about when, or if, she would wake up. He'd sit beside her, hold her hand, and talk to her as though she could hear him. Sometimes he told her about his childhood memories, sometimes he confessed the stress he was under, and other times, he'd just sit there in silence. Watching. Waiting. Hoping. But as much as the hospital brought him moments of reflection and guilt, the world outside remained ruthless. The tycoon backing him, a powerful, faceless figure, had been pressing him harder with each passing day. The messages came through encrypted lines, always cold, always clear. It's time to finish what you started. Her family must fall. You've been paid. Deliver. James didn't even know who this man truly was. They had never met face to face. Everything was conducted through intermediaries, encrypted emails, and burner phones. The only thing James did know was that the money was too good to ignore. Especially now. With his mother's medical bills piling up, his own reputation sinking, and his business crumbling after Antony's death, he was hanging by a thread. And this tycoon, whoever he was, had offered him a lifeline, a dangerous, blood-stained lifeline. The burden of that secret grew heavier with each passing hour. He'd stare into his mother's face and wonder, would she approve of what I'm doing? Of course not. But she wasn't here to stop him. No one was. He tried to convince himself that this was just survival. That he was only doing what anyone else would have pushed far enough. But deep down, the shame twisted in his gut like a knife. Especially when he thought of Rita. She was smart, determined, and had started to see through him. That worried him. The closer she looked, the more she'd uncover. He had tried to distance himself, to avoid her, but their worlds kept colliding, through the company, through mutual friends, through the ghost of Antony. And now, with Anita clinging to him like a leech, pretending to support him while clearly using him for her own climb to power, James felt more trapped than ever. He wanted out, but the deeper he got, the harder it became to escape. The next step the tycoon demanded wasn't just business sabotage, it was personal. Rita's family was being targeted, and James was the inside man. But something in him began to shift. He looked at the latest message on his phone, fingers trembling, a lump forming in his throat. Could he really go through with it? The money said yes. His conscience whispered no. And somewhere between the two, James stood paralyzed, knowing that the next move he made would change everything. Greed had a firm grip on James, wrapping around him like a vine tightening with each passing moment. Despite the guilt that gnawed at him, he accepted the task. The money was intoxicating, and Anita, ever the cunning opportunist, knew exactly how to stroke his ego and fuel his ambitions. You deserve to be on top, she whispered in his ear with that sultry tone. They've always looked down on you, but this is your moment. Blinded by a hunger for power and revenge, James pushed aside the last flickers of his conscience. The plan was put into motion, calculated, ruthless, and designed to leave no one standing. The entire family, wiped out in one swift, surgical strike. But fate had other plans. Just hours before the attack was to unfold, Adrian barged into the mansion where Rita's family had gathered, his face pale, eyes filled with something between horror and urgency. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low but trembling. "All of you." They all turned to him, Rita, her mother, Charles, Lynette, curious, confused, and slightly unsettled by his sudden intrusion. Adrian took a deep breath, holding everyone's gaze. I know who's behind everything, the attacks on the company, the threats, Antony's death, all of it. Rita stood frozen, her heart thudding. Who? Adrian's voice cracked as he said the name. It's your uncle. Nathan. Gasps rippled through the room. Eyes widened. Charles nearly dropped the glass in his hand. What do you mean? Their mother whispered, visibly shaken. Nathan has been abroad for years, he's hardly involved in anything anymore. Adrian stepped closer, placing a file on the table, a thick folder of documents, screenshots, communications, financial trails. That's what he wanted everyone to think. But he never accepted your father taking over the family empire. He's been working from the shadows, funneling money through shell companies, bribing insiders, and using James as a pawn. James. Rita's voice cracked with betrayal. He was in on this. Yes. But he doesn't know everything. He thinks he's working for some faceless tycoon. He doesn't know it's Nathan. Nathan is the puppet master behind it all. The silence in the room was deafening. Emotions clashed in their eyes, anger, pain, disbelief. Why now? Charles asked, his jaw clenched. Why destroy his own family? Adrian's eyes burned with truth. Because Nathan wants everything. The company. The legacy. The power. And he believes the only way to get it is to erase everyone who stands in his way. Rita collapsed into the nearest chair, her mind reeling. Antony had died never knowing the truth. Her family had almost been destroyed from within. And the person they trusted, the one who should have protected them, was the one pulling the strings. They had to act fast. What about the plan? Charles asked, his voice sharp now. The attack. Adrian nodded. It's happening tonight. Rita stood, fury replacing her shock. Then we stop it. We end this now. Nathan moved like a shadow, cloaked in confidence and arrogance. He had planned this night for months, the final stroke to erase the remnants of the family that had stood in his way for so long. The company's central lab was the heart of Rita's father's empire, where innovation met legacy. Destroying it would cripple the business beyond repair. He didn't bother wearing a mask. Why would he? No one would suspect a man who had been living halfway across the world. He had slipped past security before, bribed the right guards, silenced the right voices. Tonight would be no different. Dressed in a dark coat and gloves, Nathan stepped into the lab through the side entrance. The passcode had already been compromised by one of his pawns. Inside, the cold hum of machines filled the air, and the blinking lights of years of progress stared back at him. He moved methodically, pulling out a small bottle of accelerant from his bag and spreading it along the walls and shelves. Everything was going according to plan. Until it wasn't. Drop it. The voice echoed through the room like a thunderclap. Nathan froze. Slowly, he turned, and his eyes widened. There, at the entrance, stood Charles, flanked by 2 security guards and Adrian, holding a phone with a blinking red light, recording everything. Behind them emerged Rita, her face unreadable, but her eyes piercing through his soul. For a moment, time stood still. Nathan, Charles growled, how could you? Nathan forced a smile, trying to keep control. This isn't what it looks like. Adrian took a step forward. Really? Because from here, it looks exactly like what it is, a betrayal. Rita stepped closer, her voice steady. You had Antony killed. You tried to ruin the company. And now you want to burn down everything our father built. Nathan's facade cracked. He stole everything from me. I was the eldest. The rightful heir. He built this empire on my ideas and cast me aside like I was nothing. You left. Charles shouted. You abandoned the family and the business. You made your choice. I deserved to lead. Nathan barked, his face twisted in rage. And you, all of you, sitting in wealth, pretending to be noble while living off what should have been mine. Rita's eyes filled with tears, not of sorrow, but of bitter betrayal. And you thought destroying us would make it right? Nathan didn't answer. Instead, he made a desperate dash toward the exit, but the guards were quicker. He was tackled to the ground, handcuffed, and dragged up to his feet. As he passed Rita, he stopped struggling just long enough to say with a chilling calmness, "This isn't over." She met his stare with one of her own. "Yes, it is." The house that once echoed with Antony's laughter now stood silent and heavy with sorrow. Every corner seemed to breathe his absence, every wall haunted by memories, his childhood drawings still pinned on the fridge, his books left untouched on the shelf, and the worn sneakers by the door that no one had the heart to move. Charles, Antony's elder brother, was the first to drown in guilt. He hadn't told anyone, but he blamed himself for not checking in more often, for thinking Antony would be fine after the accident. He spent most of his time in the garage now, pretending to fix broken tools when really, he was just trying to fix himself. Lydia had become a shadow of herself. She rarely left her room and barely touched her food. Every night, she sat by the window whispering apologies into the wind, hoping somehow Antony could hear her. She carried the unbearable weight of knowing her own actions may have pushed him into despair. Their mother, pale and weakened, had aged 10 years in a week. She walked around the house mechanically, setting his table, folding his clothes, dusting his picture frames, still refusing to accept he wouldn't be coming home. She often stopped mid-task, staring blankly, as though expecting him to call out to her. Their father, a man once known for his stern demeanor and booming voice, had grown quiet. He'd spend hours sitting on the back porch, a photo of Antony gripped tightly in his hands. "He was more than a son," he said to no one in particular one evening, "he was my strength in my old age." Despite the pain, the family started making small efforts to hold each other together. One morning, Charles gathered the family in the living room and said, "We can't let Antony's memory turn this house into a graveyard. He wouldn't want that. We need to live, not for ourselves, but for him." They agreed, hesitantly, silently. Lydia started helping her mother in the kitchen again. Their father returned to managing the estate, even if only half-heartedly. Charles began journaling memories of Antony, hoping to create something lasting from the pain. And then there was Rita. Rita had not moved on. She couldn't. She spent every evening by his grave, talking to him as if he were still there. Her eyes were tired, her heart raw. But she had made one decision: she would protect the family Antony left behind. She began going to the company more frequently, shadowing Charles, ensuring Nathan's sabotage wouldn't succeed. She even reached out to Lydia, slowly rebuilding the fragile bridge between them. And to everyone's surprise, Lydia welcomed it. "Do you think he'd forgive me?" Lydia asked her one evening, her voice barely above a whisper. "He already did," Rita replied, her hand gently brushing Lydia's. In those moments of shared grief, something powerful began to grow, a resolve to stand together, to honor Antony by rebuilding what was broken, to heal. But even as the family tried to find light in the darkness, a storm still loomed ahead. The mystery tycoon hadn't given up, and James was still out there, deeper in the game than ever. And Nathan, locked up and awaiting trial, wasn't done talking. Antony may have died. But the battle was still on. Lynette stood by the window of her lavish home, her arms folded tightly over her chest. From the outside, she had everything: a wealthy husband, a grand house, servants at her beck and call. But inside, she was hollow. The man she had been forced to marry, Francis, was a stranger. Their union was more of a contract between families than a bond of love. The pressure had started subtly at first. A side glance from her mother-in-law. A whispered prayer from her aunt. A curious nudge from one of Francis' sisters. But now, it had become an unbearable storm of judgment. It had been 8 months since their wedding. No signs of pregnancy. No announcement. No baby bump. Her in-laws began holding frequent family meetings, supposedly about business but always ending with sly remarks. "Maybe Lynette should visit a specialist," one aunt suggested. "We need heirs, not just beauty," muttered another. Francis said nothing. His silence cut deeper than their words. He never defended her. Never offered comfort. And worst of all, he rarely even touched her. He spent most nights away, claiming to be busy with business, but Lynette knew better. She'd seen the messages on his phone. The pictures. The names of women she dared not confront. One evening, as she cleared the table after another tense family dinner, her mother-in-law stopped her. "Lynette, I don't mean to pressure you, but we're beginning to wonder if you truly function." You're young. Healthy. Why hasn't God blessed you with a child? Lynette's eyes stung, but she refused to cry. Maybe God is waiting for the right time, she answered softly. Well, don't wait too long. This family cannot afford to be shamed, the older woman said before turning away. Later that night, Lynette confronted Francis in their bedroom. Why don't you tell them the truth, she demanded. Why don't you tell them you barely look at me? That this marriage means nothing to you? Francis looked at her with indifference. Because it's easier if they blame you. Besides, you were the one forced into this, not me. His words were a knife to her chest. Lynette began to break down, but there was no one to run to. Rita was overwhelmed with grief. Anita, her former confidant, had switched sides. And Anthony, the one cousin who would have listened, was gone. But something shifted in Lynette that night. She was tired of being quiet. Tired of living by the rules others wrote for her. Tired of bearing shame that didn't belong to her. She called her doctor the next day and booked a full fertility screening. If the problem wasn't with her, then she'd make sure everyone knew it. And if it was? Lynette sat in the corner of the bedroom, her knees tucked to her chest, listening to the murmurs outside the door. Francis' mother, aunt, and older sister were seated in the living room, voices raised just enough to be heard. If she can't conceive, then it's time we consider another wife. Exactly. This isn't personal, it's about legacy. Our name must live on. And Francis won't wait forever. Lynette's heart sank with every word. The same people who had praised her grace and elegance on her wedding day were now plotting her quiet replacement. To them, she was no longer a bride, just a barren vessel. Francis hadn't said a word. As always, he let them speak for him. Later that night, Lynette confronted him again. They want you to marry another woman. Francis, who had just returned from what he called a business trip, poured himself a drink and shrugged. Maybe I should. The bluntness struck her hard, but she didn't flinch. So that's it. That's your solution. He gave a hollow laugh. You knew this wasn't about love. We both agreed to this marriage. You got status. I got peace. But now the peace is cracking. Lynette turned away, swallowing the lump in her throat. She didn't cry anymore, there were no tears left. But she knew one thing, she couldn't let them bring in another woman. Not now. Not ever. She could never return to James, not in his current state. He had fallen hard after being abandoned by his allies and seduced by Anita's manipulations. The once charismatic man who had swept her off her feet was now broken, bankrupt, and shadowed by shame. And yet, there were moments when she thought about his hands, his ambition, the fire in his eyes when he spoke of building an empire, that her heart ached with memory. But that James no longer existed. She had to fight for herself now. For her place. For her dignity. The next morning, Lynette visited a high-end fertility specialist in secret, determined to confirm what she already suspected, she was not the problem. A week later, the results came in. The doctor looked at her with soft eyes. Lynette, you're completely healthy. The issue isn't with you. Her chest tightened, breath catching. Then who? It's your husband. I'm sorry. His sperm count is abnormally low, almost infertile. Lynette blinked back her emotions, a mix of relief and devastation. She had the truth now, but the question was, what would she do with it? Could she dare expose it? Would Francis even admit it? And more importantly, would the family believe her? She left the clinic with the report clutched tightly in her hand. The storm was coming, and Lynette was ready to fight. Lynette sat on the edge of her bed that night, staring at the ceiling, clutching the medical report in her hand. The weight of her future pressed down on her shoulders. She could already hear her mother-in-law's voice in her ears. We will bring another woman if you can't give us a grandchild. She had nowhere to go. No one to turn to. And returning to her old life empty-handed. Unthinkable. The family she married into was wealthy, influence, status, luxury, and she had fought too hard to give it all up. If Francis' infertility ever came to light, they would blame her anyway. She would be discarded, ridiculed, and forgotten. No. Lynette wasn't going down without a fight. She needed to secure her place, even if it meant bending reality. She had already thought it through. If she could convince them she was pregnant, the pressure would vanish overnight. She would be protected, cherished, and given the respect she deserved. But how? Francis was cold toward her, barely even touched her anymore, especially under the constant stress from his family. She needed a way to make it believable, to fabricate the timing, and the only solution she could think of was drugging him. One evening, she prepared dinner for him with a slightly altered recipe. A few drops of a mild sedative in his wine, just enough to dull his senses. Francis came home exhausted from one of his endless business meetings. She greeted him warmly, played the dutiful wife, poured him a glass, and they ate in tense silence. Moments later, his eyelids grew heavy. His movements sluggish. His suspicion dulled by weariness. When the time was right, Lynette led him to the bedroom, pretending to initiate closeness. Francis, barely aware of what was happening, drifted into unconsciousness shortly after. The next morning, she carefully staged the scene, rumpled sheets, scattered clothes, as if a night of passion had unfolded. Francis, groggy and unaware, assumed it was true when Lynette teased him about it with a shy, embarrassed smile. A few weeks later, Lynette missed her periods. She bought a pregnancy test, doctored the results, and waited for the right moment. Gathering the whole family in the grand living room, she announced with tears in her eyes, "I'm pregnant." There was silence. Then a roar of excitement. Francis' mother wept with joy, hugging Lynette tightly. Francis, stunned, laughed nervously but said nothing, too confused to question it. Suddenly, the woman they had been planning to replace became the most precious treasure of the family. They pampered her with gifts, health routines, and frequent checkups, although Lynette skillfully manipulated which doctors she saw, sticking to discreet, private ones she could easily fool for a while longer. Even as she smiled and played the perfect daughter-in-law, guilt gnawed at her. She wondered how long she could maintain the lie. She wondered what would happen when the 9 months were up. Would she be able to fake a miscarriage? Adopt secretly? Or would her world come crashing down? For now, she had bought herself time. But time always runs out. Mary had always been quiet, observant, but never idle. She had a talent for reading between the lines, and lately, those lines had become increasingly blurry where Lynette was concerned. The announcement of her pregnancy had come out of nowhere. No build-up, no symptoms, just a declaration that stunned the household and left Mary unconvinced. She had noticed the subtle things first. The way Lynette continued to wear tight-fitting clothes well into her second supposed month. How she dodged family invitations to visit the clinic for a scan. How she never showed any signs of fatigue or nausea, always claiming to be feeling great with a wide, almost rehearsed smile. Something was off. Mary wasn't confrontational by nature, but this time, she couldn't ignore her instincts. She started to quietly follow Lynette's movements, watching, waiting. It took time, over a week of subtle surveillance, late-night parking outside the estate, and whispered questions to the household help. Then, on a breezy Friday evening, her patience bore fruit. Lynette left the estate dressed in a maroon silk blouse, high-waisted jeans, and heels that clicked confidently on the pavement, an ensemble that screamed bold rather than expectant. Mary followed discreetly, her car trailing a safe distance behind. Lynette drove to the far end of town, to an upscale bar nestled between boutique restaurants, a place known more for its handcrafted cocktails than its dinner menu. The neon sign above the door blinked lazily as Lynette strutted inside. Mary didn't follow immediately. She waited, giving her a few minutes. Then, slipping in through the side entrance, she found a dim corner seat, her eyes immediately scanning the room. And there she was, Lynette, seated at the far end of the bar, legs crossed elegantly, chatting with the bartender as if she were the queen of the place. Mary watched from the shadows, barely blinking. Then it happened. The bartender placed a drink in front of Lynette, a tall glass, clinking with ice, garnished with a lemon slice. Lynette picked it up without hesitation and took a long, slow sip. Her lips parted into a grin as she laughed at something the bartender said. Another sip. Mary's heart began to pound. She reached into her handbag and pulled out her phone, her fingers trembling slightly. She angled the lens just right. Camera with flash click. The flash was off, the picture discreet. She snapped another, Lynette laughing this time, tossing her hair back with the drink in hand. And then, as if to confirm all of Mary's suspicions, Lynette ordered another, this time a more colorful cocktail, layered and laced with something strong. She sipped from the straw, her eyes half-lidded, completely unbothered by the world around her. Mary sat there for another 10 minutes, watching. Lynette was no longer alone, a man had joined her, someone she didn't recognize, and the way they leaned into each other, whispering with knowing smirks, told Mary everything she needed to know. The pregnancy was a lie. A facade. Her stomach twisted with a mix of fury and sadness. She stood up silently, walking out without a sound. Outside, the cool night air slapped her across the face. She leaned against her car for a moment, staring at the photo on her phone. The truth glared back at her. Back home, Mary sat on the edge of her bed, the picture still glowing on her screen. She knew what this meant. Lynette was trying to secure her place in the family by faking a pregnancy, and if she succeeded, it would change everything. Francis would be trapped. The family name would be dragged through lies. And worst of all, they would celebrate a deception. But exposing it would also come with a storm. Would anyone even believe her? Or would they accuse her of jealousy? Mary sighed deeply, placing her phone on the nightstand. Her decision wasn't clear yet. Lynette returned home that night just before midnight. Her perfume still lingered with hints of the bar's smoky air, but her composure was flawless. She paused by the front mirror, ran her fingers through her hair, and fixed her lipstick before walking inside as though she'd just returned from a prayer meeting. The house was quiet, save for the ticking of the antique clock in the hallway. She tiptoed up the stairs, slipped off her heels, and tiptoed into her room. Her face bore a sly smirk, one that quickly vanished the next morning when she awoke, knowing she had to keep up the act. By breakfast time, the house was buzzing. The aroma of toast and eggs filled the air, but Lynette made sure to put on a show. She wobbled into the dining area with one hand dramatically on her lower back and the other cradling her bump. Francis, half asleep and still in pajamas, looked up in surprise. "You okay?" "Oh God," Lynette groaned as she sunk into the chair. "The nausea is back. And I swear if I smell eggs one more time, I'll throw up all over the table." Francis instinctively pushed his plate away. Lynette leaned her head back and let out a sigh. "Can someone please make me a smoothie? Something cold, with mango, but not too ripe. And no bananas. Bananas make me gag these days." The housemaid blinked and quickly turned toward the kitchen. Mary, who had just walked in, paused mid-step, taking it all in silently. Her eyes followed Lynette's every exaggerated movement, from the way she rubbed her stomach to how she acted like lifting a spoon was an Olympic task. Lynette continued her performance. "Oh, and Francis," she added with a pitiful look, "can you massage my feet later? They're swollen. The doctor said it's normal at this stage, you wouldn't believe the things I'm going through for our baby." Francis nodded blankly, barely awake, while Mary kept her composure and took a seat across the table. The silence stretched for a moment too long. Then Lynette clapped once. "Oh. And I want grilled goat meat tonight. With lemon. But not the fatty kind, okay? Tell the cook." Francis blinked, "But didn't you say you were nauseous?" "I'm nauseous for eggs. Not goat meat," she snapped. Mary stifled a scoff. Lynette noticed but played it off, leaning in dramatically. "Pregnancy hormones, Mary. You'll understand when it's your turn." Mary's lips curled into a tight smile. "Oh, I understand more than you think," she thought. But she said nothing. Instead, she reached into her purse, tapped her phone, and looked at the photo she had taken the night before. Lynette, drink in hand, with a stranger by her side. Her smirk deepened, but her voice remained calm. "I'm sure you're going through a lot, Lynette," Mary said sweetly. "Must be exhausting keeping up with everything." Lynette gave her a lazy glance. "It is. But it'll all be worth it when I finally hold my baby in my arms." Mary tilted her head, studying her. We all can't wait for that moment." Days turned into weeks, and Lynette wore her fabricated pregnancy like a royal cloak, commanding, dramatic, and laced with pretense. She had mastered every symptom, every mood swing, and every emotional outburst that came with it. With each passing day, her in-laws grew softer around her. Frances, once cold and unsure, was now her doting shadow, ready to fulfill every whim with pride. Lynette had finally won the attention she had craved, and she wasn't about to let it slip through her fingers. She lounged in the living room with her feet propped up on an ornate footrest, flipping through magazines as Francis gently rubbed her shoulders. "You've been so tense lately," he murmured. "Well, carrying a baby while managing a household filled with expectations isn't easy," she said with a tired sigh. "But I'm doing my best." Francis smiled faintly and kissed her forehead. "You're doing amazing, babe. I'm really proud of you." From the corner of the room, Mary watched in silence, biting her tongue. Every lie Lynette told was sinking deeper into the walls of the house, infecting trust, twisting truth. But Mary had learned patience. She'd bide her time. She still had the photo. Still had the truth. Lynette had grown bolder. She now walked the halls with authority, giving orders to the staff with her head held high. She wore flowing gowns to hide her non-existent bump, requesting custom outfits to suit her pregnancy comfort. Frances' mother gifted her a gold necklace blessed by the family priest, meant to protect both her and the unborn child. His father insisted on getting her a private nurse. One afternoon, Frances' father invited elders from the extended family for a celebratory lunch. "To honor our daughter-in-law and the blessing she carries," he said proudly. Lynette had stood at the center of the living room, tearfully accepting the praises, hands gently resting on her stomach, pretending to be overwhelmed with emotion. The praise intoxicated her. Her eyes sparkled with false gratitude while her heart danced in victory. She was winning. Later that evening, after everyone had left and she sat in her luxurious room alone, Lynette gazed at herself in the mirror. Dressed in satin, surrounded by gifts and affection, she whispered to her reflection, "I did it." For the first time in a long while, she felt untouchable. But far beyond the soft lights and laughter, Mary sat alone in her room, the photo open again on her phone, zooming in on Lynette's wine glass, her smug expression, and the night she slipped up. She saved the image in multiple drives, forwarded it to her secret email, and even printed out a copy, just in case. Frances had never imagined that love could grow in silence, that it could bloom in the spaces between duty and deception. When he first married Lynette, it was out of obligation, a move forced upon him by family politics and the desperate need to keep the family's image intact. Love was never part of the plan. Each morning, he watched her from the doorway as she stood in the garden pretending to soak in the sunrise, her hand protectively resting on her stomach. There was a softness in her face, a glow he couldn't explain. She looked beautiful, peaceful, maternal. And Francis, despite the odd way everything had started, found himself falling, slowly, surely, deeply. He remembered how she once threw a tantrum at midnight, claiming she was craving grilled mangoes with hot sauce and ice. He had laughed at first, thinking she was joking, but when she pouted and pretended to tear up, he rushed out in his pajamas and drove across town looking for the bizarre combination. When he returned, tired and empty-handed, she was asleep on the couch, but he still placed a blanket over her, smiling to himself. "She's carrying our child," he whispered as he watched her sleep. "She deserves the world." And Francis meant it. He had started planning for the baby's arrival. He cleared out the guest room and had it repainted in soft yellows and whites. He bought stuffed animals, a tiny crib, and even personalized a onesie with the name Little Star. The name Lynette had casually mentioned one day, probably not thinking he'd take it seriously, but he had. Lynette had become his priority, his compass. His work hours shortened, his friends joked about how whipped he was, and his mother beamed with pride every time she saw how attentive he had become. But beneath all the affection was a wounded boy finally feeling accepted. For the first time in his life, Francis wasn't being compared to his brothers, wasn't being measured against anyone. He was a husband. Soon to be a father. And it felt good to be needed. Lynette, to him, wasn't just a wife anymore. She was his second chance. He had loved her secretly for so long, but now the chance was there. She was already in his life and had become his wife legally. There is no way he will let her go. No matter what. "She saved me," he told his mother one night. "I don't know what would have become of me if she hadn't come into my life. I just want to make her happy." His mother smiled, gently patting his hand. Then love her with everything you have, my son. She is the future of this family now. And so he did. He spoiled her with weekend getaways, pampered her with massages, jewelry, and designer clothes, anything to make her smile. He defended her against any relatives who raised even a shadow of doubt. Mary's lingering glances. Ignored. His friends' playful jabs. Shut down. Francis had placed his heart on the line, unaware that he had handed it over to someone who might shatter it without a second thought. But love made fools of even the strongest men. And Francis had fallen, truly, madly, and dangerously deep.